Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
¡Ajas!
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Right?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome to the final day of the LEC 2024 Winter Split regular season. Today we will know which is the last team that will join the 7 that we have in the playoffs next week. I'm Laure, and I'm here with Treat, but I feel like we're missing someone. Where's Aragon? Where's Aragon? You saw him?
I'm not sure, actually.
From Season 3, hard stuck iron, all the way to Challenger, and now the LEC. He spent his days carrying Jamada through the NLC, leading the Hobbits across Middle-earth, and insisting we use absolutely terrible photos of him for his talent announcement. It's Aragon!
Yay! Welcome!
Welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Come here. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well, honestly. Yeah, it's crazy.
Coming in clutch for the last day and the last team that we'll have. Any take on how the split have gone so far? Nice Renekton.
Thank you. That's my main, by the way. Love this champ.
Perfect.
How's the split gone?
Yeah.
It's been kind of surprising for me, honestly. I've loved a lot of the new rookie rosters. I love the narratives we developed, and some teams that I really support are doing well too. So that's always great.
So far, so good then. So we can take a look at the standings and see how our rookies and the rest of the teams are doing so far. As I said, we have 7 teams locked in now in the playoffs, pending the last one, of course. We'll see that in the first game of the day. Treats, your take on how things have been playing out so far and what looks to be the final shape of the standings in the regular season.
I think the middle of the pack, all the 4-4 teams are kind of they've been very up and down, a lot of the teams. Like Vitality had a very rough start, they're coming in clutch now. Fnatic had a 0-2 week with one more game this week, so I think a lot of the especially middle teams can kind of clutch it out and make it a bit higher up in the seeding, so to say. But honestly, I mean, K-Corp of course on the bottom still, but they picked up their last win at least.
Yeah. No pressure, finally a win, Aragon, and I feel like it's the best shape we saw from KC so far. I mean, not too difficult, we didn't see that much from them, but this was a good game, and especially picking this one against SK. We see the fans, they were happy yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it everywhere, right? In the stadium, on the tweets. I don't know, you could see definitely just how much it means to them, especially like their coach Yamato. I think he just tweeted a huge thing. I'm super happy for them.
They will have a lot of weeks, unfortunately, to make sure that things are right at the beginning of Spring Split, but I want to take a look at the schedule that we're going to have today, because in the first game, we should know, theoretically, if GX wins, who will be the last team joining the playoffs. Rogue versus GX. I don't know what to expect from this one. I feel like we saw more from GX. Treats, we'll talk about this match later, of course, but early takes on how things should play out.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of impressed by Giant Neck's mid-game yesterday. Playing against the Fiddlesticks Nocturne, kind of dangerous combo. I think they found their footing very well in the mid-game, and they played a better mid-game than they have all split long, so I think they're coming into today's game with a lot of confidence. Yeah,
and just to build on that, I think they've shown serious improvement, right? Because a mid-game, like you were highlighting, doing really well, was something that was struggling with last week and the weeks before that, so really nice to see.
When I look at the rest of the games today, of course, they will have standings implication and seeding for the rest of the playoffs. But I'm just wondering, what is the mindset that you have, Aragon, when you come into today? Do you want to try stuff maybe before playoffs? And I don't know. I feel like we have been creative on the set of teams lately. I'm just wondering if we can see some spice in the drafts.
Yeah, the person I want to see most spice from is Marcoon, right? I think, especially in this first game, Marcoon has looked a little bit sad to watch compared to last year, where I think he was really popping off. So I really want to see him, bring some spice to the draft maybe, and the gameplay in the early game.
I think it's the last day where we want to see something solid from all the teams heading into playoffs, of course, Treats.
Yeah, of course. I mean, all the teams, I think some teams definitely want to hide some strategies they have cooked up for playoffs. Obviously, with the patch also changing next week, it's kind of everything is up in the air then. You don't really know what the meta will be, but at least for today, hope that everyone goes out with a bang.
We'll soon preview the epic showdown, of course, between Rogue and Giant X will be the first game. But first, let's hear from a friend who's on the other side of the world now.
Fnatic, the confidence to make that kind of a play.
Oh! Dodged the petrifying gaze from Perks! He stared the other ADK right in the eyes and said, get the hell back to mid lane.
Hello LEC, Reckless here from Seoul, Korea in the T1 building. I just wanted to send you guys a warm message during your winter split and wish you the very best moving forward. To all the teams, to all the fans, it's been super exciting to watch your games, maybe more exciting than ever. So yeah, just wanted to send you a warm message. I think the first week has been pretty good with T1. I would like to believe that the success of my time here is not defined by winning or losing. So even though we've had a tough start, I would like to look at this time very positively because it is a big challenge for me to come here and a big challenge for my teammates to play with a foreign player. So I would like to say that the process is going well, everyone is happy, everyone is trying their best, and that is everything that matters. So results will come, we will work hard every day to show the best performance possible to our fans and to everyone watching, and then the results will come. So far during my stay in Korea, we have pretty much only been playing. I prefer it that way anyway because I believe that this is a very crucial time in our experience as a team. Down the line, there's going to be a lot of games to play, a lot of important matches to go through, maybe more important than the ones we're going through right now. But I think this starting phase that we have together as a team is super important. So I prefer just working as hard as possible, spending as much time with the game as possible because we need to find our identity as a team. I've actually watched all of LEC so far. I think, as I mentioned before, it's one of the most exciting splits ever. And it's really fun to watch all of the games, even the ones that before maybe wouldn't matter as much. It's really fun to watch, partly because of the format and partly because of the new organizations and mostly the fans, I would say, actually in the stadium. It's making it super hyped. So I've watched everything and I think it's super interesting to follow the LEC, maybe more interesting than the previous times I was not participating. So making my schedule a little bit later than I would like it to be because the games are played during our night time. So I'm staying up quite late to catch those games, but yeah, really happy with how LEC has been progressing, which teams are part of the league and the players that are there, so really exciting to follow as a fan. I think I preferred support in the old game because I feel like in the new game it is hard to dominate the lane the same way as you could before. I feel like before, if you were really good, then you could just completely make the enemy out of the game. But now there is many options to gank or to roam, and it's hard to track where everyone is going because of the new map layout and all the brushes that are everywhere. So my feeling is that it's easier to keep yourself in the game even if you're having a bad time in the laning phase. And I feel like I am a player that thrives in the laning phase because I can use my AD carry skills on the support role. But I actually prefer the new game overall. I think it's really fun with new items and a new feel to the game. So I welcome it with open arms and will do my very best to become the best version of myself. Thank you guys for supporting our team here in Korea. It's been crazy to see all of the fan reception here in Seoul, but also online with breaking records and just so much interest, and I really appreciate that feeling that I get from all of you guys because it is quite lonely here, and knowing that so many people support me just makes me want to do my very best until the last Nexus falls. So thank you very much for all of the support. I wish you guys the best in the games that's coming up this weekend, and see you guys around. Bye bye.
Amazing to hear from Reckless. This was recorded earlier this week, of course, as Reckless and T1 Academy won their first game earlier today. Reckless, congratulations on picking up this one. It's amazing to see a Western player first playing in the LCK Challengers rather, but also Reckless because I know how much it meant for him to play in this side of the world. So yeah,
it's really cool, and he got the win on Janna as well.
Yeah, I know.
It's kind of,
be.
It's poetic almost in a way. It was really fun. Me and Aragon were watching the games in the green room, and Reckless honestly has played really well so far. I think his top side has been struggling a bit, but bot lane, him and Smash have been doing pretty well. So it's really fun to watch.
Also, cooking up some picks, right? We saw Rumble support, I believe, with Varus support with Rumble AD carry. Absolutely, you know, the confidence to pull that out when they're 0-4.
I wish him well, honestly, and I really want to see what is going to become of this T1 Academy lineup because things did not go well for them at all in LCK Challengers last year. So we'll see what happened for our Swedish player in the rest of the year. But first things first, let's focus on the LCK and the first match that we have on our hands, because if GX wins against Rogue the first one, they're in the playoffs. Although, if Rogue wins here, they will unlock themselves a tiebreaker at the end of the day in the hope of reaching the 8th place here to join the playoffs. Guys, what do we think of this matchup? We saw Giant X yesterday against Mad Lions Koi. really explosive and more decisive than they've been so far. What can we expect from this game, Aragon?
I think the biggest thing to take away from yesterday, at least, compared to the previous weeks, is that they've improved a lot, right? Both teams, actually, not just one of them. So it might not be as clear as you'd expect. Most people, I imagine, are going to vote the Giant X way, right? But Giant X and, what's the team called, sorry?
Yeah.
Giant X have shown that, you know, their mid game is fixed, right? Looking at the flanks, that was something they were struggling with. They would come out with early leads, but in the mid game, they're team fighting. I remember the game versus Fnatic. It just wasn't going well. They were trying to play front-to-back compositions with flanks, and it just didn't work out.
Yeah, and on the side of Rogue, I think they obviously know the scaling game, they know the Corki, they know the Azir, the slow gameplay, so to say. I think we want to see a bit more explosiveness. They tried yesterday with Blitzcrank and Kalista and kind of this aggressive playstyle. But when the mid game hits, they kind of fell asleep once again. So as you said before, Marcoon, I think he needs an aggressive champ that he can kind of pop off early game on and actually see them have a very successful early game, because I feel like we haven't really seen them come out in mid game with a big goal lead.
And that's what I'm wondering here, Aragon, because when I see the game that Rogue had yesterday and the fact that they had to challenge BDS in the early stages of the game, otherwise you get just steamroll against a team like this, do they have more tricks up their sleeves here today coming against Giant X, or did we see everything they had yesterday?
Honestly, when it comes to tricks, I just want them to play a more solid game of League of Legends. I think Larson and Segenda specifically have been struggling more often than not. Comp and Zoelis also, and the way they work together with Marcoon too. All these flaws come together, and you know, sometimes they do well early game, like with yesterday, but then they bottle it when, you know, to be fair, they lost to BDS, our best team, but they did actually a lot better today than last week.
Yeah, and I think coming into this kind of last game where it's do or die for them, I think obviously yesterday they really wanted the win as well, but they did play against BDS. Now I think they have, on paper at least, an easier opponent, so it's kind of all or nothing here for Rogue. And obviously we just don't want to see them play a scaling game and lose out in that fashion. We want to see them come on with a lot of energy and kind of a lot of pressure in the game, and I think that's also going to make them kind of a better team, because they've just been kind of cruising in the split, just playing their own kind of slow style. So we want to see a bit more from them for sure.
The format is hard, of course, and they've suffered from it, I feel, but I'm always wondering, when you come in a situation like this, you have two types of teams. The ones that are going to thrive under pressure because they're facing eliminations, or the ones that actually are going to crumble under pressure. But when I see the veterancy on this side of Rogue, the fact that some of these players actually won championship, I kind of want to believe in them, but it's going to come to how they come together in game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my eyes are on Larson, right? He's the veteran. He's the one that's won championships on this Rogue roster the entire time. So definitely him. How he works with Marcoon, right? Going forward, that's what I want to see.
Yeah, and as well, I think with the pressure, as you said, Laura, there's more pressure on Rogue, because Giant X, in theory, could lose this one and then win the tiebreaker and still make it to playoffs, whereas Rogue only has one chance. This game, they have to win against Giant X to make it to playoffs, and that puts a lot of pressure on them kind of to have a very strong early game and have this very dominant performance. And when the pressure is on, as you said, it's just up to who will perform. There's a lot of veteran players, and we need to see them step up today.
What would be your predictions here before we head into draft?
I think I'm going to go the way of Giant X. They've look a lot more inspired when it comes to the gameplay. Yeah, I think they're definitely going to take it today.
And we have 75% of the viewers on X who have selected Giant X.
Not surprising, I think.
Yeah, not surprising, I think. Treats, what would you think? I would think you're...
Yeah, I mean, I would also have to lean towards Giant X. I don't think it's 75%. I would maybe say like 60-40 in that range. I think Giant X just kind of, coming in from the game yesterday, I do have more kind of confidence in them, and with their mid game being better, I do favor them in this matchup as well.
We will head into the draft soon, actually, as the players are gearing up on stage. And here, when I see these two teams, the fact that it took quite a bit of time for Giant X to find their groove, Rogue still trying to find it, I would expect standard draft here and nothing too crazy.
When it comes to draft, I just hope they don't go back to their old roots, you know, where they were playing triple scaling lanes with nothing to work with, and Marcoon, you know, just playing power farming and struggling early. I hope they stick to what they did yesterday with, you know, proactivity, ability to play through lanes, and Marcoon, and priorities as well.
Yeah, I think on the side of Giant X, I think it will be interesting to see, because as I said, they kind of have two lifelines, so to say. So I think in this first game, it will be interesting to see how aggressive they go in draft, if they want to meet this kind of style that Rogue showed yesterday, or if they will just kind of go for a comfort and just hope that they will outscale Rogue in kind of their own game. So that's kind of the angle I'm looking for.
We haven't mentioned it, but we were just looking at Peach right now, who had a phenomenal game yesterday, getting the player of the game, if I remember correctly. I think him versus Markun, who wants to find space in the early game, is going to be a matchup to look forward to. But yeah, jungle has not been really, no, I don't want to say not interesting, but the picks are more often the same. So yeah, it's going to play on how they execute the jungle here. Issue with chair, it's fine. They can replace.
Surely.
And the draft will start shortly here. Jackie is also, as we see him, I don't think we've talked a lot about him and how he's slowly working towards consistency. That's the issue with rookies. They're going to give the best and the worst, but
definitely throughout these weeks, I think Jackie's has been, you know, a point, kind of a controversy. He does well sometimes, but sometimes he'll play against Perks and go down 30 CS in 10 minutes, right? So for sure, I'd like to see him be consistent. I think he was incredibly good on like champions like the Nico, so maybe looking for stuff like the Xin Nico, right?
Yeah, he's a very good playmaker, I would say. As you said, Laurie suffered a bit in lane as well, but it will be interesting to see against Larson, where I think Larson is a very good laner. On these mages, he often gets CS leads. It's just kind of the impact on the map that's missing from Rogue. I think they have 5 players, which in theory are all good by themselves, but they're not the greatest at helping their teammates out. So I want to see a comp from Rogue, which is kind of easy to execute, but also has that early game pressure, because they can't just draft 3 scaling lanes and hope for best in this matchup against GINX.
nothing too surprising here, Aragon.
No, I wonder if we'll see the standard, you know, LCK kind of thing, where we first pick Maokai, Lucian Milio kind of trade.
Ash is open as well, which is something they played in the past as well. That's what I'm looking towards.
Banning the Corki, taking the Azir. This one is personal, Larson.
Yeah, this is getting Larson on his other comfort pick, Oriana. Azir first pick.
Yeah,
with
expected
out.
first pick here.
Yeah, that's also completely fine. Ash is still open, as I said. I think that's a pretty good pickup here. You can pick Ash early and then flex it both AD carry and support and hold the other role until R5.
Vi is up as well. You know, you could do an AD carry, Ash Vi kind of combination, Ash Rel as well, or the LeBlanc into the Azir, something we've seen pop up in the eastern regions.
Yeah, I wonder if it will be AD or AP. We saw Caps obviously play AD, and yesterday was played AP, so it'll be interesting to see.
Jackie's found a lot of space on LeBlanc as well. I think there was the whole fiddlestick stop composition,
really well,
and he was tracking the fiddlesticks really well with the champion, and we know that Larson is really good on it. Rakan.
Comfort pick for Zoelis. I've said this to you as well in the past, Laura. I think that Zoelis kind of sometimes picks Rakan to kind of be a master of all trades, but he's just kind of lacking the early impact. So I would like to see him on something more aggressive, but Rakan is locked in, and obviously now Maokai is still open, as you said, Aragon.
Yeah, they've got to decide here whether or not they secure their AD carry, which has already been pinched, or they counterpick into the Rakan and make sure that support doesn't get pinched as well. So stuff like the Rel works here, or they could just secure their
full
tank from front to back.
Yeah, I mean, full topside is fine, because I think there's so many counterpicks into the Rakan. You can play stuff like the Renata, you can play hook champs. Norris picked last second here for Odoamne. Also kind of a comfort pick for him, but yeah, there's a lot of counters to Rakan, so I think securing full topside and kind of the comfort there is also completely fine.
And I still feel like if you want to blind top early, Gnar still stays one of the most viable options for this. We haven't seen the champion too much so far, though.
Yeah, not too much. I think it's been popping up recently. I think the big problem with Gnar that he had was that initially people weren't sure if his items were good enough, but this might be a Jace into a Gnar. It's a famous counter pick.
Yeah, it's a Shigenda classic as well. He loves kind of playing these matchups, which is very aggressive. So it's interesting to see now. It's going to be fun to see what GINX is cooking up in the bot lane. As I said, there's a lot of picks into the Rakan. Right now, there's a lot of kind of range from Rogue. They don't have a lot of direct engage. It's only the Rakan so far. So I think GINX kind of need to either outrange them or go for the engage. I personally think Ignar is a really good playmaker, so I would like to see him on something like the Blitzcrank or something like the Nautilus. But the Milio is already banned out from Rogue, so they don't want to deal with getting outranged and out-healed.
Yeah, so typically your answers into the Rakan are outranging, right? Or engaging with like Nautilus, champions like this. So pinching the support pool is pretty nice, denying that Lucian Milio type deal. I think Ash rises up in priority because neither team have their AD carries. Which team would you rather?
I mean, I don't think Comp is looking for the Ash right now. I think Ash Rakan is kind of weak and very susceptible to Maokai kind of engaging on them both in early and mid game.
Isn't just Xayah? Oh, it's banned. There we go.
Yep, Xayah's gone. So I mean, Comp likes champions like the Jhin, for example. Fits well with Jace for the long range poke. I don't expect him to pick there. I expect him to pick jungle on 4 pick here for Rogue and save the AD carry until last, and then maybe he cooks up something like the Jhin. As for jungle, there's a lot of champs still open. Xin Zhao is banned, obviously. Maokai is picked away, so there's still Jarvan, there's still Vi, obviously. That's kind of the premier picks here. Sejuani is also another champ, which is pretty good in this situation.
Yeah. Typically, you also want to pair off LeBlanc with stuff that you can use the setup for. Stuff like Lee Sin, right, is an old school combo, but I don't think this is going to be the angle. You want AD mids that you can play through when it comes to Lilia. Yeah.
Rel is always fine,
Makes
yeah.
more sense, yeah.
Rel can kind of do everything. Solid early game, like good level 3 ganks, good grub take, kind of an all-around well-designed champ and well-rounded champ.
Denying the jinx from comp? I like it. I was wondering if they would go for the classic Draven plus something.
I would like to see some engage from Giant because they're kind of a slow comp right now. It's only Maokai that has pressure. So something like the Alistar is completely fine into Rakan. You're not really abusing it in lane, but you can at least roam and kind of match other lanes.
I really like the Jhin with the Maokai because it gives you a lot of follow-up, right? With that range, you can always throw on the W onto saplings and catch people off guard with the snare, so that could give some options for the engage like you're talking about.
The Jhin would be an angle for sure. Not the greatest pairing with the Alistar here. I think comp wants the Jhin more than Patrick in this situation. Patrick has a pretty deep champion pool, so something like the Draven could just be picked for lane dominance here. Ashe is still open and very strong, so...
And I think that's a good pick.
Yeah, some more CC in the comp, always nice. I would be pretty surprised if we don't see Jhin picked here for comp.
Yeah.
Just playing 2 screens away, never letting the Alistar combo you.
I don't see Lucian working on a standalone pick here with the options that are bad.
Ooh.
Nilla.
Looks like a pretty tricky Nilla game,
we
though.
knew Patrick's Nilla, but yeah, it doesn't seem like the best angle for Nilla pick when you have Alistar.
Okay, little Ziggs. Zeri, that's a throwback. That is a throwback.
Wait a minute, I think it's the
champ.
first Zeri we have. It has to be the first one we have this year in Europe, of course. When you look at the two composition here, how do you think they're going to play into each other? We said that we should focus on the early game and Rogue should follow the pace, I think that Giant X is going to set, but what do you expect here?
I mean, I think that Rogue early game bot lane is very scaling. I think mid lane also doesn't have a lot of kill pressure. Most of the focus will be on top lane, I think, for this early game. I think whoever kind of gets the advantage on top will have a natural advantage in the game. I expect bot lane to be kind of farming and chilling. Same for mid lane. Larson, after he gets level 6, can also roam and help out his bot lane, so most of the focus on top lane for the early game, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's potential just to one-shot the Gnar, like in mini Gnar form with that Jace full hammer form combo. As well as mid lane, you also have a lot of setup. You have the LeBlanc counter pick into the Azir, and later on, you can also play for the side with LeBlanc, because no one can really answer it.
Well, reminder here, a win will secure Giant X a spot in the Winter playoffs. Let's see if they can pull it off, or if Rogue gets to fight another day.
Thank you, Laura. I'm Dracos, joined by Vedius for this first and incredibly important game. We'll kick off the day. You heard it from Laura. This is it. This is essentially the do-or-die matchup. If Rogue are able to win here, we will see a tailbreaker later in the day. If Giant X are able to win, well, then they're just through. Cut and dry, nice and simple, no tiebreakers. It'll be battles for seeding for the rest of the day.
So let's hope we get some bangers. You had some great games yesterday.
That's right. Some great long games that I really loved casting for 50 minutes. It was great. No, but actually those games were fantastic. I hope we get more here. Gonna have to find out as we get to game 1. Load on to Summoner's Rift. Rogue, gotta say, call out right away. This composition, very different from what we've seen in yesterday's game. Yesterday was a lot of scaling. Is Peach walking up here? It's gonna be forced flash safety. Nice use of the chains. Rakan, dash in, going right back out. So flash for flash. Peach for Zoalisa's flash.
Yeah, I really think Zoalise overestimated how much damage they had there.
Yeah, hype in the moment,
The moment that the chain connected, I understand why Peach got a little bit worried. So his flash makes sense to me, but then Zoalise was like, you know what, no. Well, I mean, the reason why he flashed was because he committed to the play and then realized, hang on a second, there's no follow-up here. So either way, exchange of flashes. Perhaps Rogue can look to try and take advantage of this. Rel, not the best counter jungler.
Yeah, that's kind of the tough thing, right? If there's a Xin on the other team, you're kind of scared for Peach, but bit of a slow fight here overall if they do find each other in the jungle. We'll see, though, if inversely, if Giant X are able to punish Zoalise on the bottom side, now that he is flashed, so this might limit some of his engage, but level 1 you still expect to favor the Rakan as there's some aggressive trading in mid lane. LeBlanc for Larson with Electrocute. Don't think we're seeing a Voltaic Cyclosword here. I like that we're getting more AP LeBlanc coming through.
I mean, 2020... What year are we? 2024? 2020? It was 2022 Worlds in New York.
All right. Back to the future.
Rogue,
what year are we?
Yeah. Was it 2020? I'm sure it was 2020. Were we in New York in 2022? We were, right? Yeah. That was the one where Rogue had a nail-biter of a game against Top Esports, where we actually got to see Larson's LeBlanc come out. and he was popping off. Probably the best LeBlanc game I've ever seen from Larssen. So I'm excited to see him back on it again. I hope that we get to see that same level of performance. But yeah, traditionally you associate Larssen with these control mages. Orianna, Azir, used to be a big-time Victor player as well.
Definitely a big-time Corki player in the current meta. As Marcoon rounding into mid lane here in the brush.
Jackie's.
Oh, he does place the ward. The sidestep! Jackie's is clean with it, but surely they've got enough damage to just finish off the kill here. Hail of Blades comes out. It was not clean, but it was successful, and that's all that matters in a do-or-die game. Shigenda and Ottawamne continuing to trade top, but a solid first blood for Rogue.
I mean, Jackie's played about as well as he could there. Really nice back and forth sidestepping. But yeah, face check in the brush. I thought that he was just going to die then and there.
We'll kind of keep you updated as we have more information on the old pause. An opportunity to take a break as we sort through what happened there. It is a live show, so unfortunately we won't be able to roll back that gank and redo it so it looks better. But again, they got the kill, and that's what matters.
I mean, it was unfortunate. I can't double check what skills Larssen had, and I don't remember if he used his W or his Q. I'm pretty sure he took W, but he already started with his E.
Yeah, we know E was there. E was a part of the equation.
He needed to make sure that he landed it, and the easy setup there is that, I mean, the beauty of ganking a LeBlanc is she either lands chains, which then makes it easier for the follow-up from the jungler, or the jungler has CC, which then guarantees the chains, right?
Yeah, I really love that they gave an assassin a way to assist in ganks. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Are there any other ones that do that?
Yeah, Ari.
Yeah. Silas.
Yeah.
All those champions have been historically
That's
very
usually
balanced.
why you'll always hear like, oh yeah, Lee Sin, Jarvan, Viego, they're all really good with Ari, LeBlanc, things that can just set up the gank for you. But yeah, Larssen does find first blood. Great way to start a game under LeBlanc, already with a 400 gold lead. This is something that we needed to see from Rogue in this game. I think that with their composition, when you want to try and take advantage more of these side lanes.
I have an update on the pause.
Oh, yeah.
It was an issue with Marcoon's keyboard. It has been resolved. We've gotten back into game. Or we are getting back into game. We haven't gotten there yet, I swear. You may notice that Peach doesn't have his hands on the keyboard, so it would be concerning if we were already in game. Now we are heading back into game. Was a small keyboard issue. Wasn't his hands, folks. Keyboard related. Not sure exactly what happened there, but again, they got the gank, so it does not matter. Ignar hovering around here.
Imagine if that was the tech. You have a play that goes so horrendous, like your dive goes really bad, and like,
keyboard.
Like keyboard issue.
Fast track to make sure your team never gets a peripheral sponsor ever.
Just a record, that is not what happened here.
Yeah. Is a keyboard issue resolved? Help of our wonderful staff on stage there. Larssen just continues to trade. Again, he hasn't spent his money yet, but he still has TP, so every trade he makes here is going to feel good because he can just back and come back to lane full health.
Yep. It's a great position to be in when you're not forced to back early. Obviously, he doesn't have any health pots right now, but neither does Jackie's, which is why the best thing he can do is actually get as many trades as possible. So as you already said, he can go back to base, TP back into lane, and then he'll be fully stocked and ready to go.
Excellent situation as Peach hovering in the jungle here. Again, this is not a 1v1 in the jungle where you expect a lot of kill pressure from either side. It's going to be a lot more about who can hit camps better, who can smite these away. Peach currently with an XP advantage. Marcoon did use a lot of time going for that mid lane gank. Peach will now start the objective. Larssen first on the roam over. Peach likely to just have to concede the camp here. We'll try to contest with smite. Peach no flash from before as well. What is he doing? He's got no business being there. He knows Larssen is free to maneuver.
That was a mistake. Nothing really. Can't chalk that one up to a keyboard, my friend.
I'm wondering if they didn't see Larssen TP back to lane.
In his head, maybe he thinks that Ignar's calming and he's on his way, but then as he's on his way, Zoelis is also interfering from the bot side of the map, but maybe he underestimated the damage. Marcoon doing the wraparound, looking for another gank. But I mean, yeah, fair play. Well done from Larssen and Marcoon.
Punish Peach's lack of flash.
Yep. I mean,
that's great. This is great textbook early game League of Legends. I like what we're seeing.
That's what you need to be doing with the LeBlanc. Yeah, really leverage that early power. Level 5 now for Larssen. Already the Hextech Alternator picked up, giving him a decent amount of early game damage.
Yeah, Larssen in position now to take over the game, especially with the red buff. Can harass, has a bit of extra sustain in lane as well. Obviously,
that is nice.
Set up to take over. We'll see what he can do. Jackie's wandering up first as he does have push.
I'm surprised they're allowed to do this, because I feel like the Larssen could have just wandered over. His wave is in a fine spot, bit of a freeze.
Bot lane pushed in and Ignar reset, so I'm thinking that they have assumed that Ignar's in the area.
Yeah, very likely.
Ignar is now in mid lane, so it was the right call maybe not to overcommit on the play at the very least. And I feel like with Voidgrove's video, I don't know what your read is so far on what we've seen in pro play, is like, as long as you can be there for the second spawn to make sure someone doesn't get 5 or 6, you don't really care. They're not super
also,
impactful.
I think that it's fine to just give up the Voidgroves. I think they're a nice thing to have.
Yeah.
But I don't think that they're so game-breaking. It's the same thing as like giving up the Drake, right? It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
But in an ideal world, Rogue would have loved to have crossed out the Drake. Unfortunately, they were not able to do so. So Giants, they do find themselves at a bit of a goal deficit. A lot of that's sitting on the mid laner right now. Larssen in a very comfortable position. Really going to accelerate this LeBlanc in the game. Heading into that mid game is where AP LeBlanc is exceptionally powerful. Later on into the game, she becomes harder to play, because when people are stacked up, grouped up, when there's a lot more resistances, it's harder to play that sort of like, I can just go in you whenever you want. Instead, you become this like poke mage where you kind of sit in the fog of war, you'll dash over the wall, try and chunk someone out and then dash back. And it becomes a little bit harder to become that assassin unless you can kind of take advantage of chaotic fights in the late game. But I'm really excited to see, we already talked about Larssen back on the champion since Worlds.
So Elise cut out there a bit. Patrick just laying down the slow. Peach coming in from behind. You saw the Raptors stole a moment ago. And for now, quiet on the bottom side, just fighting over the control ward. Marcoon feeling confident to start that one up. Zoelis now caught out. Excellent chains you see thus far. Knockback to deny the battle dance out to safety. Clean play from Giant X. Zoelis overconfident.
Oh, very quick to punish that play. Like the engage from him. Flashes in, gets the knockup, able to get the knockback as a result. And at the very least, Giant X are back on the board, but Larssen with this pressure in mid lane, chipping away the HP power of Jackies.
It's 7.5 minutes and he has a 1.1k individual gold lead. That's a solo queue terror LeBlanc right there.
Good news for Rogue though is that they're going to start this dragon off because the reset is going to come through from Peach. Big opportunity to get their first objective on the map. Jackie's delayed his back, does have the TP, but Larssen really nice. Won't connect the chains. Nice slide there from Jackie's to avoid that. Still though, getting chipped away at, doesn't have any HP bots, so every time Larssen gets these trades, it just adds to the kill pressure in mid.
Yeah, crucially, just holding Prio there, making it so easy for Marcoon to start that objective. They lost the kill on bottom side. Zoelis respawns, comes back, and still Rogue are able to hold on to pressure, take that Drake. You know, yes, they gave up grubs on the top side of the map, but I don't think it matters too much. Comp is sitting pretty in this lane. And while Zeri has been hit across so many different patches, still a late game terror if she's allowed to thrive. And I think an Ashen and Nazir are going to struggle to lock that champion down, especially when they also have to worry about a very fed LeBlanc.
I'd really love to see Rogue actually use this pressure in mid-top. I think that the best situation for their composition is to unlock the Jace and the LeBlanc so that they can be this multi-side lane threat and you can play on multiple points of pressure. Right now, Shigenda has a very small advantage. We heard the Des talking about how the good old days, it used to be a pretty good answer into the Gnar. And Shigenda doing his best to take advantage of that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I loved Jace when Eclipse used to give kind of the Omni Vamp. It just felt like you had an item that did everything for you. As a first item spike, let you get over that tier. Now, obviously, the Thauti is much stronger early, which Shigenda can try and put to good use, but the lack of reliable sustain items can make some of these extended laning phases a bit harder. But as you can see from both health bars, neither one particularly interested in playing the PvP game, mostly just focusing on wave control there.
Marcoon on the hunt once again. Has his eyes on mid. Jackie's is a little low, going to be spotted out by the sapling though. But Jackie's going to be forced to back off this tower.
Chain connects.
Larssen
Peach right there. Larssen bringing him Maokai all the way back. Ulti coming in as well. Larssen dashing to safety. Nice interrupt on the dash coming from Peach. Slowly but surely walking him down. Can he get away from the tree? The answer should be yes or no. That's a shutdown. Cooldown coming up just in time.
That was a really nice play from Peach. He's able to get the follow-up W, but then he ults immediately, saving onto his Q until later on. Even though Larssen flashes away, the smite applying the slow means that Peach can just catch up and secure himself a kill. Nice shutdown.
Yeah.
In an ideal world, you'd love to hand that over to Jackie's.
Which I think was the setup they were going for, but Peach...
But hey, if you can get a kill, you can get a kill. Now you guarantee yourself the grub.
Oh, Marcoon now coming in.
Is it guaranteed?
Just need one more grub. They get the 5 grub buff. 5 guys, not gonna happen. Marcoon looking for the engage instead. Zoli's now ready to follow up instantly. 2 members taken down. Massive burst coming in from Jace. The follow-up there as Comp comes over the wall. Instant ulti. Rogue dominate the topside exchange, and they're getting the grubs as well.
Rogue is looking to make that tiebreaker happen. Larson back out onto the map very quickly, use the TP, and they're able to contest these grubs. They get 2 for themselves, deny the 5. But nice engage there from Rogue. I thought it was going to be uncontested. Giant X not quite having the numbers or the damage really to go for that fight, and Larson ends up picking up another kill off the back of that exchange.
Yeah. And I think the thing that Giant X have to be kind of nervous about is that Rogue's comp snowballs so well, especially in these skirmishes. If they get a lead, if they start a fight off favorably, they delete your entire composition before Giant X can really set up any lines of scrimmage. You see here the instant engage, Jace burst follow-up, LeBlanc double dash. There's nothing you can do.
Ignar was a little isolated. I'm surprised that he didn't Hex Flash over the wall. I thought that they would try and go for the rel that was trapped inside the pit, but I guess they realized the collapse was coming through. They immediately tried to disengage, and that ended up being their undoing. 5 kills now in favor of Rogue. Setting up for the Dragon, spawning in about 1:20.
And Vetty, do you remember when you said that like LeBlanc gets harder to play in later games? You know, people get more damage, you have to be more cautious and safe.
Yeah.
I don't know if that applies when you're 1.5k ahead individually.
No, it doesn't at this point. No. Like
he just jumps in.
When I say later into the game, I don't mean like 15 minutes. That's
well,
when LeBlanc's playground. You know? She's like...
I'm just saying that in a world where Zeta actually has 1.5 items, maybe she has to be scared already. But right now she just runs in. She decides, okay, do I want this chain to complete? Do I not? She takes her time. Arrow so close. Which again, stays cool, stays calm, stays collected, will back away.
This is the enigma of Rogue, man. Like, you think you've got this
yeah,
impression
and then they
of them,
play
and then
G2 and they win.
Yeah.
They lose a bunch of games in not very exciting fashion, and then they show up against GX when it matters most.
Yep. It's Rogue time, baby.
Yeah, but what time is Rogue time? I'm trying to figure it out.
We're still trying to figure that out. But if I understand this correctly, if they win, they will need to play another game against Giant X later.
Last slot, end of the day. So both teams are going to be here all day. It's going to be intense. You're going to be stressed. You're going to be watching other teams play, but knowing you need to focus on the match ahead of you, it's a lot of pressure.
It's going to be a tough day for sure.
And it's good that they have the luxury to play their game first and to know and to just have that answer, have that finality. But I imagine.
But also, it's just remember that Giant X is the culmination of the Giants organization and XL.
Yeah.
XL was the organization last year, 10th.
Then Miracle Run,
and then
all the way to the top.
In summer into 2nd place, yeah. But Orome doesn't want to be bottom 2 again. He'd really like to just get into the top 8, play some best of 3s. He's not ready to go on holiday.
Knock back there. Excellent route, good setup, nice flashback. She's getting to live for a little bit of time here, but the ulti from Ignar just making him unkillable, making sure they can tank that tower and finish the job.
And Giant X is definitely not out of this game just yet. Obviously, they find themselves in a very difficult position right now. But they just need to keep finding these picks, finding what gold they can. Because when we get to the late game fights, that is where I think Giant X's comp can really shine. They have great range, they have great pick potential, they have a great front to back, and they can make it really difficult if they can force Rogue to group.
Yeah.
Giant X is going to be in a good position, but that's kind of where the dance comes in this early game. With the lead that Rogue have, they kind of get to force Giant to play to their tune.
Absolutely do. And I think based on what we saw in the Mad Lions Koi game yesterday, Giant X, when they have a win condition that they can play towards, are very disciplined. They were disciplined against the Fiddle. They did not give those angles of attack. Yes, they slipped up once or twice, but for the most part, very clean around respecting what the opposing composition can do. And they're going to need to do the same thing here because, especially if if Rogue are able to knock down this tier 1 tower, set up more deep vision in Giant X's jungle. I mean, if you thought Larson was scary already, he gets 5 times scarier when he can just sit in Fog of War and threaten to one-shot anybody.
Oh, for sure. They're going for a bit of a nice trade. Ignar on the roam, as we often know him for, whether it be in NA or EU. His style remains very much the way of Ignar.
Do you know, I think this is the first Infernal Rift I've seen all week in my games. Really? I've cast 8 of the 10 games that have happened so far. I did not see a single Infernal Rift yesterday.
I don't remember, man. Dragons are not something I keep track of. That's a very LCK
normally
thing.
Normally I don't. I know. I shout out to Atlas, by the way, while we're here. But it's the Cinders. The Cinders are the only reason I can remember that the Infernal Rift happens. It's the first time I've seen them all weekend.
How very Dark Souls of you.
Yeah, true.
Jackie's getting chunked very low. Peach here to try and cover. And he kind of has to because of the damage coming out from Larson. but the pressure is on. Top side of the map fully in control of Rogue, bot side of the map going well for Giant X. odoamne really starting to find his footing, even though he finds himself a bit behind in gold. The only gold advantage that Giant X really have right now is in Peach.
Nice bit of move speed. odoamne just want to commit for the play here.
Ignar is just hovering. He's making Jigenda's life miserable. Zoelise has arrived to alleviate some of that pressure, but the health disparity is very significant.
Yeah, odoamne can just walk up and take this tower. Doesn't really have to worry about too much. Jigenda can't afford to stick around. You'd have to completely outplay to come out alive in that scenario, and when there's an Alistair there, you know, he can point click you. There's not a lot of room to outplay as Larssen just continues to harass. Again, Larsen's still, I think, one of the strongest points on the map. This 1-3-1 you would expect over time to favor Rogue pretty heavily. And while in the bottom lane, odoamne is doing well, the actual bottom lane for Giant X is still a little bit behind here. 900 gold, definitely not insignificant.
I mean, Patrick's nearly 2 levels down.
Yeah.
You can see the little pink bars on the icons on your screen. That indicates, next to the champion portraits, I should say, the XP of the champ. And there you go, Comp going to tick over to level 11 while Patrick's still sitting at level 9. And I praised Ignar for his roams. Zoelise has to have left Comp pretty much isolated for him to have this kind of experience advantage.
I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, the support experience is pretty comparable, right?
Right.
Even a tiny bit more for Ignar, yes, which accounts for some of it, but when you look obviously at the left side of your screen, you can see Patrick pretty far behind, which means that maybe some of the lane assignment's not great or that he's been forced to recall on unoptimal wave states. Definitely difficult as it results in both an XP and steadily growing gold difference between the two players.
I love how Rogue is just playing the map right now. They're using Larssen as the point of pressure. They move him to top lane. They provide support with vision. They move to bot lane. Now look at all this vision that's set up. They have full control over their own bot side jungle, making sure there's no potential flanks. They make sure they have information on the river. And then also you have Marcoon just shadowing, hovering around that side of the map, making sure that Larssen feels safe, feels secure, to keep that pressure up and to keep threatening these towers. He's looking to secure another outer tower and also sets them up very nicely for the dragon, spawning in about a minute's time. This wave, Jackie's, the thing about showing on a ward there is it's all about the pressure. Marcoon is here, Jackie's knows that his jungler is not. He is forced to back off, another objective secured. So Rogue playing a very patient style, but playing around their point of strength very, very well. And it looks like Larsen's just going to go for a death cap second.
And you got to respect it. A lot of squishy members on the opposite side. odoamne going for some laning-focused items in the Trinity Force, so also won't be super tanky here. Barrel to get used on the bottom side, and Rogue are in absolute control of this game. Really hard for Giant X to respond. They're trying to put more resources on the bottom side, looking for an angle, looking for a response here as odoamne knocks down the top lane tower, just making sure the tier 2 doesn't drop. But Jackie's is incredibly low. Only 19 seconds left for the Infernal. Malkail going out, not quite going to catch Larssen, but they will get the flash before the fight. That could be big, but Giant X don't really have an angle to approach the pit from.
Using that ultimate this early means that, as you rightly said, it's going to be that much harder to force your way into the river. odoamne is here, trying to clear out some of this vision. Giant X do not want to concede this objective. This is the 3rd dragon of the game.
Another wave coming in mid. If they lose this fight, they're going to lose mid lane as well.
Oh no, he does! He actually picks up the death cap.
That is an 18-minute death cap. Almost 19.
Well, now this is really important how Rogue play the fight. If you just play a front to back, I find that Giant X have the advantage.
Keep your eyes on Odo. Arrow not going to connect as big, but it forces the team back. But Giant X aren't doing a lot of damage to the objective here. They're not really focusing on the dragon. Larssen coming over the wall, looking for a bit of poke, hitting onto odoamne, maybe not the ideal target. Chains aren't going to connect, so Zoelise instantly locked up. odoamne there to fire back and follow as Comp gets taken down. Combo v combo, Giant X are just coming out on top. They drafted for the team fight, and they'll come out ahead in the exchange. Triple kill for odoamne.
If you're just going to play a front to back, then Giant X is going to have your number every time. They play that fight to perfection. Another great engage from Ignar, catches Zoelise out, and then it just becomes a chase down. Odo with a good 2-man ultimate, the Azir wall to come in. What did Larssen do in that whole fight? He was just a spectator as Giant X find themselves firmly back in this game.
He's got a 2K lead. He's all of the lead, and now the lead is falling away. Look at the top side for Giant X, instantly back in this game. So far ahead on the back of odoamne's triple there. Well, I'm sure we'll get a look at the fight again. Just well played to punish.
Yeah, just keep your eyes on what Larssen is trying to do here, because remember, he's the gold. He's now looking for a flank. He's going to try and come in over the wall, but Zoelise gets caught out, gets engaged on by Ignar. Great use of the fog of war. But now it's a literal front to back. The LeBlanc is forced out to the back line. Odo is acting as the front line. The engage comes in from Rel, but it doesn't matter. The CC into the wall, onto the Zeri means that she doesn't get to do any damage. And Giant X are doing exactly what they need to. Playing behind that wall that they have in front of them. Patrick did lose his life, but that's a worthwhile exchange to get the teamfight victory.
The flash ult to follow Zoelise that also clipped Comp and knocked him into the wall was game-defining there from Moto. You said it earlier, this is not a man who wants to spend another year at the bottom of the standings. Clearly keen to fight his way back to the top, and for the side of Rogue, I mean, you can't afford slip-ups like that. You also didn't need to fight for that Drake if you didn't feel like you could take the fight.
Well, I mean, I was concerned earlier because Peach did use his ultimate to...
Arrow connecting on Shigenda. Shigenda, I don't know if he's making it out of that one. Another Gnar into the wall. Larson just watching his top laner die.
A very nice setup from Odo Omne and Patrick. Beautifully spacing out his CC as well. Did you notice he didn't throw him into the wall until that CC duration was just near the end?
I can tell you play MMOs. You appreciate it. You know, you've ever played a WoW arena and someone tries to layer CC, you're never playing with that person
I hate that. You know, when
you time it right.
That was nicely done from Odo. Trying to maximize his damage, able to get the kill. Haven't quite gotten the gold lead yet. We look at mid, we look at bot. Rogue still have those advantages, but ultimately this is going to come down to execution, and we think back to that fight from earlier. What Rogue needed to do was to make it harder for Giant X to enter the river, utilize some of the strength of LeBlanc, leveraging Fog of War, jumping out, picking away, dancing back in. You want to chip away at your opponents before giving them the opportunity to actually start that fight. But they conceded too much control. They're trying to play this too much in a traditional front-to-back, and I think the Giant X's comp is just going to keep giving them the advantage.
And I think it is hard to completely control space against Giant X's comp. Again, they have the Maokai, they have the Saplings, they have the Ashe Hawk shots. There's so many ways to get vision and to create space. But that fight was started with an Ashe arrow that didn't connect, and before that, the Maokai ult was used. So Giant X, by all means, were down in terms of effective resources and still came out ahead in the fight. So for Rogue, I'm hoping they can show us more on the side lanes. I'm hoping they can find some of these picks on an overextending member, because if they want to come back to the game, the 5v5 is a very tough way to do it.
Let's look back at exactly how Odo Omne is able to get this kill. Of course, the arrow connects initially.
Does Odo Omne deserve any credit for this? That's my question.
Q.
Because
nicely done.
That was a practice tool Gnar combo right there. That was a stunned target. Like, that arrow was all... I'm just saying...
That's going to be in our little mechanics videos.
Patrick gets all of the credit for that, just for the record.
I mean, if you look at the damage distribution, I think the DPS needs
okay, all right,
for Odo, bro.
All right, man. Again,
well,
tell me
Odo
you play
could be
DPS.
in danger.
Should be in trouble now. There's not a lot of ways for him to get out of this. If he can live until Mini, maybe he can get away, but the ulti already out from Marcoon. Follow-up is there, a lot of ults consumed, but this is the picks we were talking about. Odo is tanky, but not nearly tanky enough. Nice shutdown on the side lane from Rogue.
Really good punish from Rogue. Finding these picks on the side is definitely what they need to maintain that gold lead, get a bit more gold back towards Jagenda. They are going to leave this mid-tat exposed. The wave clear not the strongest from Rogue. But you know, you mentioned something that I didn't really think of. Patrick, his ability to gain vision is so valuable. Hang on.
Back. Larson. Uh-oh. Root already connected, but Larson's just going to die here. Dash, trying to get past the creeps. One more on him, not quite enough to finish the job, but the entire team ready to chase. Jackie's not about to let him get away. Jagenda on the back line, though. Keep your eyes on that Jace. The burst damage is there,
up.
but the tower is up. Crucially, Azir passive, getting so much room for Giant X to just back off.
I mean, I respect Patrick for flashing over that wall there. He really wanted that kill. They did not want to let Larson get away. This is going to be a Baron Rush. Remember that Marcoon is still alive. There's no vision around the pit.
Azir and Ashe take this very quickly.
So Elise has no wards. They have one control ward on Marcoon.
They're going to see it now. Shigenda's there. They're kind of sitting ducks in terms of Jace poke, but the first shot blast not going to do much. Comp as well. Giant X has to be careful. Odo Omne, Mega is there. Not going to connect with the ulti, though, and that's going to be big. Shigenda untouched for now, just trying to chip away at Odo Omne, but the Baron's already down. Giant X, disciplined, immediately back away.
Wow. I mean, great play from Giant X there. In my head, I was thinking, oh, they're in an awkward spot for Dragon now because they're forced to reset, whereas Rogue, they're going to have Larson coming back out onto the map and they should be able to gain access to the bot river. And Giant said, you're right, we won't be able to contest that Dragon, so let's not bother. Let's go straight for the Baron. And that's exactly what they do. Good utilization of the TP. They're still trying to contest this, but they're unlikely to get it. But a nice objective game for them. The good news for Rogue is they find themselves on Soul Point now. So we'll see if they can still turn this game around, but we're seeing how harder and harder it's going to become. Look at this itemization for Peach now. That front line is only getting tankier. Ignar still acting as a nuisance for this LeBlanc.
Yeah. And I think now that Giant X have a lead and can start to push out with this Baron buff, it gets so much harder for Larssen. He wants the enemy team split up. He wants to try to find picks on isolated members. Because again, if they're grouped, it's not like LeBlanc doesn't do damage, just there's so much immediate, reliable CC on the Giant X composition that you're not getting out unscathed.
I mean, she's also she's single target. She does damage to one person, right? There are combos where you can do like distortion, mimic distortion,
yeah.
right? But even then, like, that's not the same damage that she was doing earlier, right?
Nope.
The spell shield picked up for Jackie's really good investment because that's already going to mitigate the combo so much. And Larssen's threat is just disappearing. That 1.8k gold lead that he has feels largely meaningless.
Arrow connected from Patrick. Ignar just walking forward, kind of stutter stepping there, threatening the headbutt pull, but not going to commit too much for it.
And Giant X are just doing a good job of staying grouped and not allowing for Larssen to find a pick, find a flank. They're doing a good job of controlling the vision. You mentioned it, that yesterday they were doing a good job of keeping track of Merwin's fiddlestanks, not allowing him to find those flanks. I wonder if it's a psychology of Ignar, the man often looking for flanks himself, where he's like, we're going to get flanked here.
To become the flanker, to know the flanker, you must become the flanker.
If I was fiddlesticks, what would I do?
It's probably just sad he can't play fiddlesticks, to be honest.
Well, that does sound like an Ignar champion.
I mean, and the other thing too is that this composition, unlike yesterday's composition, it's really easy to spot flanks. Again, you have so much free vision between Ashe and Maokai.
Triple blue trinket.
Yeah. Before you get to the champions, you already got triple blue trinket ready to go.
So yeah, they're fully prepared. They know exactly how Rogue want to play this, and they are not allowing them. And it feels like this is Giants' games to lose now.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note, the gold is still close. The dragons are advantage to Rogue. Infernal Soul could be a big difference maker, but when you look at compositions, when you look at how easy it is for Giant X to get work done, that's kind of why we're giving them the edge at this stage of the game.
And the siege begins. They've stacked up as 5 topside. They have the Maokai ultimate to zone them away.
Ulti gonna hit 3.
Trying to chip away at this tower. Ashe doing what you can. Nice poke onto Marcoon.
Larssen stepping up, stepping right back.
The problem with overstacking on one side of the map is it means that the opposition can do the same. And usually in a 5v5, the one with the tower has the greater wave clear.
Sure.
But slowly but surely they are chipping away, but it's not quite enough. So Giant X wasting a little bit of time here. They wanted to get the last bit of their Baron to do some damage, and they will get it, but they really need to actually pressure out these waves. Bot wave is in a bit of an awkward spot. They need to go and catch that. Ideally, they want to catch mid as well. So Giant X is going to do the smart thing. They're going to back away. They're not going to overstay their welcome and give Rogue an opportunity to find a pick and make their way back into the game.
And again, I think it's an indicator that Giant X, are continuing to respect what Larssen brings to the table. It is still a 2k gold lead. He's got Magic Pen now in the mix. He is still a big threat. If they do split up, if they try to play multiple lanes, I think they're much more at risk of dying in pursuit of a Baron push. So recognizing his power, but I'm kind of just waiting to see when does Larssen get that pop-off moment. He's got all the tools he needs to do so. Flash is about to come up off cooldown. Is he going to be able to find an angle to put this gold lead to use? Because if not, we kind of seen what happens in the team fight.
That's a great question. Dragon spawning in a minute 15. That'll likely be what determines it. Because Baron's going to be straight after, so you can win that fight, immediately translate over towards that objective.
Yep.
But
I mean, the good
Soul
news...
Point as well.
Yeah, Soul Point. I think the good news for Rogue is if they have any access to the pit, whenever they flip a dragon, it's a much better gamble for them than it ever will be for Giant X, in the sense that their next dragon gives them soul. If they lose a 50-50 to Giant X and don't, get aced in a follow-up fight, it's whatever. It's one more Infernal Drake. It's not super consequential. So we'll see if they're gonna invest resources to contest that. For now, Zoe setting up a little bit of vision around the pit as Giant X reset, refresh those wards, and get back out on the map.
Well, this is likely going to be the decider. 30 seconds. We're either getting a tiebreaker, or Giant X will lock in a spot. The ultimate thrown out for Peach, flash in.
Full commit, just trying to zone Larssen away. The arrow now coming in, will hit Marcoon, but he manages to buffer on the W.
It's a lot invested.
Won't make it out to safety. They are full committing for this. Ignar off on the side, but Giant X just death balling forward. Peach already losing half his health, though. This is not the fight that they wanted. Giant is going to pick up a quick kill. Peach now taken out, but traded back as Odoamne just continues to run in. Giant X bullying. It's aggressive, it's a little bit crazy, but it works.
I mean, the problem is they've lost their jungler. Marcoon is still alive.
They should not try to take the objective. And you can see they're not. They want the fight. They know they have to keep killing members. Jackie's going in. Zoelise taken out by Ottawamne. They're turning their sights back on the Dragon. Marcoon has to find a way to access the pit here if he wants to go for the 50-50.
He's not going to be allowed it. Igna acting as zone control. Going to make sure that Marcoon stays well away. Dragon secured. Honestly, an overcommittal. That was a force that could have cost Giant X a lot, but they make it work. They find 2 kills. They get the Dragon, and the Baron is up. 3 seconds until Peach is back out on the map.
No, results-based analysis, it's always the right call to throw your ult, and if it doesn't connect, keep running at them. Clearly.
Peach flashed in onto Marcoon.
Yep. And it worked, so it was the right call. That's how we do things here. Marcoon flashing out, that's big. If they take the blast cone as well, Marcoon's going to struggle to get into the pit. We'll only have the W now, but Ignar chunked out. Has ulti, but I think might want the opportunity to reset.
It looks like they're going to take it.
Honeyfruit right there, so no. Okay.
They're not going to take it. They're going to go back to base. I wonder how much gold they're sitting on. Because,
I mean, Comp is also at 3 items now. Zolis is going to clear out a bit of vision there. So surely Rogue
look
can
at
fight
this.
back.
This is not a great engage. Larson is completely untouched on the side. Nice chains from him. They chip away Peach. But the return damage, Jackie's putting his soldiers over the wall and actually zoning Larson out while he can't trade anything back. That is a great demonstration of the range difference and how difficult these front-to-back fights really are to play for Rogue. They get the flash out from Comp as well. It does cost Jackie's his, but I honestly think it's worth it. They're in a great spot. A better one than they already were in. But now the dance for the Baron begins.
Yes, it does. She got into 3 items. Comp 3 items. Larson 3.5. They've got a lot of damage, but it's just so hard to put it on an effective target. Big, beefy front line for the side of Giant X.
There are some potential flanking wards, but no TPs.
They do have a bit of vision on Ottawamne walking down. They can now assume that the Baron has been started. They'll probably see him toss a boomerang. No, they don't. So they don't really have good information here.
They have
Objective
no
about
wards.
to
They've
knock
got
down.
no knowledge.
They've got 0 knowledge. The objective goes down, and Marcoon jumps in just in time to watch the Baron die. Marcoon just going to get deleted. Highly questionable sequence there.
Okay. All right, well, they completely flipped it with no vision. It was Patrick that ended up securing the Baron. Giant X now have a Nexus in their eyes. They want to lock in top 8. This will be the end of the winter split for Rogue.
And tragically, in a game that started so good for them, with such a massive lead in the mid lane, just unable to convert, and Giant X punishing them for overcommitting. It was the bot side fight around Dragon where Giant X kind of wrestled control back from Rogue, and they have not given it back since.
Ottawamne does not want to be in the bottom 2 again. 6-1-3 on the knot. But overall, just a great team effort.
Yeah.
I think the Peaches engages, while overzealous at times have been fantastic.
You can't. That man's got the DMX blaring his headphones. Knock, knock, open up the door. It's real. But he's just running forward, full speed, phase rush.
You got that funk on full blast.
And he's got the drifting playlist going. Yeah. Look, it worked. And, you know, in a game like this, that's kind of all that matters. They can review later and go, hey, man, I don't know about this one. And he just goes, are we top 8 or are we not top 8?
Yeah.
You know?
And credit to Ignar. He's found some great engages as well. So we haven't talked much about Jackie's or Patrick, but obviously they are the damage.
Sure, yeah. I mean, they're kind of a quieter game for them both, right? While their lane opponents have been ahead in gold for the vast majority of the game.
True.
But Patrick hitting that arrow in bot lane, very big, allowing them to find a lot more of these angles to further snowball Ottawamne. They are doing their job very well, but it's just not as flashy as we're seeing from some of the more supporting cast
members. I like
what
Giant X are doing here. They're primarily pushing through bot. They're getting control over mid, sweeping out the bot side jungle, and they translate the pressure over to bot because it's that much further away from the top side. Look at that. Double stack on the and with super empowered minions.
Yep, and with the vision kind of cleared out in the jungle, it really stops LeBlanc from finding an angle. She has to stay back, as you see Larson doing now, and just poke. She can't fish for a flank. There are no TP wards for Rogue to play towards. Step up onto Patrick, though. Huge damage onto the Ashe. He's healing up a little bit off the clone. Now both members going in, but there's no follow-up. Larson had already burned his combo. Needed to wait for the rotation, but they do not. Marcoon just gets shredded, and now all of Giant X just running forward, ready to end this game, ready to send Rogue packing. Giant X, first game of the day, taking their time here on the Nexus close. It would take a miracle from Larson, but they got too much CC, baby. Giant X, just like that, will deny the tiebreaker, will secure top 8 in the LEC.
Credit to Giant X. They found the wins that they needed. This weekend was super important for them, and they will lock a spot in top 8. They still have a long journey to go. but credit to them. Unfortunately for Rogue, they will fall short. You can vote for your Kia Player of the Games at LEC over on X. Rana, Peach, and Igna, all great choices.
Yep. Personally, Peach. Run forward, fearless. Questionable, yes. Successful, undeniable. Of course, hearts out, former teammates hugging in there on stage. I mean, it's a tough position to be. KC and Rogue now, the two teams that are eliminated. They will get time to recoup. They'll get to readjust, maybe take a break before, you know, putting the nose back to the grindstone and focusing up for the spring split to come. But Giant X living to fight another day, making it to the next stage. For now, we're going to head to a quick break. When we return, more League of Legends.
Red Bull gives you wings.
5 guys, not going to happen. Marcoon looking for the engage instead. Zoli's now ready to follow up instantly. 2 members taken down.
Look at Ignar, look at Ignar. I'm watching, nothing yet. I can go. Naka. Look me. Zeri. Yeah, together. Look at Zeri. Watch out, left line, guys. It's okay, go. It's okay, go. Nice, good job, guys. Big. My bad, you griefed early, but...
Welcome back to the LEC. We have Ignar for the interview. For you as well, welcome back to the LEC. How was it being in the LCS? Coming back here, anything particular you learned and you brought back to us?
I mean, it's really happy to be back in EU, and then I feel like here is more friendly, and then trying to spending more time each other, and then I like both, but just different feeling.
We're the better region. I'm not obliged to say that contractually. All right. Well, looking at today's game, there was a lot of pressure on you guys as a team, especially yesterday when I spoke to Jack. He's mentioned that it's a high-pressure game. If this didn't go your way, you'd have to play the tiebreaker. So all in all, what was the preparation looking like? What was the mood looking like as a collective coming into today?
Oh, I think overall our team mood was okay, because I think our practice was going better than before, and then we fixed, we didn't fix everything, but I think we found our problems, so we're trying to fix it, and then I think it's got better. So I think mood-wise, it was not that pressure, to be honest.
Not that much pressure, okay.
Yeah.
You're talking about fixing mistakes, actually, and some issues that you've had with the team. Playoffs is now right around the corner. Congratulations on qualifying for that as well. Is there anything particular that you're going to be looking forward to in terms of preparation or fixing some issues going into playoffs?
I think going into playoff, I think our team has some problems. Sometimes suddenly everyone is quiet, and then we don't speak each other, but everyone is thinking, oh, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then no one is doing action. So tsunami is coming in, and then we all die. So I think we need to fix about that stuff, but I think it's gonna be okay.
What do you think is required to fix that? Is it one person stepping up and saying, I'm going to be the one who's doing all the comms? Is it more going to be a collective effort? What do you think, in your opinion, would be the best approach?
I think my opinion, most important is just confidence, in my opinion, and then team trust. Because, this team, I think we are building confidence, but I feel like we have some silence people too. And then less confidence too, maybe me too. So I think just it's all about confidence.
All right, confidence you guys did indeed have today. So any final words you want to share with the fans at home who have watched you guys on this journey?
I think just thank you for cheering us, and then we make playoff. So I'm happy.
Okay, I'm glad you're happy. You know, there's another very happy player on the other side at the analyst desk. It's Odo. So is there anything you want to say to him?
Odo a little bit crazy guy, but it's very funny, so I like it.
All right, well, you heard that, guys. Laura, please do take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Crazy guy, a bit funny.
Yeah, it represents me and Ignar's relationship perfectly. Even in scrims, a lot of time, usually I don't get a lot of attention in game, but this game, he was my bro, and in scrims, he was my bro, because everyone means that Peach never comes to me, but in reality, Ignar is the one who comes to me, and he says that after every play he does to me, he's asking me if my blood is still boiling. To which I answer, no, it's not boiling anymore. And then he says, okay, I'm happy then.
All right, keep the top laner happy. It's a reunion for you guys as well.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, we were talking about it in the pregame. He was saying to us that with Power of Evil, he played with him 3 years and he made Worlds with him twice. To which I said, well, I played with you 1 year and we went home together, so...
Who can beat that? I mean...
It's not the most successful, but we went somewhere.
Yeah, you had a journey together. Congratulations, though,
Thank you.
on reaching playoffs. Aragon, when it comes to how we thought the game would play out, anything surprised you here? We did the draft at the desk. I did not expect the Zeri, maybe. We can take a look at the drafts here. And
I also did not expect LeBlanc to have 2 kills at minute 4. So after that, I think everyone was kind of sweating,
Well, we're going to watch this in a few minutes, actually.
I can't wait to see.
Talk us through what happened here. Any surprises, as I said?
I actually want to bounce off what you're point was you said you were surprised by the LeBlanc being so fed.
Yeah.
Were you worried at all at any point in the game where, you know, we don't have anyone to answer this LeBlanc? Azir can't, you can't, and Mininar, you know, just get one shot, and they would have to send 4 people to answer this LeBlanc so they could do stuff on the other side of the map. Were you ever worried at all in that point?
Well, we were kind of just trading the map as much as we could, and when it was coming to Drake objectives, it was kind of her time where she can't really pressure anymore. I think we did a pretty decent job at, you know, matching her pressure, because I think we found a lot of windows where I could get strong-sided into the Jace and be able to take tower, but also match the LeBlanc so she doesn't get out of control, because I don't think she got a lot with the lead that she had. We were quite fortunate that she didn't go into me a lot earlier, because then we would have had a problem, because my champion just gets blown up. I think there was one time on bot where it was one of the only 2 waves I think that I was staying against her, and she just does a full combo on me, and I'm half HP, and I'm like, well, at least I'm mega next wave, you know. Yeah. But after that, I was like, guys, I don't wanna stay against LeBlanc, because I'm kind of full armor, 40 MR. I can't really do anything. So it's better to just keep having Azir where at least he can wave clear.
Yeah, I wanted to, because you were saying you were surprised she didn't get as much as she did, considering a lead, right? I'm surprised as well. Especially at that 3rd Dragon fight. Are you surprised they didn't cross-map tier 2? Because they had full control in the side lane playing through side like this. Would you have potentially considered this? Or do you think it's because they get outscaled that they need to contest this 3rd Dragon?
I think they do get outscaled, and once you have 2 Drakes, you kind of want to enable that Drake win condition for the soul. I'm not sure how the map situation was, but I am quite sure that if she's stuck on top and then one of us is stuck on top, it's a net win for us, because, you know, we can just catch waves and then TP to the objective, and it's fine. So I don't know. I think the main blunder that they had was the fact that they, instead of you know, overloading on LeBlanc and making her as strong as possible, they were kind of trying to match me and protect the Jace, so it was a lot easier for us to, you know, stop the snowball, because she wasn't getting as much gold as she should have.
And you played a huge role in this fight, I feel, and you see the graphic behind me, so obviously you know what it means. Maybe you...
Minus 300? Well, that kind of sucks.
Does it?
Even with the dive from Ignar and...
Oh, yeah, I mean, he got 2 plates, I think, one time, because I saved TP. But that's the life of top laner, you know, enemy top laner TPs, he's like, ooh, juicy plates, and then I'm like, guys, I will have TP advantage, and then you see minus 250 in front of your eyes, and you're like, well, lol esports stats are gonna look bad now. That's usually how it goes.
Still got Kia player of the game from this game.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean...
Oh, surprise, so...
I mean, you know, a sleeper split, but just in time to send Rogue home. So what better game to get...
a second time!
Yeah, what better game to get a Kia player of the game than against Rogue?
All right. Well, moving forward to playoffs, when you think of the way Giant X was at the beginning of the splits and the shape of the team now that you're moving into best of series, what is the team about? Have you found your group?
I think slowly we started. I think even coming into this week, we still had a little bit of doubts. We saw a lot of the weaknesses that we have, and I think it came a lot around, you know, people having confidence to pull the trigger around neutral objectives. I think almost all of our games, we had good early game leads, and then in the mid game, we got to an objective and we're completely lost, and we lose the games just like that. And I think after a G2 game, I mean, it was hard against G2 because their comp was really, really annoying. And I think we, again, didn't have the greatest comp to pull a lot of triggers, I think. But I think yesterday and today, we played neutral objectives a lot better, which was our main, you know, Achilles heel, I guess, from week 1 and 2. So I think it's kind of a live and learn thing, because I feel like we still have a lot of strengths that we're not really able to showcase, just because when you start with, you know, 1 and 2 into a 2 and 4, into a 2 and 5, you're kind of looking to, you know, buy yourself a little bit of time to have more games that you can show the stuff that you can play. So I think we've been band-aiding a little bit on the stuff that we're doing, just so we can make those situations around neutral objectives a lot easier and cleaner and more comfortable for us to play. And maybe now that, you know, picking up wins in, you know, pretty clear, dominant fashion when it comes to neutral objectives, which was really bad for us. Now we get more confidence that we can, you know, if we draft with less tools to fight around objectives, that we can still pull the trigger just because we've done it before.
Well, we'll see how much you guys can evolve within a week, new patch and everything, and what it can bring to you guys. We have another game ready with a team that unfortunately will not participate in playoffs. KC will face up against BDS.
Oh my god, who's the tank?
And I want to see what BDS has in store for us. Oh my god.
Who looks best?
I think Nuke for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Golden Globe performance, honestly. Here, let's see.
When I arrived, there was no tank outside.
We'll see if Team VDS can secure the
happened?
first place against KC here, as we leave it to Dracos and VDS. Take it away.
Bye Odo, bye
Odo.
team, bye Lord, bye Aragon. I'm still reeling from the A-team intro. I'm also aware that that show wasn't running when I was a kid, and I only know about it because my parents talked about it. So there's like a 0% chance 90% of our audience has anything going on. But Lebrov was Mr. T, and somebody give me a screenshot. I need that forever. Anytime he just rolls into a lane randomly to gank on Rakan, I'm sending out the Lebrov Mr. T screenshot.
Well, on that happy note, BDS right now, best team in the league.
Yep.
Fighting to
locked top 2.
Yeah, locked top 2. They're looking to lock first place.
For pride, because first and second are the same. Mostly. They first place, second, I guess probably first would have seeding advantage.
First gets to choose.
Second also gets to choose.
But first gets to choose first.
Oh, that's what I like to hear, baby steaks. KC coming off their first win yesterday. You know, it was a bit all over the place, but they made it happen.
I mean, when the pressure's off is normally when teams have the opportunity to play a little looser. Bo, I think, had a strong performance yesterday. But BDS, their mid-game team fighting is just a joy to watch. Their execution is often so good, even if they find themselves at early game deficits. They find their way back into the game, but an impressive split overall from BDS. They lost their first game of the set to G2.
Yeah.
And now they're on a 7-game winning streak.
But even in that game that they lost, there were some pretty solid moments. You know,
the early game was great.
Yeah, the early game was great. We'll kind of see how they develop as the split goes on. I don't think this game is going to tell us a whole heck of a lot. You know that it does feel a little bit personal. You know, Adam's out there on Twitter saying, Niski, you know, quit trolling in draft. Quit telling your top lane to draft Aatrox into Rumble. I will give you more respect. More or less. I'm paraphrasing here, and I don't speak French, so between me and Google Translate, you're getting like third-rate information at best. But I'm excited for the top lane matchup, I guess, is more or less what I'm trying to say.
There is just a lot of beef between a lot of these players and teams this split.
But I don't know if it's beef.
Why, you know, like there's history.
There's history. I like history.
You know?
There's definitely also some beef. There's some France-Spain beef in their respective representatives, for sure.
It's
I don't know if Adam has beef.
A lot more interesting. Yeah, no, but there's probably...
He wants to win.
Yeah, it's
we are
be able to beat KC.
Yeah. And we're moments away from Champ Select now. We are gearing up to go in, and we'll see kind of how the draft unfolds. I'm ready for more, you know, more Garen today. More Fiddlesticks. Like, let's get weird. You know, KC are out. Adam's crazy. Let's just... What can you...
Oh, we're jumping straight in. All right.
What can you show us?
Senazai.
Instant Darius.
Rumble, taken away from the side of BDS. Varus.
Ash, okay.
Blitzcrank Zin, taken from K-Corp. Ash first pick. Not what I was expecting. You can't flex this between AD carry and support, of course. We have been seeing it primarily from Ice this split.
Graves.
Nah, it's
Maokai.
They're putting Bo on Maokai.
Well, you got to do what you got to do to get the win.
I mean, he's strong, man. People forget about him. He gets nerfed, and like, nah, he's not good anymore. And then
turns out that
Canyon plays him once, and everyone's like, maybe it is good.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ultimate is really what makes him just super OP, and the tank build is really obnoxious to deal with. Cheeky hover from Shale.
I watched Whippo stream last night, and Bo was in the chat. And Whippo was basically just saying, tell your coach to let you pick Graves. tell him Whippo said it. He was going in. He tried. Coach said Maokai. Both playing Maokai. But the Vi, obviously, a lot of reliable engage tools, especially when you pair that with an Ashe. Some good setup here from the side of Team BDS. It's a good combo. Pretty popular on the LCK
also just a big
well.
comfort pick for Shao as well. Something he's played a lot so far this split. He's had some really strong performances on it. But they lock in mid. Nope, they want to get themselves Renata.
This is a really strong first three. Excellent counter engage, excellent pick potential.
Hey, you're denying the Renata away from the Kalista Renata combo. It's also a double range bot lane. Ice has had some strong performances on the Ashe as well. Great utility, great team fight, great counter engage. If you think about this Maokai ultimate flying towards you, Renata ultimate can then be thrown backwards.
I think it's safe to say we like what BDS have put together.
I mean, so far they're just showing us a lot of comfort. Admittedly, LeBron hasn't actually played Renata this split, but You know, I was thinking about this the other day. Top 3, right? You know, all pro. I always like to think about it like around the end. We don't do it until later on usually.
Yeah. But you think about every split. It makes it easier.
But I think Labrov is #1 support this split for me. I really think he has had an incredible performance this split. His blitzcrank in particular.
I was going to say,
really
when you play blitzcrank games and you have good blitzcrank games, it's kind of easy to make the argument.
But I think that he's been a really strong performer this split, and I've really been enjoying what he's been showing us. So,
and he was one of the best Renata players last year. So I'm curious. I assume he'll maintain that same level. He and Ice have been gelling super well, and obviously the potential power of this lane is exceptionally high.
For sure. We'll see what they can do. The Pike going to be banned away. We've been seeing a lot of different supports from Targus. Nearly a different champion every single game. He's just got 2 games on the Rakan.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like he and Upset have been trying to figure out like what works for them, which I think is a fair approach. Or they've just found a lot of success in scrims with a lot of different options.
Kasante going to be taken away from Adam. We've only seen half of the gods.
It was Gourds.
I like Grods as well.
Grods. That's what we do behind the scenes. If you wonder what the script writing meeting looks like for LEC, it's like, what can we spell with the champions that Adam has picked?
Yeah.
We're not willing to let that one go. It's all we have from Worlds 2023.
Orianna and Jace going to be taken off the board. Ooh, Jace. That's pretty interesting. Bit of respect towards Cabochard. Haven't seen the Jace from him so far this split, but I'm wondering, what does that mean for Adam with this? Is he going to look to blind the Renekton?
Okay. I like the Bard coming in, though. Again, Ashe immobile, Renata immobile. You can really find the CC setup, deny at least some of the potential of this duo in lane. Ready to see Targamas as Bard. We've seen a couple good Bard performances this split already.
So he's just going to stick to comfort. And yeah, so this is a very comfort draft from BDS. This really powerful team fighting, really good pick potential, good disengage, great disengage, and great scaling options. So I think BDS have gotten a very traditional BDS composition, have some side lane threat as well with the Renekton. Primarily, though, their biggest strength is through the team fighting, which I think they consistently demonstrate their execution on. Let's see what Cabo's answer is here.
Oh, he does it. Yeah, let's go.
Lock in Olaf into Adam.
Into Adam.
It's a bold bet.
This was his thing on Fnatic. Before there was gods, it was Olaf. He didn't get to play any of his other champions. It was just a lot of Olaf.
I remember back in the day, Cabo used to be a big Olaf enthusiast. Maybe I
Cabo and Vitality, and the Vitality roster where they were consistently placing top 4, he was playing a lot of stuff. A lot of Urgot, a lot of more aggressive top lane champions.
Yeah, look back through his history. Olaf, here we go. 15 games throughout his career, 53% win rate.
See if he can raise that win rate today. Across the board, BDS, I think, stable, reliable composition. These are all champions you're probably very familiar with. KC, a bit more explosive, but they got a lot more utility in the jungle position with the Maokai. Top lane, though, naturally where we're going to be keeping our eyes is, Olaf can often be a feast or famine champion, and when you're playing him against someone who is so comfortable on the pick, a lot of that surprise factor, starts to fade away.
I'm excited to see how this bot lane plays out. The fact that they picked the Kalista into the Ashe. Often we see Ashe used as an answer to Kalista because of the range advantage that she has and how her passive can impact Kalista's passive as well. It can be a difficult matchup, and traditionally when I think of Kalista, I don't often pair it up with a Bard.
Or with Upset.
True.
Not necessarily a traditional Upset champion, but we'll see how it works out for him.
See how things pan out. We're jumping into Casey's last game of the split.
Oh, geez. There's something in game that y'all can't see yet that I'm very excited to talk about. Not the champion I wanted to see it on, but I like it overall. Let's get into game. Let's gear up. Let's get ready. Moments away.
I have a feeling I know what it is.
You do know what it is. It's the best thing in the world. Let's go. Team BDS versus KC as we get into game here. And I want you all, right now, to understand BDS lock first seed with a win, and that might not matter very much. What does matter is this level 1 invade and the rune that Labrov has taken. That is a hail of blades Renata. This man is not messing around. Targamas, he took Guardian. It's safe. It's conservative. Should have gone hail of blades.
I've never seen this before.
I was really hoping we'd get a hail of blades Bard. It's one of my favorite things. It's trash into range matchups, but it's really funny.
Sure.
It's just a stupid rune. I'll be honest. It's just, you were around when Ender was playing exclusively Hail of Blades Rek'Sai. You know how to...
I was, yeah.
3 autos really quickly for the first, 9 levels of the game is broken. It's so much damage.
For sure. And unsurprisingly, Labrov and Ice have taken control over the the front bush in the bot lane. Will KC and Targamas respect it? Tension mounting.
Haven't seen Halo Blades. Quick volley. Only gonna really connect on the target.
Oh, but now they know they're there.
Yeah,
What are they going to
how
do
do they
about
walk
it?
up?
What are they going to do
Bard
about
level
it?
1 is strong. You essentially have 2 abilities with the passive. Look at that. Look at that. Bam! Winning the trade. Actually not that effective. I'm going to need to check Renata's base AD here in a sec. That was... I'm not going to lie, folks. That was a little underwhelming. I'm sorry I oversold that. It will add up over time. It's like a 4-second cooldown on Halo Blades, so... pretty short. But if they sync up their Halo Blades, they can get a lot of damage down. Never mind. I take it back. It's OP. Look at their health bars.
I mean, I wonder if it's largely tied with her passive, right? The way
you get a little bit extra damage.
Maybe the fact that you can like auto-attack both of them really quickly, you know?
You can stack it up together. You can get all the Renata passive from.
In either case, they have control over the spot lane matchup. A bit of push in the top lane in favor of Cabochard.
As we learned from the previous game, if it works, it was obviously the right choice all along. Therefore, Renata Halo Blades.
I mean, I'm not going to criticize
Guaranteed
it. Like,
lane prio.
I made the call. I said that I think LeBron has been the best performing support so far this split. I'm going to trust this man. So far, they're having a good laning phase. Nice trade from Nuke in the mid lane as well.
Oh, taking the range for him here. Always obnoxious to play against Nico. For
I want to get a bit of information as to what this Maokai has been up to. Both starting on his Raptors, pathing back towards bot, making sure that those Raptors aren't stolen away from him. And then he bats back up towards top side, so it looks like he's not looking for any early shenanigans on the bot side of the Rift. And an early back coming in from Cabochard, going to grab that long sword. No pots available for him for the time being.
Ooh, and Renata, low base AD. But you're right, it is the passive that comes through clutch there. 1% of the target's max health. Does that up, even if it's only going to be 5 or 6 damage in the early on. It'll balance out some of that lack of base AD. And Adam, sitting pretty, sitting comfortable. Cabochard, interestingly, you know, opting for the TP here. A lot of times it's the Ghost Flash in some of these matchups, but clearly wants to have that global presence. Doesn't want to risk not running the TP. It can be pretty feast or famine if you run, you know, essentially double combat some topside.
I mean, Adam also just played the lane well there, just allowing for the slow push to happen. Cabochard did get a cheater recall in, sure, but the cost in farm and experience is going to be pretty significant.
Bo
will smite that one away. Nice from
walks
him.
in, smites, refuses to elaborate.
And he gets to respawn on his Raptors.
Ooh.
He sidesteps. Ooh. Sheo navigating the vision. Oh, I thought he was going to do something.
You're enjoying this laning phase a lot.
Well, you know, I'm enthusiastic.
It's the little things.
Oh, here we go.
All right,
What we cooking, Sheo?
Cabo,
here we
ghosting, ready to keep the fight going, trying to bait it back into Sheo. Cabochard, how much more can he get done? Nice stun. Should be a quick follow coming in here for Sheo. Vault breaker, first blood. Not overcommitting, not trying to stay on top of the Olaf, dancing around nicely. Cabo getting taken down.
That's why I was excited, man. Sheo navigating through the darkness made Cabochard feel very safe. Adam,
Seiken stepping in. Instant root now coming through for Bo. Push back, Seiken a few more autos. Nuke going invisible. Will just get taken out by a Sand Soldier. KC fire back in the mid lane.
Good response from Bo. Nice flash W. Committing onto the Nico. They get the flash out from him, and they hand the kill over to Seiken as well.
And it's double crap for Bo, which is going to feel very good.
But Bo, I think he was trying to steal away the Raptors there, which is why he was in that position. Sees the Vi top lane, knows that the enemy Raptors has respawned, wants to try and take those away for himself, gain a small advantage, but instead finds a gank opportunity in mid. And very quickly turns that into a kill for KC, so the goal pretty much stays even. The bot lane being bullied for KC just a little bit. And knowing that Bo has to reset, they're going to start off this dragon, especially with the push they have in bot lane.
Yep. So while Sheo might be behind a little bit individually, obviously was still able to make this play happen. Crucially, doesn't get an assist.
Wait, yeah, I was going to say, did Sheo even get an assist?
Doesn't. So he's there, he spectates. He gets kind of the same credit that a coach does. You know, it doesn't show up on the assist board, but you know he's doing stuff.
And Bo, he just finds a really nice gank in mid lane. Very straightforward, very simple. Has to commit his flash, but he makes it work. As we mentioned, they get a kill on the boards.
And yeah, indeed, no assist for Sheo, which sucks. Just losing that extra pool of gold.
Actually a small gold lead for KC, largely coming from the jungle in the mid right now. That's a big wave top lane for Adam.
Yeah. Nice situation to be in, sitting pretty comfortable. We'll see how this matchup shapes up. It's been a while since we've seen it. Obviously, it hasn't been since the item reworks. Titanic, very strong for a lot of champions. I wonder if we'll see the same from Olaf. What built-in lifesteal in the kit. Could use it quite well.
I mean, my expectations are that Olaf should win at most points in the game. Perhaps there's a certain item breakpoint where it shifts towards the Renekton, but yeah. Olaf is just inherently a very good duelist. He is very good into many bruises.
Yeah, in long trades, and certainly when you can land multiple axes, you just feel like Olaf wins especially every melee matchup,
at the
very least.
Bo gonna walk up, smite that one away.
Bo, excellent hit rate on the smite. Gonna use the twisted advance to dodge out there. The knockup's still gonna connect onto Bo. Immediately gonna ult to disengage. One of those gonna connect on Adam, crucially, stopping any follow-up. And KC gonna walk away with their lives.
I mean, KC really just tanked that. Seiken just stepping out of range of Nuke's ultimates. Sheo ended up taking a huge amount of damage, so he's forced to flash away. Ends up being one grub for one grub, still one up for the taking.
Labrov in trouble. Nice stun coming in from Targamas. Labrov just dead here. Ooh, clean play from KC bottom lane.
Very nicely done. Good connect from the Q on Targamas to lock up Labrov, and then upset with the damage, they secure themselves a 2v2 kill. Going to alleviate so much pressure. They even get the flash out from Labrov. And well played from KC. They find themselves with a small but growing gold lead for now.
It feels good even just to have a nice back timing, just relieve some of the pressure that can come from playing against Nash on the bottom side of the map. Bo.
Round two.
Round two. Gets yet another crab. And I will say, Bo's early XP advantage, getting both crabs, getting ahead on camps, is the reason he ticked over to level 6 in the previous play, that he had it just in time for that fight, that stops Adam from following up, that stops anyone from following up with that Maokai ult. So, you know, credit to him. His jungle pathing hasn't shown itself to be super advantageous in a big way outside of that mid lane play and walking up to steal a Void Grub, but it is really significant in the context of the overall game.
No, I mean, Bo's doing a good job for sure. The fact that he makes a Maokai's presence felt on the Rift in the early game is definitely a Bo trait, constantly looking for opportunities to try and make ganks and stuff happen. Labrov trying to sweep out some vision on the bot side of the map now. Look at your mini-map once again. Bo stealing away the blue buff. He knows that he has the push in top. He knows that his mid laner can also look to collapse, and even if he did get spotted on that control ward, he doesn't care. Gonna steal this one away, and there's really nothing that Sheo can do about it.
Yeah, you can see
some of this whole jungle to clear as well.
He's gonna feel great about this recall. Gets the Warden's Mail as well. Looks like Bommy's Cinder, potentially just gonna go straight into Frozen Heart, which against Ashe Renekton maybe wouldn't feel too bad.
It's just such a cheap item.
Yeah, I mean,
so much value.
And ability haste is just so good. Right? You just want more ults a lot of the time. Especially with how much ability haste has been taken out of the game. You know, more valuable than ever, I feel like. But there it is, the last little grubbo. No, I don't think anyone's getting the 5 buff this game, Betty.
Still
BDS
might.
gonna be happy with 2. There's a possibility.
Gonna be a tight contest though. Yeah, we've slowed down a little bit. I think KC aren't going to be too upset about that. They have pretty strong scaling options when you kind of look at how the Maokai and the Azir interact. I'm curious as to how this Olaf is going to work in the team fight. The beauty of Olaf is his ultimate does not care about any of the CC that BDS have in their composition. No. Ashe Arrow don't care. Renata ultimate don't care.
Well, and a lot of these champions aren't super high damage very early on in the game. You know, Nika with ult obviously hits a lot of targets, but she's not single target burst. Ashe as well is going to feel really strong as you get later. Sustained damage is great, but a lot of times when it comes to killing Olaf, you really want one of those 80 carries who can just shred through targets. A Kaisa, a Xayah. Ashe is not going to be that.
Now Dragon spawning in about 10 seconds time. That's going to be the next major objective. It's KC. They've been able to push in a wave, gained a bit of control. They have insight as to what BDS is up to. Bo with the flash.
Stepping in, ult on the way forward. Not going to connect on anyone, but he's going to be traded back here as the hostile takeover comes out.
Seiken has made his way down. KC's bot lane forced to answer this wave, which means the BDS now have access into the river. Nuke is doing what he can to make his way over. Arrow.
Ulti onto Bo, trying to re-engage. No, the ulti is already gone. They should just be able to delete Bo here. Buys a bit more time with the twist advance. Q backwards. Targamas trying to heal, but it's not nearly enough. E through, bring it by all the way back, but not quite under tower, crucially. Sheo will be able to walk away.
I like that play from Targamas. Able to create a magical journey just in time to bring the Vi through the portal. Or get away to safety. Bo, though, committing his flash earlier, gets collapsed on by BDS, and they get themselves a kill back. It's a tense moment between the two teams. Bo already back out onto the map, though. The bot lane needs to get a reset from BDS, so Bo's going to path towards top, knowing that it's unlikely that a Dragon could be started right now. Adam very low as well, doesn't have a TP available. Cabochard with the advantage.
Yep, Adam holding on to the gold lead, but in terms of the 1v1, at least Cabo able to get pushed first. Expect that we will see Ravenous Hydra into Hexplate. This is the common solo queue build. And again, Hexplate, Hydra in general, obviously going to be great on Olaf, whatever version you get.
Oh, yeah.
But Hexplate, one of the new items that obviously benefits Olaf a lot. He's very ult-reliant, and he loves movement speed and attack speed.
Many times.
Yes.
That's true. You're right about the Olaf.
He's so good at Q smiting. You don't think it's a skill, but then you see how consistently he does it, and you're like, actually, I think it is a skill.
Here comes Targamas and Seiken.
I should just be dead here. He's locked up under the tower. The TP's coming in now, and actually that ult kind of stops the play.
That's fine. They get something. They get the TP out from Nuke. I think they'll still be happy with that. They don't find a kill, but it's not the end of the world. Bo now, once again, Sheo with the smite.
Sheo not allowed to jungle.
I respect Bo's aggression. You don't often see this level of counter jungling from a Maokai. Yeah. But Bo is like, hey man, I have push in top, I'll invade you top side. I have push in mid, I'll invade you. You know, he's playing around his pressure well, knows that his teammates are there.
Yeah, I kind of assumed every Maokai was a beacon Maokai, mostly because he's like a tree, but
I think this playstyle is difficult to execute because it does rely on your team playing with you, right? And
I mean, yeah, you need to be aware of where the enemy team has resources allocated, how strong you are individually. If you overcommit, you will die. Bo has gone down once already. Now the objective contest coming through. Sheo along the backside. Bo again! He cannot lose a smite deal, and he's out, baby! The heist gets the Dragon, but now the follow-up is there, and this time he might have miscalculated. Indeed he has. Knock-up from Nuke not going to come through. Black Scone out to safety for Seiken, but the Dragon to the side of KC.
So it's a Dragon in exchange for a kill. I mean, I think fairly even trade both sides. Adam converting this into the grubs, definitely a BDS advantage.
Yep.
But Bo, yeah, Bo was not in a perfect position to really start that objective. He just kind of started it with, I think it was Targamas. Upset was still bot, Seiken was still mid, and while they both did end up joining the fight, BDS could just collapse faster. So, a bit of an unfortunate situation for them to find themselves in. Only 4 grubs.
Grub dies. That's a bit tragic. They were so close to actually getting 5. But Spawn coming in for Herald.
Everyone must abide by the Great Lord game announcement. No one can divide their will.
On _game_kill announcer 3.
How dare you use their name in vain?
Oh my god, I'm sorry. My bad. It's a little Voldemort situation. Oh, sorry, my bad again. I'm just messing it up today. All right, Adam slowed here. Upset will be able to break this one down. He might not have 5, but 1 doing a bit more damage. Can't finish the tower. Lavrov standing by, but I think Targamas and Upset still probably stronger in the 2v2 unless Adam can get on top of Upset for free. But Upset's pack and cleanse this game, which makes things pretty tricky.
Just keeping our eyes on the map movements right now to kind of see how the teams are reassigning their lanes. They could send Seiken off to a side if they wanted to, maybe match him into the Renekton, but Cabochard should feel very confident into whoever he wants to fight right now. It seems that they're slowly bringing more members into mid, but the wave clear from Ice and Labrov is enough to hold the wave for now. It seems that the Herald is going to become the objective. They don't have TPs on anyone. Adam does, so he's free to just sit in the bot lane.
Yeah, Adam with TP, but BDS, you can see already resources moving down to the bottom side, seemingly ready to just concede the Herald, knowing that they have the counterpunch in the bottom lane, knowing that Nuke can kind of cover the wave topside, so essentially just a Herald for tower trade.
Yeah, because ultimately this Herald is going to result in a tower, right? And so BDS are more than fine for now, just taking this trade. I think the problem for them is BDS can use this to unlock the mid tower. And when you have this dance back and forth between Azir and things like Nico Ashe, it can be difficult to siege against those champions when they have such long range and great wave clear. But a Herald can do a really good job of just unlocking that, and then it gives you way more access into the enemy jungle too.
And we've seen Bo drift from mid tower to bot tower.
That we have.
Can he do it again?
Blue team's turret.
Get maximum value out of the Herald.
Not to be attempted at home. Actually, I think it's fine. I feel like the second charge on the second tower, if you're not going to kill the tower, is like, meh, who cares?
True.
Use it. Drift. Go to your next jungle camp, junglers. It is your right. You took the Herald. It cost you time. Get some of that time back.
like some vision investment from KC towards the bot side of the map, really setting up to unlock this tower. Seiken showing great respect towards Sheo there. Knows that the ultimate is available, doesn't want to get locked down. They've kept Cabo topside. His TP should be up relatively soon. KC shouldn't need to use the Herald here. This should be an easy tower secure. And then they can send Seiken up towards mid, use numbers to try and unlock that tower. Said he's going to choose to go back, which I think is also fine. 1:20 until the Dragon, so I guess he wants to quickly spend what gold he has, maybe replenish, grab a control ward. No, he's just going to keep buying items. I think that's also fine. Haunting Guys plus the blasting one picks up for him. Got as much power as he can ahead of this Dragon fight in a minute.
Gonna feel pretty good. And it's important to know that BDS's composition overall is very, very AD heavy, and Nico is not an Azir or a Corki. So Cabo, instead of going for Hexplate, which is kind of the solo queue standard, instead going for an armor item early on, which I think makes a ton of sense. They're gonna have a hard time really shutting Cabo down in these fights if he's able to find a backline angle.
I mean, there's not going to be many people stopping him, I can tell you that right now. The question is, I think the trick to dealing with Olaf is how much space he creates between him and his team.
Yeah.
Because obviously Olaf can get to a point where he doesn't need his team and he can just 1v3 you on the backline. But given the current game state, if it's what I call the Jarvan effect, you know, when Jarvan flash, EQ, ult. I'm engaged, guys.
Where's my team? You die, you type in alt chat, we've all been there. That was all of Season 3 for me.
And that's kind of what you want to do against an Olaf, where you can kind of kite him back enough that there's too much distance between him and his team, and then like you can create this 3v1 or 4v1 and it won't cost you too much.
Here's the charge. Tower knocked down.
That's
Herald,
all 3 outers now for KC.
Still standing. Bo will not be able to drift this time. Herald will be taken out. But mid lane tower being down is big. Again, more control, more access. Cabo Shard. Walking face first into Nuke here. Ulti available, instantly just turns back. Bromacia, I don't know if they got the damage. Ignite is ticking, he still wants to go, but the flash is gonna save the day. At the end, the rest of the team coming. Cabo's still standing, he's CC immune, and he's out of there! KC in the follow-up fight. Nothing else gonna happen. They're starting the Dragon. BDS, do they want to follow up? Cabo Shard has TV, but he's got no Ghost. He's got no ult. Adam now coming in. Continuing to step forward. Targamas has ulti up and available. The Brav off to the side. Hostile takeover could be coming in any moment. TP right there. This is gonna be a big one. How many more resources are BDS willing to give? They decide to call it off. They don't want to risk the fight, but LeBron is already caught out, and now it's KC who can instantly turn. The Q setup is good from Targamas. Not quite perfect. Is LeBron is still able to flash?
Bo's taking it
over the wall. Ooh. Hostile takeover is big, and now BDS are ready to try and turn and burn Sheo right on top of Upset. The Ignite already ticking. Sheo just gonna get taken down though. The Callista knocking him out as Adam retreats to the backside. Cabo continuing to just auto attack over and over, but there's more than enough CC. He doesn't have ult. Beautiful Q coming in from Targamas. Sheo knocked down, a double for Cabo. This man just cannot die. Upset on the chase. Marshall poised. He just needs to slow the handshake to knock him back, but KC 3K up, they get the Drake, they get everything.
BDS thought that they could kill Cabo and turn this into a numbers advantage right from the start. But Cabo, holding his own against 3 members, able to get away with his life, TP's back into the fight, but Bo with a crucial save there as well. I'm curious as to where the replay is going to start, so it's going to be way after, but Bo flashed over the wall, used the ultimate to provide enough space for Cabo to get away, and now this chase over the fight. KC know that they have the health advantage. Look at this commitment onto Upset, but there's not enough of a follow-up. Bo is getting focused down by the rest of BDS. Adam then forced to flash out. Seiken is left untouched on the backline. And while Cabo, I mean, I thought he was going to lose his life, but look at the health, and he just keeps getting back. Able to just barely survive, even without the ultimate. And KC end up getting 2 kills as well. So Dragon, kills, gold, everything going the way of KC right now.
And a 1.6k gold lead for Seiken individually as well. A lot of these fights have been very Olaf focused and Maokai focused, I think naturally, because they're the ones running forward, but Seiken just quietly sitting in the backline doing his job in those fights. Very respectable. And remember, we talked about the Jarvan conundrum with the Olaf? It was the same situation for Sheo in that last fight. He just went too deep. There was not enough of follow-up there. And for Nuke, if he's not finding the angle on these Nikos, it's hard for him to get into that backline. It's hard for Ice to really threaten anyone on the backside of the fight as well.
I mean, the good news is that Upset won't have his flash for the next fight, so the next time Sheo goes in, perhaps for BDS, it will be easy for them to execute and actually threaten that backline, but Seiken does. Seiken, as you already highlighted, very powerful, level 14 now on the Azir.
Yeah. And always something to keep an eye on. There's always this transition point where, you know, Azir level 6 to 11, you Shurima shuffle every fight, you don't care. As you get more and more items under your belt, if there's more and more of an art to it, because if you go in and you push 3 people back but you die, and your team needs you to do damage, it's not a good play anymore.
For sure. It's got to feel a little bittersweet right now for KC fans if they can get a win against BDS, the current first place team in the LEC. Yeah. There are positives, but that won't change the fact that your winter split will be over. Now the Baron is starting from KC.
Again, you have a Zero. Zero's so, part of the reason the Zero's so good on this patch is he just shreds Baron.
Do they have the, yes, I was about to ask, do they have the Ashe E? They're gonna spot this out.
Bit of poke over the wall.
TP.
Cabochard waiting, he has Ghost and Ulti. Upset, no flash. They pulled Adam down. Do KC want to stick onto this one?
Oh.
Ulti can connect onto Ice. Bo immediately ready to follow up, but Adam is there to body block. Ulti now coming in. Hostile takeover hitting multiples, but there goes the Olaf. Cabochard raging through the back line, but Nuke undiscovered finds the flank, but sadly, he doesn't do any damage. KC, again, 3 members for nothing, and now the Baron is truly theirs.
The Olaf problem is real. He just can't be stopped. They have no way of creating space between them and this Olaf. Great ultimate to start off from Targamas. He's going to land the Q onto both the Renekton and the Ashe. The Olaf sees his target and he just chains him down. Bo keeping Shell off on the side. The ultimate looks promising from Nuke, but unfortunately it's not enough. BDS lose 3 members. They're going to lose the Baron. And KC looking to take down the first place team in the LEC.
Reclaiming some of the pride, reclaiming some of the glory. Yes, they can't make it to top 8, but again, they can sow hope for a new season. Build some faith in the lineup overall. And again, you said it before, bittersweet, frustrating that we couldn't have seen this earlier, but this is good League of Legends. And frankly, BDS are in a really tricky spot now because I just don't, they're behind and they just don't do enough damage to kill key targets reliably. That's the reality. It's hard to lock this Kalista down and finish her off. You probably don't have enough to kill Cabochard if you're split at all.
I just imagine myself as this Ashe. The way Ashe kites is because she makes you slower than her. You can't do that to an Olaf. And so
he's on the way to exploit. He's only getting faster. You're not getting any faster. You're capped.
So it's one of those things where I'm like, how do you actually kite him? How do you actually stop him from doing what he wants?
On to Seiken. Good key target. Excellent engage. Excellent CC layering. Bartle! Ooh, stopping the play, but making the Zero shuffle fumble completely. Sheo still in the backline. That's one. Bo is now taking down Nuke. Lebrov throwing down the ultimate hostile takeover. Bo, the duration not long enough.
I mean, credit to Targamas. He's having a great Bard game. That was a great engage from BDS. I really thought that that could have been something very serious for KC, but they hold their own. They buy time. The Bard ultimate kind of resets everything. And then KC secured themselves another tower. Olaf pushing in mid. How low is this tower? Not that low. Bit of damage being done though. They should be able to secure this one. Dragon is up as well.
Cabochard is going to tank the tower. He is unconcerned. He's got tabbies too, man. He's actually unkillable. Unless this Nico's going Nasher's Tooth and gets 6 items, you're not killing this Olaf. Maybe when Ashe has 4 items, but it's so hard.
It's just that meme of, you know, the guy sweating on his keyboard.
Yeah.
That's Ice right now.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to survive.
Yeah,
and then you've got Cabo just like, bum,
again, bring back the DMX. You know, it's the end scene of Rick and Morty. You know what I'm talking? He's not going to say steroids are involved, but, you know, from an Olaf perspective, they might be. It is for Olaf, chasing him down.
He's just going to bully Adam away.
What are you doing? So and it's like, even if you commit 2 people, he kills 1 and you get a 1-for-1. Baron is still there. KC are taking the tower for sure. Good news for KC is they're taking the tier 2 anyway at this stage. And credit to Kama. You know, tough split overall. Yep. Takes Olaf into Adam. Smacks him with it. Looks good.
I mean, it shows the potential of the roster, right? It shows that what this team can potentially do. I'm curious as to what they will do between now and spring.
And what they will look like when the pressure is back on. That is a natural question we're going to have to ask.
True.
Can they show this level of performance again in spring when there are actual stakes? Past pride, you know?
For sure, for sure. And I'm not, like, Fnatic, let's not forget last year, they were at the bottom as well, and they quickly rose to the top. Very similar to XL in summer, so it's a long year. Plenty of opportunities to grow and change the team.
Adam finding a quick pick onto Bo. Excellent CC layering. No opportunity for him to use the Twisted Advance. TP now coming in, but they don't really have the damage again to burn through Bo. Cabo's here.
Oh!
What? An ultimate Cabo ulting is gonna get slaughtered! KC! Obliterate BDS in the fight. A beautiful combo. The best damn Bardold I've seen all year. And they got nothing left for BDS.
Targamas with the redemption play. He's faced a lot of criticism this split, but he wanted to go out with a bang. Beautiful setup for KC. And just like that, they're going to end this game with a win.
KC. Well, it took us 2 weeks. It took us 7 days of games. We're here these last 2 days. Nothing but impressive for KC. Adam taking his time. He's lying down. He knows they've earned it. They did earn it. Beautiful fight to finish the game. Fantastic from KC. Finding their second win on the LEC stage.
I have to say it again, bittersweet moment for KC and their fans. It's a tough split. Our format is relentless. 9 games to perform. But it does show what this roster could potentially be in the future. You can vote for your key player of the games, Cabo, Sake, and Targamas. Yeah, I think it's a toss-up between Cabo and Targamas. I wonder if Targamas is going to eke that one out at the very end there.
I mean, that Bardold, I was going to say that's pretty sick. I'll also say Bo, unsung hero. A lot of Q smites worked in that game.
Yeah. I mean, just a great game overall from KC. Really felt like that they worked with Bo incredibly well. Great performance from the carries too.
This is a lot of what people wanted to see from this roster on paper. Targamas always is notoriously a pretty creative support, willing to leverage these more unique picks. Cabo, a more aggressive player at his best. And it's a good thing to see. For now, though, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, an interview with the victorious upset.
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
Ajas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
ends up being one grub for one grub, still one up for the taking.
LeBron, nice stun coming in from Targamas. LeBron just dead here. Ooh, clean play from KC bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm behind them, Keep. Just keep. Going, just keep.
I need one kill, okay, ça va maintenant?
Yeah.
Go forward. Look here.
Look, Ash, no flash, okay?
Woo!
Get away, what?
Bombo! Job.
That's it!
Come in.
Get in! Ah! No!
Welcome back to the LEC, where Karmine Corps has just secured their second win. Congratulations, Upset, joining me now for the interview. Thank you so much for that. Everybody is hyped. I mean, I'm hyped, you're hyped, Bo is hyped. So talk us through the feelings right now, ending the regular split, but you get 2 wins with the final one against BDS. Who was supposed to be the best team?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we are happy that we broke the losing streak, of course, but I think everyone in the team is not really happy with the split, of course, because even though we won the last 2 games, which is nice, we failed very much the split, and we all have much higher expectations of ourselves, and I'm sure the fans also feel the same way, and we really want to make the fans happy, and we didn't do that this split, so hopefully we can carry the momentum that we got from these 2 wins into the next split and really work on our fundamentals and how to become a good team.
It's actually really interesting here that you mentioned the fans and potentially their expectations, because when we're looking at socials, they have been so supportive, and there has been such a big transparency from you guys, the players, from Yamato as the coach, from KC as the organization. So looking at next split, looking at keeping this momentum going forward, what exactly do you think it would take from you guys to be able to do that?
I mean, all of our players have the ability to play well individually, but our macro is really bad, and we just don't really know what the other person wants to do a lot of times.
Yeah.
So I think it's really important we have like very good fundamentals, and we all get more on the same page. And also, obviously, there's a difference how we play when there's more pressure or less pressure.
Yeah.
So that obviously has to be addressed as well in a way that we feel confident, even if the game is like very important for us. And I think that's the main things we need to focus on for next split.
Yeah, looking as well at how this went, I mean, you said it yourself that when it comes to the mechanics, when it comes to the individual players, you guys are very highly skilled. There were a lot of expectations in terms of how you will perform. So besides the pressure, is there anything different in these last 2 games that allowed you guys to excel? Because that's the Karmine Corps that we wanted to see from day one.
I mean, we definitely had some harder to play drafts, let's say, or some bad drafts too. I think the last 2 drafts were pretty good, very straightforward to execute because we had so many tools, so much TC, a lot of playmaking, and it definitely made it better for us. And overall, we were much more decisive because I think there was less pressure on us. So these kind of things we just need to try to get into the next split as well. Yeah.
So between now and the next split, then, what would you think your day-to-day look like? What is going to be your focus as a player yourself?
I mean, I don't think we have the privilege of taking a lot of time off. I think maybe a few days to rest, and then we're going to keep playing the whole time, I think, till the next split starts. It's like going to be 1.5 months or something until the next split starts, and we're just going to try to work as much as possible in that time to get on the same page, to learn how to play macro better, and also work on our individual skills.
All right, well, I'm a believer. I hope you are a believer as well.
Yeah,
we're going to be tossing back to the desk. Yamato is on there. Anything you want to share?
Yeah, just thank you for coming to the matches every week. It's really amazing how much support we've gotten from you guys, even though we have been losing a lot, and hopefully we're going to make you guys proud next split.
Thank you so much for the interview, Laura. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Ginny. I think you should stay. The KC fans are going to love you after these 2 wins in the book for KC. And Coach, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
How do we feel after? I must be a bit bittersweet, of course, grabbing the wins after everything is decided. But it's a glimpse of hope as well for the next split. How do you see this?
I think the last 2 games, I think always what the team is like every day is supposed to be the best possible building block for what you are. And I think the last 2 days were definitely steps in the right direction. And I think out of the position we were in, that's all I can ask for.
Schutz, you've been in basically every position when it comes to competitive. How do you explain this effect of winning and getting things together when there's no pressure at all? Because it happens all the time.
It does happen. I feel like the win rate's pretty high after you're knocked out. It happened to me last split as well in NA, and I think in general, when the pressure's off, obviously you play better. I think it's also, as you said, it's very bittersweet because you don't... It's almost like the wins feel worse when you're already out in a way. It kind of feels like, why can't we just do this earlier? It's clear that there's the potential there, and individually the players played insanely well this game. Like Targamas had really great ults. Cabochard came back from the early lane and had a lot of impact in the game. So it's kind of like, why didn't this happen earlier? And that's kind of the feeling that you come out of as a player from this type of situation.
On my end too, right? I think in regards to some of the games, we definitely suffered for some stage jitters. I think the last 2 games resembled more of where we are at in terms of our scrim level. I think definitely we are far from clean. There's definitely macro things and ideas in the game that we need to hammer down, and these are basically the test of our foundation. But I'm happy that the boys were a lot more loose and they created a performance that we can measure our true level at. Still many things to work on, and our foundation is not solid enough, and I think in the end that's why we are 2-7.
It's been kind of frustrating to watch KC. Obviously, you know it as well as the coach. It's been frustrating because we know that the players have the capabilities to perform, right? It's just like, why is it not working? And there's so many different factors in every game, right? There's the early game, there's mid game, there's objectives, and it just looked like almost everything was going wrong, even though we now in these last 2 games saw that it's possible. So what do you think? It's like taking these 2 wins, kind of bring it into the last split, or into the next split rather. What do you think you have to keep doing? Just do the same and just hope for best, or is there something specific that you think you need to do?
I think that we managed to figure out a lot in terms of what we want our identity to be. I think this is something that we wrestled with. I think in terms of how we play mid-game, it's like most of the games that we lost were pretty much, it's like we are ahead 1k gold, and then there's a Drake fight, and we are completely like either we are breaking our hands or we are just setting it up completely wrong. And in the end, when the games are more even and the more slow, this is where you get tested. So in essence, you just need to make sure that the basics are there in terms of our Drake setups and how we build vision in the game and transition that into consistent leads, how you progress. It's like playing for jungle camps, pressuring into tier 2, making sure that your waves crash, and also finding the right timings to tune in together. This is our main struggle. We need to solve this through communication, through individual play. So even though we win 2 games, it's just we still have so much to work on.
I appreciate a lot the transparency, honestly, to see the progress that the team has made, and obviously looking forward to seeing what Karmine Cup will be about in spring. Praise where it's due, though. Cabochard, another top laner, gets the Kia Player of the Game today. And it's a reunion for you guys as well, back from the Vitality days.
No, it's very fun to work with Cabo. He's still the same person, but more mature. I know where I have him, and I like what he's bringing to the team. A very mature presence, a leadership presence that serves as a kind of central point of calmness in situations, which is super good. I'm glad he took the play of the game.
Yamato, I'm going to use you for the next pre-match because we miss you as analyst as well, and it's nice to have you bring insights.
I'm comfortable.
We have Fnatic versus Team Heretics coming up next, and we wanted to discuss how Fnatic's botlane have been struggling a lot. You obviously faced off against them in scrims and in other settings. Well, how do you reflect on Fnatic, what they've been trying to build, and what hasn't been working well for them?
I feel like Fnatic is very similar to the team that they were last year. I think Noah performs well on a set couple of picks, and then when you figure out his pattern, I think that you can attack him in draft. I think this was the trend also last year when he's played specifically like Aphelios and did really well, and then was Desire. And I think that when you recognize that pattern, you target him in Champion Select. I think he seems a little bit less comfortable, I would say.
Quick prediction on this game, Heretics versus Fnatic. G3 versus Fnatic is another match of the week, I guess.
I would have to say I think Fnatic is a stronger team, so I think that's the one for me, yeah.
Yamato, thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing you guys in spring. And Casters, back to you for Game 3.
Thank you very much, Law, and thank you to Yamato for the insight, and congratulations to finish off the split. More importantly, to see what KC can do coming up towards spring. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Dagda. Dracos has been casting for like 10 games straight since Saturday, so a big shout out to him for covering for me for yesterday, but I am better, and better in time to get G3 versus Fnatic. We had G2 yesterday, and now we just get another banger, all on our final week of winter.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. Heretics versus Fnatic, set to be an absolute barn burner. And for Fnatic, the opportunity to try and push themselves up into that 4th place slot if Vitality win later on and Fnatic win this game. for Heretics is trying to make sure that they don't slip all the way down, because if they lose here, I think they slip right the way down to 7th place. So definitely a big win needed here to try and keep yourself out of the clutches of some of those teams at the top of the table. But we'll have to see how this one's going to pan out.
I think more importantly as well, you know, there's a couple of cool stories that we can run through here as well, because we've got such skilled players in their individual roles. Where do you want to start, Dagda? We can start top, we can start mid, we can start AD carry. Like, there are so many fun matchups where we're looking at Humanoid versus Perks. We're looking at Oscarinen versus fill-in and Wonder, who in playoffs did such a good job because Oscarinen was injured. Now, obviously, that didn't follow through all the way to Worlds, but like, you know, there's a bit of, I guess, friendship rivalry. What do you want to call it?
Well, that's the thing, right? Because to start things off, Oscarinen came in to replace Wunder on Fnatic. So the fact that you kind of are going up against them, then you had Oscarinen trying to teach Wunder some of the matchups to keep him in check while they went to that season final. So there's definitely a kind of replacement turned teacher turned rival now. So I think Wunder definitely going to have a lot to prove. But also, as you say, Perks versus Humanoid, I think Humanoid has been the best performing member alongside Razork on this Fnatic roster. So I'm excited to see him now go up against Perks, where I think Perks has had some good performances, but at times has also cost Heretics the game, where like he's gone in on Tristana too aggressive, and I think that's kind of been the story of Heretics at times, is different people getting caught out at the worst possible moments. So I'm curious to see if Heretics can kind of keep that clean and maybe upset Fnatic's apple card coming into this.
I mean, the funny thing is I don't think Fnatic have been clean either, right? Like, there's been some individual performances sometimes lacking. We can break that down as we go into game, but folks, as we run into this patch, I keep saying patch because I expect it to be live. It ain't live, we don't need to. 14.1b, which means we're still double support bot. We're still looking at the bans like the Seraphine, but Dagda, further to my point, such an important game here. Fnatic not leaving that bot lane up the chance.
Well, yeah, I wonder if they do ban the Varus though, just try to keep bot lane under check. Noah has been bringing out the Varus. It's been something that he's comfortable on, and as you heard Yamato say in the desk, kind of agree with him. Noah has had a few champions he looks comfortable on, so I'm wondering if they get rid of the Varus just to try and put some pressure on towards Noah in the bot side, and then you can always go for something like the Aphelios or even a Kalista on the next round. But it's actually going to be the Lucian, so I imagine Varus first pick here, and then it'd be a question of what Flacket feels comfortable going into. But no, going to be the Kalista instead, actually.
You did mention it. Okay, well, Noah's most played now by a bit. 4th game on it in this split. But you mentioned that Varus on the other side, Flackid's most played, so both AD carries getting their comfort here in their final game of the split.
Yeah, and the Azir going across the Perks as well. I think it's a nice take from Humanoid, as you were saying. But also just sets you up very, very well. Long range, good disengage coming through from the Azir if you want to go for the poke on the Varus. So I think a lot of opportunities here on Heretics to try and play for this big team fight with your consistent DPS and Perks. On the opposite side though, for Fnatic, I think going for potentially Rumble here for Oscarinen in the top side, not a terrible one. Wunder has looked very good on the Udyr, or at least has looked good on the decently good on the Udyr. So I think there is an option here for Wunder to just respond immediately with that pick.
Well, look, as you said, Rumble going to be locked in for Oscarinen. I love it because Dagda, you know, that pick has had the most presence this split by far, by a country mile. The Rumble has been pretty good. Jankos is saying it's okay. I wonder what that leads us to believe. Are we going to get a jungle pick here? Are they saying, no, never mind, pick Wonder up his Udi up in the top side?
Well, that's the thing, right? Jankos has a plethora of champions in his back pocket. We've seen him bring out the Lee Sin. He's got the Jarvan that he's brought in, even like a Trundle counter pick. So I think he's got enough opportunities to try and fall back onto something. So imagine Fnatic will try and target ban him a little bit, go for Xin Zhao, maybe look at something like a something like the Jarvan as well if you really want to, or at least in, but you'll still have something you can go for here for Jankos.
You know what I'm more excited about?
Oh, you need a Poppy ban actually, now that I think of it. Sorry, go on.
No, your brain is ticking a country mile again. What I'm more excited about, as the Poppy gets taken away, you're just on top of it, Dagda, the fact that Corki's still open. You excited about that? Corki has been there.
Yeah!
We're getting a little bit more of that through mid.
Now, I could be a Corki ban here, to be perfectly honest. And then maybe Humanoid with the Akali gun as well. I am kind of curious what he goes back towards. We've seen him opt in towards the Hwei, which isn't the end of the world if you're not up against an aggressive jungler. But yeah, I think with Tristana banned away instead, it'll probably just be the Corki answer for Perks. The exciting matchup.
Oh, yeah.
The matchup everyone is delighted to have come up for the 15th million time.
Yeah, over
14.1b.
Over League of Legends historical years. Well, let's just wait and see, at the very least, that Tristana was banned through mid. If you're not paying attention, Zin's out on the other side. So a jungle ban here targeted towards Jankos, who's yet to show us his flair in this game. Team Heretics, for me, they've been such a back and forth team, but when they play controlled, strong League of Legends, This is a team to be feared. Is it going to be another game like that with the Java now locked in an engaged tool and leaving that counter pick up for, well, for support?
Yeah, I think it's a good call because chances are you're going to go for something like the Nautilus or something along those lines here for Jun in that bottom side. Even the opportunity, if you really want to go for like I wouldn't recommend it, but a blind Blitzcrank. But you want something that's a bit more aggressive. Yeah, I mean it's going to be right.
One of them.
Yeah, but I think it's just having Kaiser the opportunity to go for it. So if you go for something like a Rakan here, I think you can go for a Nautilus counter for Kaiser, but it could just be a Nautilus immediate lock in here for Jun.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dag. You don't seem too excited about the call. You just kind of glazed over that point. Oh, this would be more exciting, wouldn't it? To take a serious note, Jun has been great on engaged supports, like the Blitzcrank. Him and LeBron now.
Okay.
Rating S tier for me. And Jun on this Blitzcrank spices it up a little bit more than that short guy in a flying helicopter in mid lane.
Yeah, I think it'd be an Alistar pick then, because I think that's... So when you want something that actually is threatening if you try to pull them in. So you don't really want to go for any of the enchanters. And oftentimes you kind of see it go... Could go for Nautilus as well, but you want to have that extra tanky support to try and answer for it. So yeah, going to go back towards the Nautilus. I think Kaiser's look very comfortable on this pick, so it makes sense, more engage. Good opportunity just to point and click CC to go onto Callista, so I think this is pretty nice for Heretics. They got long range, good team fight, nice lane matchups in top and in mid lane as well, so I think it'll be more of a Jankos and Razork trying to put pressure onto the spot lane.
I mean, right across the board, I see comfort, right? Especially through mid, through bot. You know, Jun getting an engaged support, or rather a hook support. Kaiser the same, especially when it's such an important game, because remember, you know, winner will be in a tiebreaker for 4th. There's no tiebreaker game later, so we have to keep that in mind. The losing team not being able to make top 4, that's rough. I mean, especially for a team like Fnatic, you have such a high reputation. Team Heretics, yes, coming through with the G3 remade roster that we all knew and loved from previous years, the one that took us all the way to World Finals.
Yeah, I do think, though, for Fnatic fans, they're kind of happy to see them coming back to firing all cylinders, because certainly last year it wasn't the best of times for them. When they started off the year, they ended up finishing pretty low down in the standings. That's why we saw the changes come through with Wunder coming out, Advian coming in. You know, there was a lot of massive changes for this team, but I feel you got to feel significantly more relaxed that after they looked good in summer, they've kind of continued that foot forward now into winter 2024.
Especially coming off the back of Worlds as well. You want to push yourself forward to be a new Fnatic coming through in this year. 2024 Winter is coming to a close today. And with their final game, Fnatic versus Team Heretics, looking to battle it out for seeding. They're secure in the Winter playoffs, but it's just about how high they can rise. And how much information you can gather on the other as well. It's about that breaking boost that you can finish off the split with Dagda. I think that's a really big thing. Momentum is real in League of Legends. As you go into the BO3s, it's nice to end the split on a win and keep that momentum going.
I think it's
more days.
Also just trying to look threatening for some of the top teams, right? So you're less likely to be chosen. But here comes the invade, grouping up. They want to get vision down to spot out where Razork is going to go and how aggressive he's going to be playing. So Jun actually going to ward his own red to see if Heretics stick around, but I'd be surprised if they did fully. I think they're just happy to, I was going to say get vision down, but they didn't even put it down.
By the way, Halo Blade's Corky there.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
Just saw that sight from Humanoid. Normally it is first strike.
Yeah.
Halo Blades is going to be a different angle from Humanoid. I thought that was a bug at first, but...
No, I think it's to try and play much more aggressive around Razork. So I think you probably look a lot more for the 2v1 in mid and see if you can punish Perks. If you can get his flash out early, see if you can then play around Razork hitting that level 6. But and also just for heavy trading in lane, it should make things a little bit easier.
It is a new approach because it's the first time in LEC, from what I'm looking at right now, that it has been picked up this split. It is the first strike, as we talked about, or it is normally the fleet footwork for survivability in the lane. Nice explanation there, Dagda. But for Humanoid versus Perks, I mean, in this lane, I like that we're going to get a bit more explosive power than you'd probably expect from the Corkies here. Even in this top side, at level 1, Oscar Rinnan getting bullied out by the man that stood in his place. Wonder's been here for ages as well. I mean, you stand in front of the bird, you're going to get burnt.
Yeah, and this is why, like, I think Wonder's had the best understanding of this matchup is you can trade so effectively in the early stages against Oscar Rinnan, even starting for the Electro Harpoon instead of going for the Q as well, so with the Flame Spitter. So Wonder now going to be able to slow push this wave in. Oscar Rinnan can't really approach the wave, so he's already down experience because Wonder's owned him off the experience. You can look to crash third wave. You can proxy fourth wave if you know where Razork is. Probably can't with Razork pathing up towards topside. But you reset on third wave, 450 gold, pick up a no magic mantle, and this lane becomes unplayable for Oscar. It's super easy to try and play for that, and you can see Wunder very much in control of this lane now.
Speaking of another lane that looks to get control, Humanoid, the trades onto Perks, aggressive, well done. Trades winning out in his favor as well, just runs on forward. Everybody liked that. 3 versus 2, you can see Perks keeps walking in. Great auto spacing from Humanoid. Really using that Hail of Blades you were talking about.
Yeah, and Kaiser now on the roam to see if he can help out Perks. So this is going to get bloody in the mid lane. It's just a question of how bloody.
You ask, and you shall receive. Humanoid will just have to Valkyrie away. Does so. Out of mana as well. The Fnatic fans out in force today. Humanoid just piles it back. Still has an EXP lead for now with this big wave that's building up towards Perks. Remember, he's got TP. So all he has to do is back if he so chooses, come back fresh. As Jun is now also roaming as well to match Kaiser, and I mean, they're going to beef up. All it takes is Dredgeline, because Flackett has moved up as well. Level 2 AD carry has just ghosted. Team Heretics want to fight with their AD mid at 3 minutes 30. Now Razork is behind enemy lines onto Perks. Flashes, who expected? He runs back in! The shifting sands, he probably thought he was going to get out with it, but he goes right back in.
This was just too much happening at once for Heretics. Flackett's still level 2, tries to come in mid. They don't have the damage. They can't get the closure on towards Jun, so he's able to hop out. You end up in a position where Perk sticks around and then completely messes up the disengage, and Fnatic just strike back, having spent way less resources on the trade. Like you can see, Kalista easy reset now to come back into lane, and she's got the recurve bow advantage now.
Because Ghost is now down from Flackett. I mean, I love the... I'd call it like a Jackie Love roam to mid, maybe a bit like Ruler, who's done that previously on JDG, but still 3 summoners burnt in that trade. And remember Wunder before, to get his lane dominant topside, also burn a summoner. Very early usage here from Team Heretics, but as we saw mid, First Blood goes over, Fnatic pick up a gold lead. And even though it goes to Jun, who made the roam, it still gives Humanoid ease of access in this lane and the priority that he was searching for before.
I think we're going to see a bit more action down in this bot side, though. You can look at where Razork is. So at the moment, Razork would like to try and help Oscar and push in this wave, although it looks like Wunder might have broken that freeze. And the idea is, okay, I can then get the reset that Oscar in desperate needs without losing minions. But the fact that he's coming down to this bot lane with that big wave pushing out says to me that they want to try and get on towards Flackett and see if they can punish the fact that he's that ghost. But maybe not even the case, actually. He's just going to try and clear out his own bot side. Maybe after, as the wave starts to push out from underneath the tower, you look for it. But I think it's going to be a sizable wave on that bot side by the time he gets out there.
Slowly but surely, the push coming back. Flackett and Kaiser have their support of their jungler nearby. Jankos is down bot side, but you can see Razork the same. Difference is that for now, Razork has a level lead. Not sure about Jankos' EXP bar, but we'll just track that one a little bit closer, as health does matter.
Perks going to be able to get on out.
This time the full way.
Yeah, so the little purple bars just beside the portraits of the champions will give you the XP bar. So you can see Jankos just topping over to level 5, no worries. And that'll make things a little bit easier to track. Wunder, though, knowing that Razork is going to be on this bottom side, gets down a ward and is just making life a nuisance for Oscar and in the top lane. You can see he still hasn't reset, so Wunder should be able to clear this out, get a reset, work up towards his Kanak Rookern off the back of this as well, and just make things easy. Razork, because you have to reset at some stages, Black, you can see he's just sitting on the tier, knows that in a brawl, they just have the advantage with the recurve bow already picked up, so he's going to push aggressively, or have Noah push aggressively in the box side and look for this dragon. Jankos can't really steal this. There's too many members of Fnatic around.
Jankos might get punished for it regardless, but the Vault Breaker's back in instead. And Jun doesn't pull the trigger on the hook. So First Dragon goes over to Fnatic. First Blood went over to Fnatic. It's a good early game so far from Fnatic, but it depends if this is punished. Kaiser, Dredgeline connects, Ignite immediately down onto Razork. Jun's in, bops him up, but Kaiser flashes away from the hook. In return, Team Heretics have a play here, but it all depends on the CC chain, as Jun has to dodge away from at least something, but instead he's fine. Dredgeline flashed away from. Fnatic almost punished with their lives, but they get away safely. Yeah, the Dragon still goes across. A lot of summoner spells burnt there. Well, at least Jun's summoner spells burnt there in that bottom side, but they're still going to be relatively fine. Wunder has reset, is now looking bot, though. I think they want to 4-man dive this, because Wunder knows he's got the TP advantage off of those early plays that he set up on top side. Yeah, and the Udi is spearheading in. The Ghost immediately popped. Razork is down here, but Will he get here in time? Jun bobs up, trying to buy some time as Noah against the turret just gets sent every which way. But you're right, there is no finisher. He flashes away. Razork is back in action. Wonder now has a Callista and still finds a kill. It's messy, but it's working. As Wonder as well, looking for a second, but Humanoid now comes on in. He's got the range. Kaiser doesn't get the dredge line. It is messy, messy, messy. It's like having a kid's birthday party at McDonald's. Humanoid finding the kill, melee range, and there's fries everywhere.
The ball pit has scrambled all over the floor for Fnatic, but for some reason, Heretics have managed to come out on top. It was not clean. Oscar will get 2 plates on the top side in response. Perks will at least get 1 to try and answer back, but my word, that was a messy dive.
My region, Dagda, I can say that now. I'm assimilating my region. Let's watch this again because it has just been what these 3 weeks of winter have been a lot of the time, let's be real.
So Flack could end up tanking the tower, which is a complete mess. Flack could end up shooting too early, so then Noah's able to flash, which means that Wonder, as he comes back here, ends up going for it. Flack could now too low to realistically get involved in this play, which means that as Yanko's flash Qs and misses that, that's a mess. Flack could then flashes away from Humanoid as he starts coming in. Kaiser missing the hook as well, means that at least you get Humanoid with some damage, but Yanko's, thanks to Triumph, will heal up. Flackett hits 6 off the kill, so manages to lock up Humanoid, but he still gets the kill back in the Yankos. But that should have been way simpler. As long as Flackett didn't tank the tower from the get-go, that could have been an easy setup.
So, game is even, pretty much, I guess, from that last play. It's a 300 gold lead for Team Heretics, but we don't really call that much at this point. 300 is mid right now, Humanoid over Perks. The biggest lead in the game is Flackett. As you can see, Serrated Dirk picked up now as well over Noah. He's probably feeling the best in this game, but we might have to wait and see who's feeling the best because there's no summoners available, Dak. There's a lot of lanes to punish right now. A lot of blinking summoners, I should say, as well, that are waiting for the cooldowns to come off.
And there's a level 6 Jarvan on the bot side.
So better get it started, hey. Jun with a hook under turret. I mean, Varus has to be careful not to step too far up. At least the damage goes down, and Jun now down to half HP. Yankos is not saying die yet.
Now I'm watching Yankos as he tries to spot out Razork. Void Grubs could be started by Wonder on the top side as this is all going on. Jun missing, but over the wall, so they're fine. Still though, Heretics are getting good control over this bot side. They're getting the push, they're getting control, you're getting the CS lead. Wonder putting the threat onto Oscar, and again, you can see how unplayable this matchup is at this stage. It's kind of disgusting.
Dagda, in the meantime, you saw my finger go to the screen and point at Jun's first item choice. Mobility boots, he is going to move. Now, we know a lot of the time with Blitzcrank, usually it's the case. But it's always exciting to see the boots everyone forgets about. You know, we have, I almost said Mercs the wrong way.
Ionian boots elicited.
Let's pause, yeah. In this meantime, I mean, Flackett probably hopes he has them, but it wouldn't make a difference because 3 members are here. Flex on him. Noah gets a kill. A very meaningful kill, considering Flackett was ahead in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, just sticking around that bit too long to try and push out. No help there. Kaiser had already reset to try, move mid, because it looks like they want to try and get set up for, I would imagine, Void Grubs into Dragon, but they're actually moving back to this bot side to try and protect the bot lane tower after Flackett went down, but a bit of a whoopsie there from Flackett, and it gives a lot of control now too. Hey, we got the kill onto to Noah in that bot side. Humanoid is farming up a Storm in the mid lane as well, thanks to that early kill.
Ooh.
That's unfortunate, but yeah, it means that Razork knows that bot lane is safe for the moment, so he's actually the one that rotates back up towards top side to pick up the Void Grubs. Kenneth Brooker now for Wonder, though, means that this is kind of where things are going to get messy in this top side for Oscar. So Razork getting these Void Grubs is actually a pretty big win in the grand scheme of things.
Side note, though, I mean, Dagda, we're not going to see the other 3, are we? Because it coincides with Herald spawn.
Well, it's actually just Dragon. It's Dragon that's going to be the issue here, so they want to try and get back down because they have a feeling there might be some sort of messy play coming on. Humanoid resetting has the teleport, and I think that's why the dive is called off here from Heretics. They're a bit worried about Humanoid coming in. I think he picked a package off that reset as well, so Heretics trying to burst down this Dragon before Corky gets back into this mid lane.
We'll say, though, with this Dragon being looked at with Team Heretics just having it, with stats going over to Wonder, feel pretty good. Early game with the Caning Rookern, with the Mountain Dragon on top of that. Wonder is a very beefy boy. So it spawns a Cloud Rift somewhere out there. There's an LCK caster cheering as maybe for Fnatic. They'll be doing the same in a moment. Kaiser flashes over the wall. It's Humanoid with a package. I think it's a barrel of dog biscuits that's just waiting to go in somewhere. Will it be on top of Perks?
Oh, he's getting the treat?
Yes, it will. Who's a good boy? Perks running away, though, but he doesn't want to go over the flames. Instead, pops them back, flashes. Nice to get out, but Humanoid under the turret. Well done. 2-1 now. Corki is unleashed.
Humanoid is a very happy Corgi as he wanders back with his little legs to the tower. Great stuff there, being able to Valkyrie back over the Azir wall and pick up that kill. And again, just nice timing. You could kind of see that Heretics had already been pushed away from bot side, so everyone on the Heretic side was involved in keeping that bot lane tower safe, which meant that there just wasn't numbers in mid lane, and Razork spotted it.
It's a very significant kill again because, I mean, we know this matchup, Dagda. We know it scales either way. It's what was always known about Corki Azir. And after that kill, even though Fnatic find one mid, even though it was Humanoid, Team Heretics respawn, Perks uses his teleport. They are going to be getting these Void Grubs and giving 2 to themselves just before the Herald spawns in 1 minute.
Yeah, but I mean, it's nothing to write home about, right? They're not going to respawn before Herald in a minute, so it's 2-1. Means nothing in the grand scheme of things. It's more just a nice little bit of experience for the jungler more than anything else. And Humanoid should be able to continue clearing out this and then start to move in towards the spot side.
I mean, even if you got 5 grubs, I wouldn't ride home. Can you imagine saying, dear mum, I killed 5 of these purple things in Summoner's Rift? And she go, all right, don't know what that is. I'm still learning the game. But
do you have to explain that grub is not food when you do write home about it?
Yeah, not food, or again, I told you, someone who eats off the ground. You know, in high school, I said people, like, if you get called a grub, you're someone who's like, you know, a little bit yuck, you know?
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
right.
so...
And they're so pretty in the game, you know? Yeah,
they're obviously very good-looking grubs.
Cute, yeah.
You know, again. I'm glad the naming discussion has stopped. I think we've, you know, gotten over that real quick.
Yeah, you just don't talk about it,
no,
so then it doesn't get brought up. It's all right, yeah. We ignore that.
We do indeed. I think we've gotten over grubs in general, though. I think, you know, a lot of teams have seen them, what they can do when they're ahead, but let's be real. I think the Herald has been the most exciting thing so far, especially yesterday. I think it was Bo who drove it after getting from mid all the way down bot. You know, like he was running in the 90s. There was such good, smooth moves.
Yeah.
And so we can see how effective it can be. I mean, it can really just open the map.
May even get that chance here for Fnatic, to be perfectly honest. Like, mid's pretty low.
True.
After the push. But it looks like they're going to turn their attention topside immediately. Wunder is here, and he is very much alone.
Well, Jun has that static field to stop him from at least turning into a big speed demon. Herald's going to be charged at melee range pretty much, doesn't kill the turret, but Wunder has no chance. He's CC'd up for days. Now it's another drive right down top side. I mean, in a tier 2. In top is now threatened. Look at the damage they're going to have with Humanoid as well. With the only grub they picked up, it's enough to enhance it and pick up 2 turrets from Rift Herald Dagda. That's why it works.
Wunder is TP, but it's 15 seconds away. I don't think Heretics can really aggress onto this.
Okay.
Maybe with no one mid, but you can see, yeah, they immediately back away. Perks wants to grab that wave underneath the tower, so Fnatic punishing on the map plays against Heretics, and this early game hasn't been stellar from Heretics. They attempted that one dive on bot side, and it kind of felt like a bit of a hands dip for the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely, and you know, the kill from Humanoid mid, that enhanced the game for Fnatic. The Herald play just then pushed us up to a total of 3K in Fnatic's lead past this laning phase. We didn't see much in the way of plates, but now that the top side's open, we're going to look at the map state, Dagda, because for Fnatic, they've got a Kalista Blitzcrank and a Blitzcrank who's always going to be on the move. You never know where Fnatic are going to be in Fog of War.
Yeah, and I think Heretics, that's why you're seeing them grouping up in this 3-man unit, even Wunder on this bottom side to try and make that happen. But they don't even realize they're on a ward. They haven't done their due diligence.
Oh, I mean, the priority map is beautiful. They find the exact target that you'd want out of anyone on the team. Team Heretics running for their life, but they're not going to get out because Kaiser is next on the menu, boys. Razork with a beautiful ult. Humanoid has picked up 4 kills. Jordan forces a flash. Fnatic can do no wrong in a game that matters so much for them. They are on track.
I'm shocked that Jun was able to catch the pigeon like that. That was absolutely insane. In between 2 people, and then, I mean, Muttley for Humanoid, very happy he's able to pick up the kill. That was gorgeous. And Heretics, again, just not doing their due diligence. Didn't sweep, didn't expect there to be a ward, and now great pickup here. I will say you got the resets a little bit late here though for Fnatic when it comes towards Dragon, but realistically I think they'll be fine to start moving back in to try and take this objective. Yep. They just need to get, as you can see, Bob pushed out. Humanoid will probably have to TP back out onto the map, more than likely towards mid lane, because I think that's your best bet. Oh wait, Razork went over the wall.
Yeah, he did, and that's a Q. Flash to get out or wait for the Q. It's now up and again, so Vault Breaker should be an exit path, but he's just waiting instead. Fnatic are stronger. There's a 2K gold lead mid with Malignance now on the Corki. He's got a package as well. You can see in base, he's just picked it up. Teleport early as well as Jankos is in early with the Cataclysm down, but he's just dying out. Humanoid now in the back line. There it is, light it up. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno for Fnatic. Flackett sent packing, and Wonder left with his head in his hands. Fnatic have got this game in the bag.
X marks the spot as to where Heretics used to be, as Fnatic are setting a mark on this game. That was an incredible play. Destroying Heretics, making sure no one could approach anything. I mean, Jankos going in very aggressive early. The TP coming through from Wonder, a little bit late to the party because Jankos is already dead, and Humanoid is just zoning Flackett and Perks off. They know they can't really go forward, and then you just get hit, Rumble, ult, and having that package as well. Flackett is completely out of the fight, and Fnatic are just chasing down members of Heretics to add to their goal pockets.
How good would a sauna with Brand be in it as well, right? You'd have so much fire on Summoner's Rift, you'd burn it down. It feels so nice to watch Humanoid on this pick, which is now at 9K. Where's Perks? He's down. Dagda, ready to do some math? 5,500, am I correct? Yes. I have to confirm
I'm going to leave you to that.
I can count. 5,500, it's big. It's such a big gold gap. Even though on the screen it says 3K. I could be wrong. Either way, it's big. Ladies and gentlemen, you can do it yourself. It's Humanoid, level 13 versus Perks. He's down a level, but about 11.5 it feels. It's really rough. I mean, we've got this respect to Perks on a matchup, Dagda, that we've seen time and time again. But Humanoid started running ahead with that kill in mid. And with Fnatic pretty much winning bot side later on as well. It's just been a bit of an oops-a-daisy for Team Heretics in their last game of Winter.
Yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate as well, because it kind of felt like this was your moment, as you say, to show people what you're worth. We got to see from the get-go, very first day into week 1 of Winter, not the best of starts for Heretics, but they started to claw back some of the infamy that they had of being like top dogs from past years. But now Fnatic kind of showing them the ropes here.
The teleport though could be dangerous. Hook doesn't land as around red buff the fight begins, but again, look at Humanoid from range. You can see Perks is holding topside, won't do a damn thing. Oscarinen just burns him down. He really did light the beacons, but no one came.
I mean, the jungle doesn't belong for them. Fnatic happy to go in, they take the fight. That's perfect for someone like Oscarinen with that ultimate. They burn down everyone, and now it's just a case of where do you want to try and attack. You got push and top, although I will say with Varus there, you're not going to be able to do too much. But yeah, with the waves, not in the best of spots. They won't be able to get much in the way of towers, but still they'll get control, get vision, steal away some of the camps. And you just go for take 2 here with Baron up and available. 20 minutes on the clock, and it's not like Heretics, although Perks can do it quick, can never really contest you. But we get a quick shot here, like hook into the wall for Kaiser. Jankos deleted immediately, and Oscarinen is just burning down Perks on the top side. Nothing that the Azir can do. I mean, Flackett, how's he supposed to get into these fights? They're just not capable of it at all.
I mean, I think at this point, Dagda, is it a bridge too far? Is it too far gone? It's a 10K gold lead. You're versing a Corki, a Rumble versus a team that, again, might want to play at range. You know, Flackett, for example, as Lethality Varus. Oh, look. The real G2 coming up next.
A little bit more successful this season as well. But Fnatic trying to see if they can make sure that they can push themselves a little bit further along. Again, if Fnatic win this, they want Vitality to win the next game as well, so that then they can get their top 4 spots. So Fnatic definitely doing the work here. Heretics, unfortunately, even if they win, will not be able to push themselves into that top 4, thanks to the strength of victory that SK have. And the head-to-heads. Good hook, though.
Finish out. Dredgeline buffers it, though. Looks janky on our spectator client, but Kaiser gets out. That's the main thing. Zenithar at mid at 21 minutes getting threatened down. This feels like a much later game than it is because of how far Fnatic are ahead, but 14-3 at 21. It's just pure dominance here, and it's really good to see from what we'd expect to be a top team, right? What people would expect to be a top 2, top 3 team. Yes, they're waiting for Vitality to get top 4, but right now they need to showcase, as you said, with the Equalizer down, they're doing exactly that. Oscarinen's damage is dirty with the Crypt Bloom as well. This 2-item Rumble means business.
Still, though, Noah getting hooked there meant that kind of shuts down Fnatic. They would have liked to keep that ball rolling, catch that wave on bot side, but because you end up with Noah having to burn Flash and the ultimate and calling for aid from Fnatic, they don't really get as much as they would have liked out of that play. So buying time here for Heretics. Now, they still need a lot of time to be relevant, but at least you're getting some opportunities to try and get items for yourself.
Let's being optimistic about what Team Heretics can do from such a deficit. Fnatic know there's no vision here. Lens used well. Team Heretics right now prioritizing top side of the map because Baron is up. They know that this dragon is just kaput. They'll wait and see if the game goes long enough to pick up that soul. And instead, maybe it'll be the Baron flip. There's been plenty so far. Dagda?
I was going to say, you're kind of open for something. But yeah.
I was going to say, would you like to be optimistic about Team Heretics? Would you like to give me anything to put up their hopes in this game? You can
I
say
mean, you're
no.
just so far away. Banshee's Veil is the attempt from Perks here, but even if you get that right, the Eclipse Malignance is going to make sure that you're getting that magic resist reduction. It ends up super nice. You've still got to deal with a lot of damage coming through Calista. The Terminus is going to make it very hard with the Jack Show inevitability for Noah to really beat him down. So I think at this stage, you've kind of run your course, and I think Heretics had moments to get control of this game. Like, you look at that bot lane dive that went so astray, and Wunder had good control and tried to use it elsewhere in the map, but unfortunately it was just Fnatic cleaner when it came to a lot of these plays and came back to bite Heretics, especially around that like mid lane into bot side plays.
Package running out, by the way, if you're wondering where a Humanoid used that, it's set up now for Baron because that's what the reset's about. You look at the soul in 4 minutes, again, if the game is still going. Scuttle makes it that much easier as well to move around this all-seeing Baron. Again, looks a little bit like a Halo rifle. You know, the carbine rifle in Halo 2.
I think Aphelios is Calibro.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Keep it game related. That's right. That's very good. Keep me in a job. What's... Oh, sorry. Halo? What's that? It's the new champion ability. Just wait and see what happens around Baron, though, because Jordan is going to be a key factor. We've seen all game long. These hooks have been pretty deadly on the 9 out of 14 kill participation hook. Champion, and I have to say, Blitzcrank in the LEC, I think have been some of the best performing champions. Unless there's a game I'm not remembering well enough. Jun, Labrov, I think some of the best performing supports on some of these pick champions.
Yeah, Blitzcrank in particular has been really big for Jun, as you say, Labrov as well. I think it gives you a lot of opportunities to play around these new walls, because in a lot of situations, it's very difficult to approach objectives now, or even if you are already at the objective pit, there's so many walls and different angles that Blitzcrank can work from. You can even see here, like, it makes it very difficult for you to actually threaten a lot of these plays, and especially since, apart from Wunder, no one is actually particularly tanky on Heretics. Like, yes, you've got Kaiser, but a one item Locket of the Iron Solari Nautilus, that's what, 6 levels down on your AD carry is not going to survive. And Semi Yankos, he's Sunder Sky. Thanks
Kaiser,
for the,
again, there you go.
Thanks for the demonstration.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, lads.
Say, that supports your point, doesn't it? Jun gets a quick pick, support down, 4 versus 5. Baron was theirs anyway. Further to your point, Dagda, you know what's huge? As Wunder decides to push bottom side turret. I can explain in a second, because at least in a turret going down means a gold bounty for Team Heretics. But again, it's so far gotten. You know, it's also big when there's less ability haste in the game, and that means escape tools are more valuable, right? This is the most brain statement I've ever made, so bear with me. Yeah, I know.
I'm ready.
Never gone this far. Because there's less ability haste in the game, that means things like hooks are more valuable, because you have, if you use an escape, with there being less ability haste, that is a more valuable tool naturally. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
But also the hook
smart?
is now more valuable because it's like you've less hooks, right?
True.
So
but landing it means
that
point is really smart.
I will say it's just, there's a lot of damage in the game and people tend to be squishy. Not going to land that hook, but I think it's just there's so much burst as well when you look at like how much damage Corki can do.
Yeah.
Rumble as well, dealing a ton of damage. So I think there's just a lot of opportunities to pick people off on moments like that.
Found him. I think that was blind as well. I mean, there's no ward over. Another one for Noah. Humanoid just dodges. Perks getting outclassed. It is Humanoid time. 7, 1, and 5 is a 3-item Corki just running forward. It's Marek time, baby. That's been all game.
They're just looking for the tower now, yeah. Humanoid again. This guy has been absolutely insane. Coming into this weekend, more than 33% of the team's damage. Highest DPM for any mid laner in the league. The guy has been a beast. And it's very nice to see him performing on all accounts. Because there's always the, well, Humanoid only comes alive in playoffs. Well, he's alive and kicking in this game and wants to turn it here.
As another hook lands as well. Equalizers down. The range is there. Oscarinen burning and turning. With Baron buff, it's so easy. Fnatic slowly whittling away. Team Heretics, they've got 3 kills to their name in this 27-minute game. It has not been close. It has never been close. It has been a runaway. It has been a performance from Fnatic that cannot be understated. Jun locked in a pit, but matters not. As Fnatic running into the base, even if they get fully wiped here, it's going to take 3 more. Okay, you got Razork, you got Jun. Great stuff. Need a little bit more. Humanoid is the army.
I mean, they've held for a little bit.
Okay.
At least they got something back, but yeah, I think this was a little bit too far forward from Fnatic. Razork misses on the Q with Jankos getting the lockdown onto Jun, and there is still damage on Fnatic. And as well, look at Noah, like already taking out a ton of damage as well, so he's not able to really get into the fight either, so it becomes a bit messy, you know?
Exactly, it's like Hodor, you know? He did a good job of delaying the inevitable, but eventually...
They will get through the
Eventually they came through, and a bigger issue was at hand. Now you've got the wall, which is playoffs, but then Team Heretics have to perform there, right? Anyone who hasn't watched Game of Thrones is now very confused as to what's going on, but to be fair, that's life. An objective bounty picked up. Maybe doing a little bit better than Hodor right now, but the problem is Humanoid, as he gets hooked on in, does damage, but they found him, they collapse on him. A shutdown, it goes to Wonder, but still, the Corky's down. Team Heretics. Ooh.
I still don't know if it's enough, though. This is the thing, right? Like, yes, you got the pick, but all it does is let you bounce these waves out for a little bit. It might give you the opportunity to get in a better position for something like Baron in 2.5 minutes, but I still think, you know, 30 seconds until Humanoid comes back out. They still have a ton of push. The fact that the shutdown went to Wonder, it would have been amazing if that went to Perks, and then he could get like nearly a 3rd item completed, and then you're like, okay, maybe you have an opportunity with like a Rabadon's completion or something to try and fight back, but I just don't know if they've got enough in the tank, unless Fnatic mess up, and they're not really doing that right now. They're just going to look for that poke.
Yeah.
Jun, though.
Guys with the dredge line, hang on a minute. I mean, Fnatic, what is going on? Fate's core used to get out. Humanoid's now back up. He's got teleport.
I don't know if you can go for much here, though, because like Fnatic, you're like, okay, you just use the Fate's Call, Humanoid's in base, so again, it's more about, hey, let's just push the waves in, keep Heretics back in their own base, and then look for Baron in just a 2 minutes time.
I hope this is not a trend for Fnatic. I hope this is a game to be closed out nicely, cleanly. That's all I want, Dagda. That's all I want. I mean, it's just been such a dominant game, but 3 kills now. They doubled their kill score. Jun with the hook in onto Jankos. Maybe we stop there. He gets bodied and destroyed in an instant. Humanoid from the back line is firing away once again. The equalizer, gorgeous, as Kaiser has to run for his life, but he's burnt as well. Everybody likes setting the flames up as Wonder does find Razork, who goes a little bit too far forward. But it's 3 versus 4. Fnatic have the kill score. They've got the gold line. Dagda, they've got everything. They can push him once again.
Yeah, they'll get the double in hit. I don't think they can push for too much more, but it's honestly perfect timing. It means that you get your wave starting to push out as you look towards the Rift. Oscar just needs to back it on up. Heretics just trying to delay the resets, so then they have as much time as possible for Jankos and Kaiser to get back out of the map. That's why Wonder's just chasing him down, but they could honestly turn on Wonder, so he needs to be a little bit careful.
True.
But yeah, it means that, look, you'll have the waves now coming in, super creeps in bot, super creeps in mid, and they'll be hitting right as Baron spawns now on towards those Nexus turrets. So for Heretics, you have to try and deal with these waves now. And again, good hook from Jun to start things off. They kill off Jankos, he's not tanky enough, and then from that point forward, it's like just no backline access. Humanoid's pushing forward. You've got Razork, who's gone deep into the backline as well with Jun. This is just easy pickings for the Fnatic backline. They continuously have the DPS that they're able to churn out with no threat there.
At least it works out in their favor, but it's not clean. At least these past 5 minutes haven't been a clean ending. Flacket is doing work. 21k damage. I'm surprised, but I'm also not surprised. And I think, as you said, you know, Baron is spawning. This should still be Fnatic luring Team Heretics into this area. But it's about doing your due diligence. If you walk ahead solo, if you get picked off by Team Heretics, and that gold lead means less and less. Walking forward, Team Heretics grouping up as 5 for now. Oscar in and by himself, but Team Heretics don't pull the trigger yet. They spot him. Jun looking for a hook as well, but there's a couple of barriers here as well as Razork over the wall. The hook finds Udi, but he runs for his life, but there's still a lot of damage. Equalizes, zones him out. Wonder's dead. The package as well. Marek Presta! Jankos running for his life. When you see fire start to burn and it starts to spread, Fnatic will have their time in the sun.
Beautiful stuff from Fnatic. The combo to pick off Wonder as he went too far forward, and with that Fnatic, they keep their hopes of top 4 alive.
Well, it's a beautiful end. It got a little bit sloppy around that ending, but it's still the win you wanted to see. As Fnatic dominated the early game, Dagger. I mean, it was their game by rights.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Heretics, a couple of whoopsies here and there, a couple of missed abilities, and Fnatic responding incredibly well. The fact that you got those early kills onto Humanoid, the core keep popping off, the damage with that Malignance, Eclipse, Muramana build is absolutely absurd at the moment, and that's why when you look at your player of the game, vote now at LEC on X, it is Razork, Humanoid, or Jun, because honestly, the three of them all had a fantastic performance.
I think Jun or Humanoid for me. I always like to throw my bias in Dagda. Jun on Blitzcrank, some really pivotal plays, some really great hooks as well. And again, Blitzcrank in the LEC, I think a real divine light so far. Fnatic should be proud with how they ended their split. Yes, there were a couple of games where they started setting up a trend of not being able to close it out when they should, not being able to clean things up. But still with a chance of top 4, that's huge. As after that set break, that's coming up in a moment, we will be talking to Oscar Rinnan in just 1 sec.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC. I'm joined here with Oscar from Fnatic. Congratulations on your win, and thank you so much for the time for the interview. You look really happy, you seem really happy, and I want to see how you're feeling right now in terms of the performance that you've given today, but also throughout the entirety of the regular season of the split.
I mean, obviously I'm happy to win today. I think it was not the best week that we had, but it feels win to at least not go 0-3 and to perform one game. I think we didn't really play like super good this regular split. I think we could show like a way more better level in general, but it is what it is. I think we are fixing a lot of problems right now, and in playoffs we are gonna be a way stronger team.
Okay, a couple of points here that you mentioned that I want to pick apart. I want to start off with this week, particularly against MDK. Do you remember what happened there with the Nexus?
Yeah, I remember that for sure.
Do you want to talk us through it? Like, what was the thought process when that happened?
I mean, I think we just were a bit too excited. I think we were not in the best mental state to make that call. I think if we just didn't go, I think we could just play the next fight with Corki and Poke and just play the fight. I think we were in a decent position to make it, but I guess we didn't think we could win the next fight or something, and we just went to end, and yeah, we couldn't. So
it happens to the best of us.
It was a banger, I guess.
It was indeed, actually. Is that though something that you want to work on going into playoffs, like getting a little bit too overheated, too overexcited, and going for these plays that potentially could lose you a game?
Yeah, we already talked about this. That I think it happened like 2 or 3 times already. And yeah, we talked about it so it doesn't happen again. So we are a bit more chill, like we are cool down in the game, we think clearly, and yeah. It's not gonna happen again, I guess, or I hope so.
I hope so too. I mean, being a Fnatic fan that day must have hurt a little bit. Going into playoffs, so it's gonna be a best of 3 format. So how do you feel about that? Are you more comfortable, more confident? Is the time between now and then, well, next week, you think enough to iron out some of these issues?
I think like everyone is way more excited for the best of 3. Like it's playoffs in the end, so everyone is excited to perform and to play well. Everyone wants to show that they are the best, and it's when it matters to perform. And yeah, I think we are all really excited, at least in my team. Good. And we want to show that we are actually a good team. And yeah, we didn't play well the last 2 games, but I think we are a top team for sure, and
Absolutely.
we can make it.
Yeah, well, we're going to see that. Thank you so much for your time for the interview.
You.
We're going to be heading back over to the analyst desk, so Laura, please do take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Nice to see that Fnatic manages to save the week that they have. Not much at stake here for them, but I want us to talk about the next games that we have. G2 SK, an important one because it's the battle for first seed. Top 2 seed, sorry, very simple. The winner gets top 2 alongside BDS. So if G2 wins, they get first. If SK wins, BDS gets first, SK gets second, and G2 gets third. I know G2 likes to have fun on Mondays, but I don't think you want to draw this one.
I mean, this is the Content Monday, right? That's kind of their signature now, so it's up to them if they want to get the top 2 seeds, right? This is the game to do it. If not, 3rd seed, not too bad, but you do want that top 2. It kind of makes your life a bit easier in playoffs for sure.
I mean, I think at the beginning of the season, G2 might have ending up on first place, I think, is what people might have expected, but SK popped off, I want to say, for the first 2 weeks. Maybe a slower pace during this week. Aragon, what do you think of SK's trajectory in general?
Yeah, I think they definitely have slowed down. I thought for the entire time that they would start off quite strong. In my initial tier list, I actually had them 4th, right? Whereas most people had them 7th, and that's mainly because of the Niski effect. I figured, you know, this guy, he always does well. He's always, even when Mad, right, he was on Mad last year, and they were on a 10-loss streak, right? But every single game he was popping off regardless. So I figured, you know, he comes to this team, Shock calls a rookie jungler, and they'll pop off.
I love to call Niski the jungler whisperer because I remember the time he spent in NA alongside Blabber and how much he helped him within Cloud9. And I feel like we have the same effect with Isma this year. And it's really interesting because if you look at the jungle matchup here on both sides, you have Yike, who was the rookie I think we had last year, getting rookie of the season also, I believe, against Isma, who seems to have a similar trajectory within SK this year, Treats?
I mean, they've both been insanely good, I think, this split. Isma came in with a lot of pressure from the get-go. I think his early games especially have been super clean. And then Yike, on the other hand, I feel like last splits he was kind of in a backseat role with Mickey kind of driving the early game. But now I would say that Yike is the main driving force in the G2 early games. And when he has these insane games on Zinstao like he's had insane Viego performances as well. The early game from G2, when Yike is ahead, has just looked better in general. And it doesn't come from just the bot lane like it did last season.
I love that Yike last year, when we got to discover him, was about the range of champions that he can play in any situation, and I feel like he understood more of his role when it comes to what G2 is looking for right now. But you know, Aragon, that he's the type of jungler who can play anything and pop up at any stage of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's evidenced in the past 3 weeks. We've seen them try absolutely everything with Yike, from Lilia to Maokai, right? And I really hope that they stick with carries on Yike, because across all of Worlds, they just kept putting on Maokai, Sejuani duty, and in my opinion, they won't hit the their ceiling playing that. I really want to keep him on Belveth, Lillian, these kinds of champions, and hopefully they'll get really good at that.
He would be really happy hearing this. I think he's really sick of being on street duty.
Maokai.
No more Maokai,
No
please, no more
duty.
street champions at all. But I love Isma as a jungler as well, because for me, he's a selfless jungler. He's the embodiment of a selfless jungler. Treats. He's not scared to look bad if his team is gonna look good in the end.
I mean, he doesn't look like a rookie, to be honest.
Right?
He plays like he's been a veteran in the league for years. Like, he comes in with a lot of confidence, like you said, very selfless. I think sometimes rookies come in, they're a bit scared, they're a bit like hesitant on plays, but he knows what he wants, he just goes for it and he makes it work. So for me, he doesn't play like a rookie, to be honest.
Guided by Niski, of course. I think that's something that they both expressed during interviews. It's something that you can see when you watch them play.
Yeah, it's the same. There was this comms video that came out with Niski shot calling for Isma to gank on a specific minion last hit, which was super cool, right? It's really clear, and you could see they try it with multiple lanes. I think yesterday, though, I was a little bit disappointed where Irrelevant tried to set up a gank. I think he used a Q3 on Aatrox to try and get the enemy top lane to walk in, but then they just got wiped by Cabochard, right? So hopefully they keep it more consistent, and hopefully Isma can do well today as well.
I want to expand on what happened yesterday for SK, because it was an upset lose against KC here. KC picking up their first victory of the split. Should we be worried about SK when we look at the mistakes they made? How do you reflect on the game they played when it comes to the one they're going to play against G2 today?
I mean, I think the other losses that SK's had, they could kind of blame it on something like, oh, it was just a bad draft, or oh, it was just unlucky early game. But I felt like the game yesterday against KC, they kind of got what they wanted, and it still didn't go their way. So for me, that's a bit more alarming. I wouldn't say that it's doom and gloom for them now, right? But I think after yesterday, it was kind of like, oh, like they can actually be kind of exposed if the early game doesn't go their way. So for today, I think at least what they're hoping for and what I'm hoping to see is a bit clearer kind of goals in early game and not these overextensions that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and I also want to, you mentioned draft. I think their draft yesterday was super questionable. Picks like Aatrox into Rumble, historically not that great of a matchup. And then a week before that, they kept picking, and I went to you for this. I was so confused. They picked Rakan into Senna Seraphine, and I was just sitting there like, what do they do? Right? They've had so many weird drafts where the game felt kind of auto-lost from the bat. Another example is the R5 Gragas. That was infamous, right? But yesterday for me, it was the Aatrox into Rumble, as well as the Corki into the Nico, which was super hard lanes to play.
Having locked in playoff for both teams, of course, there's standings implications here. But do you expect either teams to take any risks when it comes to drafting today?
Oof, I mean, I think this is, as I said, the next patch will come next week when playoffs start. So
might as well have fun.
Yeah, you might as well have some fun, right? I mean, G2, it is Content Monday after all, so this is the time to do it, guys. Come
Monday
on.
fun day, yay for G2. Aragon, any words on this?
I think this week we've kind of seen G2 go back to their lane dominant bot lane style, like a little bit less experimental. No, Zyra, well, Zyra is part of that, but less experimental with jungle.
It's a great champion. What are you saying?
Diving on slow push down bot side, slow pushes down bot side. So I expect them to do more of that this week.
You know what's something that stayed with me, because I've talked with both coaches in interview, is whether it's Dylan or SK's coach, they always say, Swiffer, sorry, they always say discipline. We're working on discipline. Who is the more disciplined team here? I know it's hard to look at G2, but I don't know, they started from higher, I think. How do you rate the discipline from both teams?
I mean, I haven't been super impressed with the G2 discipline, at least in early game. I think SK actually overall throughout the split has been more disciplined. I think even in their losses, they've kind of looked for plays that just have failed. whereas the G2 losses have been kind of fiestas, I would say. Even in the games where they pick up 2 kills for Hans early, it's still been like, oh, now we throw it back to the enemy for a bit of fun, you know? So I would say SK so far, more disciplined team, but the split is obviously still long with playoffs coming up as well, so there's still time to kind of rectify things.
And I think another thing that supports your point is that a lot of the time when you see SK make mistakes, their mistakes, they kind of make sense. Whereas you look at G2's mistakes and you're just seeing Mickey's Nautilus engaging 10 miles from his team, right? So I think SK in that regard, with their plays making more sense, they're the more disciplined team.
Gotta be hard being a G2 fan, honestly, not knowing what to expect, especially on these Mondays. It's a matchup I've been looking forward to, honestly, because of how explosive both junglers have been. I think that's one I want to keep my eyes out here in the early game. We'll see what kind of decisions both teams make. Any picks that you want to see or that you don't want to see on either side before we...
I mean, no Maokai for Yike. Yeah, Maokai
that's more for him than
that's gone already in my head already. I think Vi is a pretty high prio pick. I mean, Isma's liked the Rel a lot as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
So I expect kind of those junglers being picked up for both teams. I think bot lane, like you said as well, there's been a lot of aggressive champs this week for Hansama. He's been liking the Kalista, and I think might just be banned away, honestly, by SK.
I mean, you're always going to throw a lot of bans bot lane, especially given the meta, but when it's Hans playing against Draven, Kalista, the champions,
I was wondering about that because Execute likes his Draven, right? He's actually one of our Draven players. They might leave it open, Kalista open, pick Draven into it. Top side, I think we'll see the fairly standard bans. I feel like against Irrelevant, every single team has target ban Jax one every single time. So
he's the only good YouTube later on Jax, sorry, but something has to be said here. Although, when you look on the side of Bibi, first Vladimir in years, actually. So
Bibi's had a really good week as well, to be fair. And I think it's going to be interesting, both on the top pool, but the bot pool. Like, do you ban out both the Draven and the Kalista? Do you leave both open? I think it's kind of up to the teams and their prio on that side. If I'm blue side, obviously I would be down to first pick Kalista with a Draven ban. So I think it might just be a one-ban Draven from SK and then response ban instantly from G2 with the Kalista.
Waiting for draft to start here, of course, with the cool music, the chill music here. So this SK and G2, I think it's going to be an interesting game for SK to prove themselves against G2. I feel like G2 is always a mark that you have to overcome and surpass to think of yourself as a good and strong team, and that's what they're going to be aiming for today. First ban Draven, expected here. Varus to keep on going with the bot lane is taking a
There's been a lot of bot lane bans,
man.
A lot. There's the Kalista as well. I think that's kind of expected when you see Draven ban. Kalista pops up in your head, obviously. Varus and Ashe are the most lane dominant AD carries that are left in this pool, so I expect with the Varus ban, the Ashe ban could follow, or if Ashe is picked by SK, that G2 has a good strategy to kind of match it with.
And it's always the same game of banning and trading OPs, Aragon, on the meta that you have right now. So what are both teams going to prioritize in the first phase?
If I'm not mistaken, I think SK B1'd Maokai yesterday, and they did, well, maybe not yesterday, but they have been doing that in the past. But the Jax is open, like we talked about.
He will take it,
There it is. And
but
I wonder if we'll see the Vladimir, maybe.
That's what I wanted
response.
to. Perfect. Would be a good time to flex the champion, I think.
I think the Vladimir looked pretty solid. Lane, he didn't look like insanely strong. It's definitely a scaling champion. I think Irrelevant as a Jax is very aggressive, so I feel like if BB goes for this kind of scaling style, it might be actually kind of tricky for him to get online. Honestly, I don't think BB will pick Vladimir again. I think he played yesterday and he was like, yeah, it was okay. I did pretty good, but I think against Irrelevant, it's going to be even harder.
Yeah, I think something else that rises up in priority is the Akali flex. They did it yesterday on R4, I believe, and it does really well into Jax in the side lane. It's one of the counters at the moment.
That's what Merwin played as well, right?
Yeah, and he solo killed BB, I believe.
That was Cabo, it was Cabo Shard on the Jax. I remember that game. It was Merwin against Cabo.
Merwin solo killed everyone, man.
Yeah. Cassante as an answer into the Jax instead. I think it's kind of a safer pick. Zyra Khan has been rising in popularity. I think especially into Aphelios, it's kind of like a safe pick. It's something that I think also SK kind of fits with, because DOS is a good Rakan, X-Kick is good Zyra. Makes a lot of sense from my perspective as well. Now I'm curious to see what do you play on the side of G2 here on R3. There's a lot of different picks. You could play something like the Renata, I think kind of pops up to mind. You can also play a jungler here if you want. There's a lot of options. I think securing the Renata here makes a lot of sense because 1, you win lane, and 2, it's very strong in team fights against the diving champs of Jax and Xayah. Locked in as well from Mickey X. Love to see it. So now it kind of tells me that G2 also wants to save their mid pick until 5. There's a lot of junglers, as I said, open still in the draft. So there's Xin Zhao, there's Jarvan, Maokai, Rel, all these champs are kind of S tier and available. They do need some kind of CC or lockdown on the side of G2, and with only jungle and mid, I expect jungle to take that position from G2.
I think you want to kind of overwhelm G2 with a bunch of dive if you're SK, right? So Vi-ban for the side of G2 to deny that Vi-Rakan combo could be really good here, even though they do have the Renata, which might be a bit in, but I definitely think that angle, maybe the Nocturne as well.
Yeah, SK is definitely getting outranged by Renata and Aphelios. It's very annoying to play against these champs if you don't have sufficient dive. Sometimes as Rakan, if it's very obvious that you're the only engaged, it's very hard to dive into Renata, because even if you land engage, the hostile takeover comes in and then Aphelios just turns it with the W from Renata. So I think Vi-ban makes a lot of sense, or you just pick it yourself, honestly. I think even though you're playing Vi into Xayah, you can just kind of play like a more tentative engage tool, and kind of if someone oversteps, you engage.
I imagine we'll just see the Rel for Isma again, right? He's been going to that every single time, provides more engage, a nice team play around Dragons. I really like it.
Yeah, it's always a solid pick, and he's looked very good on it as well. Will be interesting to see what Yike actually opts into here.
It's probably gonna, it could be an Izir blind, right? Because they banned Corki, it's a setup ban for that.
Yeah, that's also true, if they do that on R4. Seeing the last ban here, it's gonna be Belveth. Okay, well, Yike's not getting...
Oh, it's scary.
They want him to play Xin Zhao or Rel here, I guess. I think both make sense. The Vi is also, like I said, still available. Vi could be a bit dangerous into the Xayah. It's not something I would personally look into. I would rather that he just plays Xin Zhao here, to be honest. And then counterpick mid, I think, makes a lot of sense. Team fights will be a bit easier. I don't think it's gonna be Nidalee, guys.
Hey, Monday, fun day, we said, so might as well. No, Lilia, and one of his staple champions.
Yeah, that also tells me that Caps is playing an AD mid. Probably something like the Tristana on R5. So Niski's obviously thinking about this already in draft. And with Isma picking here, he doesn't really want to go for the Rel anymore. That matchup is not really that great, but they do need something that can kind of fight in their kind of roster here. I think Xin Zhao is a very hard matchup into Lilia, actually. But the champ is strong right now, and maybe that's enough for Isma to lock it in, and it is.
Don't think you can deny the Tristana. Is there a pick here that you could pick into Tristana and contest prior? Because
yeah, it's kind of hard, right? I'm just thinking Azir in my head. It doesn't really deny the Tristana, but you need some kind of frontline damage here, right? I think you're playing like a front to back comp now with SK, kind of having a bit of everything, so to say. And without the Azir, I think you kind of lack damage. So I just expect kind of the Tristana to be locked in here by Caps. Maybe there's another AD champ he's cooked up. ADTF, maybe next patch, not yet.
No, not yet. Next week.
Yeah.
Next week, maybe.
A little fiddlesticks. LeBlanc, okay, wow, they go for the double AP mid jungle, but it's Caps, so...
You are spooky on LeBlanc.
It's probably AD LeBlanc, if knowing Caps correctly.
Okay, what are we looking at here in the first 15 minutes of the game, Eric?
I'm looking at Lilia and how she can secure her camps, you know, not be invaded, make sure they use their priorities. On the side of G2 to secure her clear, I think that's incredibly important. On the other side, you have a bunch of mid-game skirmishing really popping off once Rakan and Xayah can get through that lane phase and play with Isma and link up.
I think the side of SK, they just have a well-rounded kind of front-to-back comp. Every lane can kind of fend for themselves, and they can kind of play their own game, so to say, and then in mid-game have a very easy front-to-back. On the side of G2, I think they have a bit more individual skill expression. The Lilia can kind of take over if she's actually farming well and not getting invaded, so very different comps here. Will be fun to see how G2 can pilot through the early game.
All right, well, the stage is set for SK and G2, battling for top 2. Casters, over to you. Hey, that rhymes!
It's a good question, isn't it? Who will lock top 2? SK, I've said it every time I've been on cast. They were a surprise for me and for many others. They've come out of the woodwork and they've looked absolutely fantastic with Isma's debut split with his rookie year on the cards. Only last year, I know it wasn't me, but you guys are talking about Yike, this massive prodigy coming through. Oh, he looks so great on carry junglers. And then as we saw him go to Worlds and, you know, across the year as well, we saw that this guy could be versatile. Now in his 2nd year in the LEC, it's crazy. It's like watching a mirror image play itself out as well. Isma versus Yike, G2 versus SK. It's a battle for top 2. And look for G2, a win here as well. Could even go beyond, especially with the early loss for BDS.
And just like Yike coming in, traditionally Isma's on tank duty.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same idea. The Maokai is playing on both sides.
True.
But I think Isma's kind of works well as their main engage tool, so I'm curious to see here how he does play. Has obviously played the Xin Zhao already before, but I definitely think he's kind of been the one at the forefront of leading the charge, playing aggressive, having the team gather around him. I think you can still do that with this comp, but certainly the engage tools on SK aren't as easy to execute. It's like, hey, Rakan going in, hoping that Isma can get a knock up. Maybe you're looking at Niski getting a shuffle or something along those lines, but I'm curious how, when they go for the invades, if they will be as successful as they usually are without Isma providing that go button that he usually does.
I think we also got to watch again, as Aragon said on desk, Yike's first 15 minutes, how does he secure these camps safely without Isma getting in his face? And I think you can say Isma Niski as well, right? Because this jungle mid duo, despite what we're seeing on Azir, which we know takes time, has been really successful for SK. I think Niski has been one of the most impressive mid laners of the split. Isma for me, I mean, last game especially on his Maokai, getting in the face, like that was just abusive. I'm going to quote the game so I don't get it wrong. It was against KC. And it was watching Bo just get bullied out by this Maokai.
I mean, Bo definitely responded well by like playing around topside and getting Cabo shard ahead, so a little bit of an upset yesterday for SK, coming in after losing to Carmine Corp, which was not what people expected.
I have to correct myself. It was against Vitality, of course, because that was the success, right, for Isma. Yesterday, not the same story up against KC, you're right, because that was a win. Because KC started winning all of a sudden. Things changed. Hence why SK 5-3. I mean, again, it was such a successful start. The only team undefeated in week number 1 as they beat down Fnatic. But things evened out a little bit. Now against G2, it's going to be a big task. Now Dagda already starting down. Hit level 2. You push out. Mickey going to get launched up, but X-Kick's already out of range. DOS goes for the engage, but Hans Summer has the range here, and it's still a successful trade for the 2v2 of G2.
Yeah, without the W for X-Kick, kind of hard to close the distance there. You don't get the move speed towards champions, so I think that's going a little bit too far forward. Means it takes a bit of damage back, but it means Hans and Mickey have this control over bot side, which is why it makes it easier for Yike to pick up those camps on the bottom end without having to worry about Xin Zhao looking for the invades. I think it'll be off of the next couple of resets where we really start to see this bot lane come alive, because once you start to hit like double longsword in the bottom lane for X-Kick, and you've got a couple of points in towards your E, you can really start to trade pretty effectively, and it becomes more a case of Mickey trying to prevent DOS from finding the engages that was set up for X-Kick and DOS to take over in the bottom lane.
Risky trading in the top lane as well. Irrelevant just pushing out as you'd expect of the Jax. I mean, this was left open. There's a lot of respect for Irrelevant's Jax, which we'll talk about later, because Yike's coming down at level 3. The Lilia AoE to be used out as a dive comes through. It's first blood over. It's actually a trade. Now for Yike, he wants to finish off the kill, but he's waiting for Hans Summer to take up the aggro. Yike comes in the nick of time. Hans picks up the kill. 2 for 1, and Hans gets to crash this massive wave.
Yeah, massive loss for DOS. He's going to miss out on all that CS and experience, but I'm shocked this worked. I was waiting for like Mickey, but I think, yeah, you see there, doesn't quite get the lockdown onto X-Kick, and I thought it'd go significantly worse, but just the damage that comes through from Hans Sama and Yike, able to get down X-Kick, and a bit unfortunate for Mickey, doesn't actually end up falling before the kill goes down onto X-Kick, so it doesn't get the revive, but still, big win for the bot lane of G2.
G2 coaching staff always just like, well, okay then, you know, always just going with it. I feel like with this team, that's what you have to do. Is Isma going with the top side for now? It's Irrelevant and Mickey. Mickey made the roam up, but can he do anything for BB? Up in the top side, he's going to get a revive, and he gets Isma, and he does! Mickey's roam is now beautiful.
The revive coming in clutch, the handshake to toss Isma, saying, get back underneath that tower. And it's SK who are falling behind in the early game to G2. This is a much cleaner early game than G2 what traditionally have seen this winter.
The bailout just coming in clutch. Who expects Mickey to be top right now?
I mean, it's a really nice run. I think it's, you know, you expect Isma to go for the top side to answer for the play, so it's great timing. And yeah, there's the handshake immediately back underneath the tower to finish him off. So good understanding from G2 of what Isma was going to try and go for. So Isma now back out on the map, a little bit behind when it comes to just the double assist that Yike has managed to pick up. So Yike going for those boots first means he will be a bit of a nuisance when you're trying to lock him down. But I still think you've got answers here for SK if you want to try and get Isma to work with. Specifically bot side, yes, you are behind, but it's only a little bit of a goal difference. And XP is in favor of Hans Sama, but not enough where you can't claw back with some nice ganks.
Have to see how it works for Isma now, because again, the emphasis is on him. For Yike getting that dive down bot side, makes the game a little bit more chill. I mean, seeing an Aphelios Renata lane in a good spot with a plate already picked up with a kill makes you think, well, okay, job's done down there. But Yike on the Lilia with a gold lead. Job's going to be done in jungle as Hans Summer gets a double root on the 2v2. The engage not working out. Hans keeps hitting away. Cleanse already down. Gravitum gets the slow. They know that Isma's on the top side, or at least now they definitely do. Mickey and Hans Summer have done the damage here, and guess who's back again?
Yeah, Infernum going to be pushed through, needs to get rid of the Gravitum. There's the red-white, let's fight immediately under the tower.
This ain't no C9 dive, the wave is set up before, 3 versus 2, it's unfair. X-Kick gives over another kill. As you said, red and white, and everything's going to be all right. DOS flashes over the wall, but who's going to match it? It's Hans. Give him the bailout, gives him the attack speed. DOS just waiting for the cooldowns, but he won't get it. Hans is now 3-0 on 1. And SK are in trouble.
It feels like G2 of old, playing the bot side, get Hans Summer ahead, and absolutely destroying Exakick and DOS on this bottom lane. What are you supposed to do? Like, Niski's just chilling in mid. Isma was like, hang on, I made one gank attempt top, and suddenly my bot lane is 3 kills down, and it's just such a nice gank. DOS tries to get the knock up onto Mickey, who just walks immediately out. The damage from Yike and Hans Summer is just monumental in taking out Exakick, and then once the bailout's up, knows he gets the speed up as he called out Asterix. Just easily able to chase down DOS.
I mean, we can compliment Yike, deserves it. Compliment Hans Summer. I right now want to compliment Mickey. 100% kill participation because he made that roam top. Ingenious roam that keeps Broken Blade alive and withstands the lane a little bit further where Irrelevant already had a gold lead. What are you seeing? Oh, Lilting Lullaby. Dagda was averting my eyes. I think for good reason. Hans Summer with another kill. And when G2's early game throughout this split has been so messy, this is a breath of fresh air. This is G2 of old, isn't it?
Yeah, G2 kind of saying that, you know, the stories of my death have been greatly exaggerated with this one. Because, they are absolutely... Oh, DOS.
Well, hang on a minute. Wait, Dagda. There's a flash away.
Don't win. Oh, that was wide.
That was indeed wide. It was a goal post there, and Hans Summer hits in the middle, but still. I mean, G2 at the end of the day, they're still so far ahead. It doesn't matter. They're 3,000 gold ahead at 8 minutes in. They've just picked up an Infernal Dragon. The only thing they're missing out on are Grubs.
I mean, the 3 of them already went to Isma with all the plays that were happening around this bottom side, but I think you're more than happy to take that trade as Isma, especially as this game starts to go on. You can probably look for more of the Rift Herald than you need to really look for the Rift Grubs, because if you're behind as SK, how do you really try and threaten towers apart from Irrelevant in that side lane matchup? So I think you're going to be pretty all right as Niski. Going toe-to-toe with Caps.
Chain is there. There's no Ignite. Remember, Caps was 1 hit away from dying. Niski can't secure it. He's got TP. No, he doesn't. Excuse me. Caps going to have to walk back.
Yeah, but Niski doing a nice job in mid. Kind of needs to get control over this matchup. Look, it's not an easy matchup to do so, but having that control will set up Isma a little bit better. But Yike, just making sure Broken Blade can push in this top tower.
Help me, Obi-Wan Niski. You're my only hope. You're right, because Yike is now up here. Onto Irrelevant. There's no flip back. He's waiting. That back could be cancelled. Over the wall. Oh, take him to him. It's feeding time. Irrelevant now sees him there. Yike gets delivered. Broken Blade. Future Uber driver, maybe.
Broken Blade had the high ground, and he brought him to the low ground. He made sure that he was going to be able to pick up the kill on Irrelevant. Isma trying to respond, but G2, they're already aware. Hans Summer and Mickey, they backed away. And even Caps is starting to roam down as well, making sure they can cover this.
Hans Summer has Infernum. There's a lot of wave clear there. And as the wave is just thinned out immediately, DOS is at half HP already. Has to get out of there. Can't risk getting caught. I mean, it's already a 4-kill Aphelios this early on. It's back going to get cancelled. Mickey poking in. It's cancelled. Oh no, handshake there as well. Exakick. Ulti, I believe, is available. There's the Ignite. The root comes through. Hans Summer kites away. DOS saves the day.
Oh no!
The wave of terror coming through. Almost killing each other, but DOS wasn't affected. Isma here to cover.
I mean, it's not going to be enough, though. You're still going to get this turret play for yourselves, though. Hans taking a little bit of damage there. Has the Infernum. I wasn't sure if they wanted to bring Yike down here, maybe even threaten Isma underneath the turret, but they're going to be totally fine. I mean, Isma kind of standing there just to collect the wave experience, but there's not much you can do to stop what Hans, Sam, and Mickey have started.
True. It's a 1,200 gold lead down bot. You know, casters say a lot of things. People blame them for cursing, but I'm going to say it, Dagdo. I'm going to say, I don't care. I'm not superstitious. This could be one of the cleanest early games of the season so far from any team. You can agree with me or not?
Why?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it is. It's the truth. And seeing this is like, as an international viewer, this is why, as an LPL caster, I was always scared of G2, because I'm like, these guys, like, they can be as good as like the FPXs and the IGs, right? That's what always scared me. And Yike right now showing that as irrelevant, not going to go on all in. Mickey X has made the roam once again. But will it matter? Because 6 grubs on the horizon if Isma can get this, but they are scared of G2.
But here's the thing, BB's still pushing down to that bot side, so he would need to TP to try and go for this. Irrelevant, gonna go for the reset. So at the moment, I think they're just happy as G2 to keep the pressure up as Caps.
Oh, flashes away, but he's shoved back anyway. X-Kick has made the roam. Caps trying to fake it out. There's the real one. The root coming back in auto there. Doss trying to get the kill. He succeeds. A second one over to SK while Mickey's helping Yike take the grubs. But with that kill of the mid laner down, SK might have a handle in this game to get a big objective.
Yeah, still looking to see if you can get the smite, you'll get towards 5, but Isma actually doesn't have a smite available, so there's the reset. Now Doss trying to play into the pit. Mickey, I don't think you really want to step forward here. Exit is kind of caught between taking this wave that's about to push in the top side and coming in towards this fight. Niski getting plates in mid, so SK getting that pick on Caps was huge, and this is why we don't speak about it. It's why we don't speak about it, mate.
I'm not superstitious. I completely
not even a little
believe.
stitious. Not even a little stitious after that.
It's just Caps. You get the best of him. Sometimes you get the worst of him. That's why we love Caps.
Well, I mean, big win coming through for SK. They get 5 of the grubs. They don't manage to finish off the last one. They're going to go for the reset instead, make sure they're back in time for Dragon, which I think is the correct call. But again, Niski, huge. Nashor's Tooth now completed. He's the only person who's got a Mythic. Sorry, not Mythics. Their first items completed. Mythics are gone.
Yeah,
but
okay.
it's going to be, well, actually, I was going to say the two, the jungle and AD carry, but actually Static Shiv now completed here for Caps as well. So at least you got a few opportunities here for G2 to try and play around in this fight, which it kind of feels like it is going to end up being, as SK starting to move down towards the spot side, spotting out where Mickey's going to be in the tri-brush.
I want to see how top lane gets involved in the fight, if at all. Irrelevant pops the ulti, Grandmaster at arms. This young top lane talent now trying to go up against BB. It's a big ask, but he's done so well in the matchup as you'd expect.
A lot of vision down here for G2, though. They're well aware that Niski's moving, and it looks like maybe Yike trying to see if he can get in. Hansama and Mickey going to try and zone Exekick and Doss away from Dragon. And yeah, I think just with Caps having that slight move from mid, I'm not really sure where Yike is. SK are going to completely give that up, even having Nism on the reset.
Also, you know that the 2v2 of G2 is just still so strong. Niski going to get rooted up in a second. This time, Cap's not going to get caught unaware. Yike picks up the Dragon. That's 2 here for G2 in the early game. Cloud Rift again for Lilia. Oh, ooh la la. How nice is it when you put people to sleep and instead you just get the caffeine to go.
Niski might have to go here because Caps finds him in River, has the opportunity to pop back over. BB was walking down, but decides instead to back away.
Cheeky. Second chain comes out. Niski runs on in. Again, the same place this happened before, but it won't follow through with the Emperor's Divide. Niski still in a good health advantage as we tunnel back down towards bot side. Despite some of the good news for SK, bot is still gone in under 14 minutes. Hansama is a raid boss this game. And I hope SK find the tools to deal with them.
And we already kind of talked about the threat for the backline isn't massive this game. Yes, you've got Doss who can try and go in. Isma could have an angle of attack, but realistically it's like kind of relevant. Make this hero play to pick it off Hansam in the backline. And I mean, that is a long way from going there. It's pretty much even in the top side. Actually, well, a little bit more gold for BB, but it's not like Irrelevant has had a ton of pressure on that top side and he's snowballing ahead and has the opportunity to one-shot him. So this is going to be tough for SK to try and find this opportunity to bring it back, especially when G2, yes, we've given or discredit their early game, but we've been giving them all the credit for their mid game. They've been very good at snowballing, finding their opportunities to get for picks, and now with a lead, we're going to get to see what they can do in the mid game as well.
And seeing an early game like this, I mean, the only pick off was Caps, but really successful dives. Yike syncing up with Mickey. It's been a nice way to finish off G2's season because I think, you know, was it last winter where G2 didn't have the best finish, but then ended up winning playoffs anyway?
Yeah, they finished from 4th, which isn't a terrible spot, but yeah.
Oh, if it's not first, it's terrible. No, but Dagda, more importantly, as bot comes through for the dive, we'll have to see how far it can go. Cap playing with them. Into Doss, goes back to his clone. Should eventually die, question mark, but the Ignite seals the deal with Niski getting the kill. Much needed for this year to try and carry.
Yeah, it should give them the opportunity to get some of the objective measures on bot side. This was always going to happen. You were never going to be able to defend the towers. So SK just trying to find something back on the map. 2 towers, though, would be a bit more of a struggle for them if it did go down, but I'm assuming, well, G2 are assuming Isma's coming across, but Isma's actually just taking the top side jungle, which means now you're in trouble. Is irrelevant. He's stuck around that bit too long. He needs to try and get out of here.
It's level 11 Jax. To play this fight out. There's flash available. Also the ulti. DOS is coming up to support. G2 are pulling away from the dive. Not going to happen in the end. I think that's good temper control, especially for a team that, again, hasn't been as clean as we're seeing here today. So good to see them holding on the trigger, especially when we'll be setting up for Dragon in 2 more minutes as well. Don't want to lose any of those key summoners for the next big play that would lead to Soul Point.
At the moment, the problem for SK in trying to commit to that Dragon or compete for that Dragon is how strong Caps is going to be in a side lane. AD LeBlanc, Static Shiv already completed. It's going to be very, very difficult to try and compete on the push there. And even with the opportunity for you to try and find a gank on the bot side into LeBlanc, it's going to be incredibly tough. And Irrelevant is still going to be fine in the 1v1 versus BB. That's why we're kind of seeing Hans and Mickey moving up here. They really want to get this last tower down, so then they can use that mid priority that you should give Hans and Mickey on the push, using the advantage they have to start to leave a bunch of vision control down and make it hard for SK to contest you on the map.
So more importantly, just get more gold into Hans Sama, where he's already been flourishing with it before. SK moving up to match Hans Sama though. Red and white, everything's all right. Let's fight. There's a bit of blight. What else do you want to rhyme it with, Dagda? It's always good night if you're running into it as well. I think more importantly, he's almost at his second item. And we've just seen X-Kick pick up his first. As Yike finds DOS, no sleepy time just yet. Not sure if that was elevation or just out of range. There's 50 seconds counted down. That Dragon's coming in. And again, just cloud base stats for G2 for a Lilia is good enough for me.
Yeah, I think it's just hard for SK to try and respond to it. This is where I am curious to see what G2 do, because traditionally they are going to go for Dragon, but like traditionally they've been like, hey, we get 2 early Dragons, we're going to go for plays on side lanes instead and not go for the 3rd Dragon. But with the way they're set up, it definitely feels like they're going to try and, maybe find X-Kick actually.
Hang on, ulti pulled out just simply with a handshake. Hans Sama running into, oh my god, the damage as he flashes over Hans, matches him. That summoner used, well, it's Ghost and Flash down, but it's another kill for Hans Sama in light of the Dragon. Pause the game.
It doesn't count, X-Kick.
It's a real-life sleep. X-Kick, wake up.
But that's the thing. I think he's pausing because he was like, I was nowhere near the Lilia bowling ball to actually get hit by it. But when it hits, it explodes into a cone. And I think it hit the wall, exploded, and the cone off of the Lilia hit him.
Splashed down.
So I think that's what just barely connected with him. So maybe that's the question mark. We'll have to see exactly what the plan is, but yeah, a little bit unfortunate for X-Kick there.
We'll give you guys more information again. Not 100% sure yet, but we'll find out and get back to you reporting what the current issue is. So for now, we get to chill out and pause.
Still, fantastic stuff here from G2, right?
True.
Really strong early game from Yike. I was not expecting these like continuous dives from the Lilia, especially with very little crowd control coming in on that bottom side. Still managed to make it work. They get control there. You've got BB, who's just fine, farming up against the Irrelevant in the top side. And from that point forward, it's like, well, what the hell do we try and do? You're just stuck. Every time you try to fight, you're just fighting in a losing scenario with how far ahead Yike is.
I mean, again, Yike coming through. As you said, bot side was nuts. Just a quick side note. A potential bug has been reported by X-Kick. League officials are investigating. So, again, Dagda, you might be on the money, but we'll wait and find out what the verdict is and what's going to happen. Again, great early game by G2. Like, you know, there's no such thing as curses. It's just really, it is their best early, I think it is their best early game.
Yeah, 100%.
Of this split. Like, there's been such a big concern. And the crazy thing about G2, not to just ride the hype train because I'm new here, is G2 is such good mid-game. They always had such better macro. They ended up winning games anyway. That's why they're in the contest for a top 2 lock-in with this. Which is huge, right? Again, they've had inconsistent early games. They've still been able to close it out. Yet this team could be looking at top 2.
But that's the thing. I mean, if they win here, they own the head-to-head against BDS. So they actually just take the top spot out away from BDS at the moment. They'll go to 7-2 match, and then because they beat BDS in week 1, they will take the top spot away from them. So even though it hasn't been the best of times from G2, and we've really questioned the early game, we've been kind of questioning, like, what's happening in the grand scheme of things, but it has been that turtling that strong mid game that they've been able to bounce back from so consistently, kind of opting in towards a lot of these like scaling picks like the Aphelios is certainly in week 1, although we have like tempered away from that a little bit more as the weeks have gone on, where we've seen Hans go to things like he's played Seraphine, that was a bit of a meh, like they end up losing that game. The Callista a bit more aggressive, the Poke Varus.
Yep.
It has been a bit of a different look from them in trying to find a bit more of that early game success, but this one, even with champions that you're like, oh, these will scale, this is fine. This is the game where that early game aggression comes back into it.
And you know, speaking of the early game, I was just told by our stats team that this is the biggest early game gold lead we've had in Winter overall. No other team has outdone this. So again, G2 setting a bit of record in Winter. Now, I have an update for you. League officials have investigated and confirmed that there was no bug. We are getting ready checks now, and then we'll be jumping back into the game.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was. It was
The
trying to get, so basically the way the Lilia bowling ball works, I don't know what the actual name for it is, but basically when it hits something, swirl seed, thank you, it explodes out in a cone beyond when it first hit.
Yep.
And even when it hits terrain, it does the exact same animation. So that's, I think, what just barely clipped Exakick. So I think what he was investigating there was it actually just a random hit that ended up connecting with them?
Yeah.
Or was it actually the swirl seed that came through? So yeah, I think just nicely done. Well, unfortunate for Exakick, because he might have been able to get away if he didn't get connected with it, but it does mean, unfortunately, he dies. The pause was for nothing, and SK are still in dire straits.
Better than having it on your mind for the rest of the game as well, right? Get clarity. It's more important than anything. We'll see if SK can find a recovery in this game, more importantly. I've already told you top 2's on the line. SK fighting for that chance here. Early game has just been so brutal, though. So brutal. When G2 have slapped down that bottom lane, Exakick barely in the game. This is Zyra Khan struggling to have impact.
I will say, though, for SK, like, look, the last 2 games have not gone their way. This is a team that I am really, really impressed with. I've been slagged a significant amount of times for putting them in C tier. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, we all have, don't worry.
But look, I think Isma, massive props to this guy. Coming up from Movistar Riders, he's looked incredibly impressive. He wanted to keep that aggressive style that we got to see from in EMEA Masters, and he even talked about in Euphoria that that's what he wanted his name to be known for, and we've definitely got to see it on the main screen. And now that you've got to see it with like working with Niski, being able to play around bot lane, like having DOS work with him on roams, it definitely feels like SK have found a winning formula. This game obviously and yesterday didn't work out quite so well for them, but that shouldn't be oh, we're going to put our heads down and damn, SK, they're just out of it completely, this is a disaster. It's more of a case of, look, sometimes it just doesn't go your way. This isn't a game where, unfortunately, you just got so much attention onto your bot side. That was kind of your big point of contention where you were going to be able to play through, and G2 just beat you to the bullet, but it's a learning point, and now you can start to get back in it for playoffs, because you're still securing yourself that top 3 spot now in the playoff scenario, which is absolutely fantastic.
I mean, still, you know, we've seen how Isma can be aggressive, and on that point as well, I mean, we've seen that game recently versus Vitality, sticking right in the jungle. I think it was versus Douglas. Yeah, of course it was. Where Isma was just owning the jungle over and over, constant invading. I've been really impressed with him, and that's why we kind of compared it to Yike, because I feel like in the debut year, of course, it's not just being on G2, but Yike came in like a glaring snowball, fireball, whatever you want to call it, a comet, a swirl seed, yeah, a bowling ball, as you would call it.
But no, I think you make a good point, but I also think it's the point of having 2 veteran mid laners to kind of guide you and ease you into that, right? And I think we saw that a lot from Ismas, particularly in his week 1, where there was even the voice comm of Niski going on the Azir, hey, if you can come play around mid lane, we can get this big shuffle, we can set up me for success, and you can see immediately Ismas responding to that. And I think it's that, like, having that, like, older father figure within the team, essentially, to kind of take you by the hand and go, hey, we can make this work together, is going to be important.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick interruption. League officials are currently in talks with SK about the reported bug and reviewing their POV. So there is still some kind of investigation to go on. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. Now, in the meantime, I would just like to... Oh, apparently, I don't need to bag people out for not bouldering with us. I can hold on that. We're going to throw back to the desk to run us through what's happened so far while we wait.
Thank you, guys. It's fine. We have a lot of things to talk about. This crazy game and G2. We talked about discipline before the game. I liked what I saw in the early game.
I mean, they had, as was said before as well, the best GD at 14, right? So
I can hear Hysterics laughing, and I love it.
yeah, Hysterics, he thought it was really funny.
Hi guys. Anyway, Treats, I'm listening to you.
I mean, really good game.
We can talk
so
together
far
if
from
you guys
G2.
want. It's fine.
I mean, maybe we could just all chat together now. Just a big desk. I love it. No, but G2 with a pretty good early game.
Yep.
Biggest GD at 14 so far in the split, and I mean, Yikes Lilia has been kind of running amok on the map. Double dive on bot lane. Mickey X cover top as well. Really clean stuff from G2 so far, at least in this game.
It's the classic G2, isn't it? And I feel like we haven't seen...
Sorry, can you hear them as well?
I feel like we haven't
Love
seen that kind of G2 in a while, because I think it was even yesterday. Hansama was 2-0, and it didn't even feel like they would, like, before it would feel like he would have won the game. It felt like the game was won there and then, whenever he was 2-0 last year, the entire time. But it hasn't felt like that in a long time, and this time it does feel like that. I also think there's stuff to do with the draft, as you see the draft on screen. A big one that's screaming out to me right now is the fact that there's nothing in the side lane to deal with LeBlanc. You have no, like, a cardinal sin of drafting is not having lockdown for LeBlanc so that you can just go handle it without having to send 4 or 5 people. And that's what SK have to deal with.
Yeah, and I think overall in the draft as well, like, Lilia is very good into Zinzao in the early game. She clears very fast. Zinzao is more of a fighter, but Lilia clears really quick and can kind of move around the map. And with the counter pick on mid for Caps and also bot lane getting the Renata counter pick into Rakan, they have double counter pick and kind of jungle counter pick. So G2 really took advantage of this kind of draft advantage that they got in this game, and they've run away with the early game here. And I think the Lilia being snowballed, very easy for her to just keep snowballing in this game. She has the Renata W to back her up, and I think if it keeps going like it has so far as well, it will be kind of a smooth sailing for G2.
What I like the most about G2 when they're in this situation is that we know G2 innovating when it comes to draft, but I like when they're creative when it comes to map plays and how to make the best of the compositions they have. And here, I feel like that's what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. They're taking the correct trades down bot side.
Yeah.
They managed to slow push and dive with Yike, really, really standard. And then that unlocks Mickey to be able to go top side and then cover top on a play that, you know, Isma is really well known for his early ganks, right? Either mid or top lane. Yesterday it was top lane. Recently it's been mid. And they cover off that, and Isma dives to the tower. So, yeah, just really clean stuff all around.
I think Caps is the only one on G2 who hasn't really got a share of love from G2's early game so far. Him and BB have kind of just been chilling and just looking at their bot and jungle winning. So I think now the next step for G2 is kind of to spread the goal lead that they have from jungle and bot to mid and top as well, to kind of even out the setting, because LeBlanc this game on the side lane, as you said, Aragon very annoying to deal with from the side of SK, and if Caps is ahead, no one can kind of shut him down.
Yeah, that's the thing. His time will come in that sense, and we're used to Caps just popping off in the later stages of the game. I want to give you some news on what's happening, guys. League officials have confirmed that there was a visual bug and have offered SK a chrono break, which they have accepted.
Okay.
Wow. What was the bug, though?
Yeah, I don't still know what the bug was. Maybe you guys at home saw something.
The bowling ball from Lilia, maybe.
We're waiting for confirmation.
Yeah, maybe it was the bowling ball that hit the kick.
Yeah. That would make sense. On the side of SK, though, when you play against a team like G2, like that's gonna throw you this kind of stuff, how should you react, and should you adapt your game plan?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so I think that was a SK draft blunder.
Yeah.
I think that was an incredibly hard draft to play, just because I've reiterated already with LeBlanc. I think this favors SK so much more because they were losing draft, they were losing the entirety of early game, and they get a redo. So, yeah, change up the draft. Maybe keep an eye out for the LeBlanc angles, because the AD LeBlanc, it's something Caps is willing to pull out.
Yeah, I think the draft will be the same, right? We're just breaking back in the game probably. No, I think the draft will be the same. They'll just go back to before the bug happened. That's what I assume at least.
Works, yeah.
I don't have official confirmation on this, but that's what I would assume. But at least on the side of SK, I think, like we said in draft as well, they kind of want to do everything with their comp. They don't really have anything which their comp kind of excels at. I think they have a front to back, very easy to play kind of comp, but they don't really have anything specific going for them. Bot lane's getting pushed, mid lane's getting pushed, and they don't really have a lot of angles on top lane. So I think G2's comp is very good at kind of punishing that style of comp, because if SK has this draft against another team in the league, maybe they won't take advantage. But G2, they actually had a very good early game for once. They actually did take advantage of this early game gap that they had in draft. And I think that's kind of fun to see, because we said it on the desk before as well. G2's early game, they've been up and down, but this one, so far, very up at least.
Monday, no fun day. On the side of G2,
it's Sunday number 2, like they said.
Yeah, right, they said it. Sunday number 2. Mondays do not exist. And that's the issue when you play against a comp like this. And again, players like G2, is that you have to either force mistakes or capitalize on the other team's mistakes, which are going to be hard to find.
Yeah.
If they keep on playing like this.
Sometimes Mickey He does some interesting stuff. Mickey's my goat, by the way. I think he's the best support in EU, but sometimes he's just out of range from his teammates trying to engage, he's out of position. You know, it's been happening a lot this split. Still, yeah, go ahead, Treats.
I mean, it's not an EU support if he doesn't int a few times.
That's true.
Like
well, you know what you're talking about, huh?
I mean, I've had my fair share of griefs as well. As an EU support back in the day, you know, you have to run it down a few times to kind of set a name for yourself. So, I mean, as you said, Mickey, he is definitely the EU support GOAT, at least for me as well. So it's fun to see him on stuff like Renata, where he can actually punish in lane. Sometimes when he's just sitting back and just letting his team carry him, it's not as fun. I like to see him on the Nico and the Renata and kind of these playmaker champs, which can actually have an impact.
I mean, you say that, but we saw Hylissang's Renata yesterday playing full front face tank. I don't care that I'm a raid champion and I'm always going to go in, but I feel like it's always Hyli's style.
He plays everything like an engaged champ. Like his Braum is engaged Braum as well. He's not playing it like a shield champion. He's playing it like an engaged champ, so that's respectable.
Everything is engaged champ if you're brave enough, or if you're Hylissang. What are we expecting here? I want to talk about the game here a bit more because, again, a lot of standings implication. What do you want to see on the side of SK to keep the hope of victory alive?
I mean, I think for me at least, the biggest thing is kind of slowing down the game.
Yeah.
As we said, G2 won the early game, but SK are definitely not out of it yet. They're down a few thousand gold, and they do have this kind of easy front-to-back skilling comp in the late game. So if Azir and Xayah get 2-3 items, and they can just play a front-to-back kind of fight where Rakan gets a good engage and they kind of have a clean fight, obviously that's a really good angle for them. But I do think it's kind of hard to stop the snowball. They don't have a lot of clear engage tools. Rakan is not really enough to engage with Xin Zhao. I think Xin Zhao in this kind of spot in the game is a bit lost in the sauce. He doesn't have a lot of angles. Not anyone kind of that he can gank. He can't kill caps. It's impossible. Ganking FLS Renata is very hard, and Cassandra is kind of immune. So I think it's kind of hard for Isma to find an angle right now. So I definitely still favor G2, but scaling is the name of the game for SK, I would say.
Yeah, I think the only angle they have is that single target burst where everyone jumps on the Rakan ult, you know, with the Xin Zhao as well, and they have a bunch of upfront bursts. But then, you know, they have the Renata W, the bailout. So what do? Right? It's a really rough game, and that's why I kept reiterating draft. I think it's a super hard one to come back from.
Draft Diffie. If G2 wins here, we said it, they grab first place in the regular season in the standings. They don't look to me like the best team in the league, though.
Ooh, you think it's BDS?
Maybe.
Maybe.
No, the ones that look the most stable, though, but I don't know what you guys think on this.
I mean, it's kind of tricky to say. I feel like always, especially with 3 weeks of regular season, I think it goes really quick. It's kind of hard to assess in these 3 weeks if they're like testing something special or if it's just kind of, I don't know, they had a good week. They found Seraphine Senna first, you know, like you never really know what these wins mean, so to say. So for me, at least going into playoffs, if G2 wins this and has this convincing early game, I would say they look pretty strong because we kind of flamed them for the early games before. And if they pull this out before playoffs, it's like, oh, okay, well, we were just wrong all along. They actually can play early game still. So it will be interesting to see. But yeah, early game, very important for G2.
We have more info for you guys at home. League officials have investigated the bug and they have confirmed that the interaction worked as intended. We will resume shortly and we can check it out here. Experts of the game, tell me what you think.
I'm looking for the Lilia E because I think that's the bug.
Is it on the wall?
Oh, it does just hit the corner of the wall.
That makes sense though.
That is a bit unlucky. He's question mark pinging the bug. If this was solo queue, I think it would not end with a question mark only, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That would be a jungle diff.
The particles disappeared into the wall, right? So he's question marking it.
All right, we'll see what the casters think about this or what they want to say about this game. Back to you guys. The game will resume shortly.
Okay, thank you very much to the desk. We are resuming. No Chrono Break then. We're just going as is. That means that X-Kick did die. Apology to the desk. I was just singing in the meantime, going la 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 la, you know, having a great old time while we were waiting for this pause. But we are
beautiful,
back.
Honestly.
It was, it was having a good time waiting for this one to come back. 5-0-1 Aphelios, by the way, with that kill counting. We're right back where we left it. Thank you for waiting so patiently. It's a hard one as well because the ball disappeared in the wall, but Dagda, as you said, the cone splash damage, it hit.
I am kind of curious at the Desto, right? Because they're like, there's no Diffie in the Jiffy, but they think it was just a bad draft. So is it Contrasty in the Staffy?
I'm sorry, what?
There wasn't even an staff messed up, you know. There's no no jungle Diffie, so there's no Diffie in the Jiffy.
Yeah,
it's Contrasty in the Staffy.
Yeah, it just it sounds a little bit wrong. I'm not gonna lie, Dagda. You know that is the craziest thing you've ever said on cast. Definitely getting towards the end of the split when Dagda sounds like me on a normal day.
Look, it's been a long weekend, all right.
True, very true.
But
Been our final one. A bit of stakes for you where G2 are at. Not outside the fact that they secure first with this win, but more so the fact that they are in control. It's a 3K plus gold lead. They are on Soul point, 4 minutes 30. Secure that if they so choose. Cap's in a bit of trouble though. Good damage coming out of Irrelevant, but he pops back. Titanic Hydra is a big threat. He will not stand in the face of this Jax any longer. SK, they need something in this game. They've got the 5 Void Grubs, but Dagda, they've got an 80 carry who is behind half an item. They need something to make themselves relevant.
Well, it might be irrelevant, right? Because I think the whole point is this guy is going to be your late game scaling. He's the one that you can kind of hope for alongside Niski. So I think a lot of this is going to be how much time can Irrelevant buy in this matchup. You can see Broken Blade even opting for the Frozen Heart to try and disrupt a lot of the auto attacks that will be coming through from Irrelevant, kind of knowing that his goal in the side lane is just to survive. Although Irrelevant may not be surviving too long if Mickey has his way about him.
Well, Doss is coming up as well. I mean, it is a Jax. He can leap strike to a ward, but with a handshake there, grabbing him, blocked by the counter-strike. Nicely done by Irrelevant, and it's still hard to get the kill. Hansama just appreciates the wave, takes it with ease.
I think for G2, you're relatively okay with where you are in the game. You're like, right, we got control over our mid lane. We can keep pushing there. I think you do have to send Caps to a side lane. May actually just get it now as he starts to roam up. They want to try and get this top tower. But SK, they definitely kind of hold on to this. It's a jungler and support versus so many more members here from G2.
I mean, that was one auto from Calibrum onto Isma. So much damage as Mickey steps up. The turret finally dead. SK making a TP play. They need something massive here with Niski and Irrelevant, but it's being matched as G2 are still the stronger ones. They go all in, but Hansama is sitting back. The Lilia also untouched. The ulti from Hansama doesn't hit, but look at that ulti as they flash away. The Lilting Lullaby does the rest, and G2 are on a slaughter. Isma, whirlwind of emotion, but Cap stops him as he frequently finds the base. Now for Yike running forward, G2 unscathed, uncaring of SK this game, and looking for a first place finish.
And this could be Baron now for G2 as well. It's just spawned. You have a ton of damage with Yike and Hansama. BB can tank this up like it's nobody's business, and it's all down to what SK can do. Niski has the ultimate. Can he set up for the play? But even then, I don't know if you got the damage.
Well, you're right. Broken Blade flipping out. I mean, again, it's so dangerous. Niski just flashed away, trying to auto-attack. Mickey's going to bail himself out, but Irrelevant can't finish the kill. The shuffle back straight as Niski flies to safety, but at the cost of Baron, it's Mickey's life. Broken Blade running in onto Doss. He needs a bit of help with a flip back. He gets out in the nick of time, but G2 with the purple buff with a 7K gold lead are looking mighty fine.
It's a 1-for-1, but you take it every day for G2. You get a support trade for top laner. You get the Baron buff as well. And this was SK with desperation. They tried so hard to get it, but I think once the double TP came in, they needed to just back away. And here, there's just not much you can do. Even if Niski sticks around to try and shove them all back, I think he just dies for his effort with the amount of CC and the chase down that Yike has here. Good job from Isma to try and use that ultimate to disengage, but it just wasn't possible. And Capstad looking very, very happy with that one.
Of course you'd be happy. I mean, seeing your son set himself up for first after what has been a strange split for G2, but a real good finish. Gives us high expectations once again. A quick reminder, this Red Bull Baron power play, we begin the onslaught to try and end this one at 22 minutes. It's a 7K gold lead. We've got 50 seconds to a Cloud Soul. Doss is getting a little bit risky in this pit, trying to set up Vision Dacta, because it feels like SK are going to have to make their miracle play to deny the soul from G2. Otherwise, it's just going to be game over. It feels like again.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of risks to try and get these side waves pushed out. Nerdy comes back to bite Irrelevant there, but having Doss actually spot out where people were going is fine. Niski, though, now finds Caps forcing away. Isma going to try and chase him down just to see if they can get, again, just push outside. But you can look at G2, they're starting to collapse on mid lane, knowing Isma's on the top end.
I mean, yeah, that's the problem. There's no jungle there, so you're going to give away Soul. Objective bounty goes over, that's great. But Soul is forever.
Bot lane as well, bro.
And you're right, the fact that the trade is fantastic because you're going up against a Baroned up team with a very strong Aphelios with 2.5 items. You do not win this pushing battle. Isma still hasn't backed away. Niski's still there as well. SK are left with 3 members. And G2 can just walk in. Do they care? No. They've got Broken Blade, who is literally a fridge. 450-litre Samsung fridge. That
So
guy
he's a
can hold
unit.
so much. He's a unit, exactly right.
Well, I think the problem is that Hansama just not having the correct guns there. Calibrum not available, so with the Infernum, very short range, can't really step up to take the tower, but it still draws SK back. Easy Dragon take without the tier 2 going down on top side that SK really would have liked to trade for this Dragon objective.
Just a free deal here for G2. It's going to be taken. Dot's going to come late to the show. Cloud Soul over to a Lilia, over to a Cassante, over to Caps on LeBlanc. Irrelevant, trying to clear the way,
no.
but he's run into trouble. It's not on the double, it's on the triple. Now the quadruple. Hansama with another. This Aphelios is untouchable, invincible, unbeatable. G2 showing us the best game of the split, the best gold lead we've seen of the split as well. It's not even close right now. Exakick, speaking of which, he is dead. Handshake down. He knows it's over. Mickey gets his just desserts.
And this is G2 looking unseedable. This is the G2 that we look back towards that was so good at the end of summer, season finals, going to Worlds, but couldn't quite get across the finish line. G2 have to see now if they can win this game. It looks very much in their hands if they can put themselves in first place, and if once more they can be the top dog when it comes to the European League of Legends.
Got to finish this out cleanly. It's inhibitor turret through mid, but it's inner through top side that they're now focusing on. No Baron buff available. That disappeared a while ago. But they've got another one to play for in 2 minutes. For now, trying to appreciate this with the hostile takeover. Zoning out, the minions get a little bit dirty as well as the handshake does a good job. And the Hansama damage means a lot as well. It zones out SK. It threatens them as look at the speed. Hansama's frontlining. He does feel invincible well and truly.
It's 6-0-4. Hasn't even finished his third item yet. I imagine working up towards that Bloodthirster. With the way things are going at the moment, he is so damn strong. The outer turrets are gone. There's very little left in this game for SK. They are holding on by a thread, and that thread is dwindling with Baron timer ticking down, with Elder Dragon after that as well. I just don't know if you get to finish him. Damn, actually, Niski, a lot of damage this game.
I love that. I think last game, my mistake was thinking total damage was gold. I obviously misread because I was like, there's a 9,000 gold lead. Obviously, the damage graph there, ladies and gentlemen, not the gold. The gold lead's different. It's 3,000 in the 80 carry, but look at jungle. Yike is up 3,500 gold. When we talked up Isma and said, what a great jungler he's been. I mean, don't forget, Yike, second year in the business, and on Lilia, 3 items. This guy's smashing it.
I think Lilia is very underrated at the moment.
Agreed.
Both times we've seen her in LEC, she's been absolutely insane. This
Yep.
combo of Leandries and Riftmaker is disgustingly strong, but now you're getting to see what Yike can do, and it definitely loves his carries, especially when he can get off the Maokai. And he is making it work at the moment as G2 starting to siege up once more. They're going to start to push in, get vision control on this top side, push in waves, and then look to burst down Baron incredibly quick with everything that they have at the moment.
You can see Caps trying to sync up one wave in the bottom side as well. He's got teleport if he needs. But G2 at this point is so strong, maybe a 4 versus 5 is even easier as DOS runs in with the quickness, but Mickey's hostile takeover sets it up, the lilting lullaby. Yike is sending him to bed, and to bed SK will go. No hope, no chance. G2 can't lose this one. Cap sits there against the wall, says, don't hurt me, I'm so scared. But Yike now running forward to Niski, gets one shot by Hansama. This is the G2 we were promised.
And G2 will march in towards the base, and they will march their way to victory.
It's their first place lock-in. It was SK looking competitive until we entered this game. G2 with their best early game. The best early game of Winter will lock in first. The best team running into playoffs. You can say it again, it's G2.
G2 owning the head-to-head against BDS will put them into that first place spot. For SK, they will secure third. They still have the strength of victory over the other teams that are there. But for G2, you can see a fantastic victory for them. Player of the game, vote now at LEC on X, Yike, Hansama, or Mickey X. And honestly, you have your work cut out for them. A huge amount of that success for G2 is based on those early dives in bot lane.
I feel like your key player of the game is going to be a little bit harder, but you know what? My vote's for Mickey. Mickey's Renata, legit. Where we get Hansama in, I mean, this guy on his Aphelios as well. Fed to deliver, and deliver he did. Seeing G2 like this puts a lot of hope in the hands of the fans. But right after this break, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have more on G2's win. Don't go anywhere. We'll come up with our final game as well.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I gonna do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow, VIT, incroyable, magnifique. What? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it. It was so good.
Yours was better.
Side for now, it's irrelevant, and Mickey made the roam up, but can he do anything for BB? Up in the top side, he's going to get a revive, and he gets this, but he does! Mickey's roam is now beautiful.
Back in a W. Jax. Look, Azia. Yeah, you kill him. Get Nash. Take him out. Yes, get Nash.
No! But Mickey's hostile takeover sets it up, the lilting lullaby. Yike is sending him to bed, and to bed SK will go. No hope, no chance. G2 can't lose this one.
Welcome back to the LEC, where we have Broken Blade ready for the interview after securing top spot. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Very excited to be first place.
Yeah.
It's not the first time we are first place. We had to hustle a little bit this split, but feeling very good. Thank you, K-Corp. If K-Corp wasn't in this league, we wouldn't have made it to the first place. Yeah.
De rien. Okay, they said you're welcome.
Yeah, I can understand a little bit.
Oh,
but thank you.
That's impressive.
Thank you.
Man. I'm here on translation duty as well as interviewer. I got you.
Yeah.
Looking at this game, though, particularly, it was probably your best early game that we've seen so far. So what has been going on behind the scenes? Because now we're looking at playoffs, we're looking at BO3 formats. You need to keep that consistency. What's going on?
I mean, I think we're just playing our game, really. And today we had a really good strategy from beginning to the end. In the games where our early game wasn't as great, we had to make it up for a very good mid game. This game we had a very good early game, very good mid game, very good late game. Very excited for that. Very good showing against a strong team in the league. Very proud of my team to be able to pull off little things, you know, strategy-wise. Yeah, I got a nice outplay as well on top lane, a little bit ulting him behind the wall.
So you're proud of yourself too?
Yeah, I'm always a little bit proud of myself.
Okay, respect.
Not always, actually.
Not always? When were you
But
not?
this week, I think my performance was very great.
Okay.
Very happy about that, but always striving for better performances.
Okay, well, impressive. And looking at playoffs, you said you're proud of yourself this week. What are you going to be doing as a player individually to continue being proud of yourself next week too?
Well, for the playoffs, it's going to be a new patch. I also have little pocket picks on my sleeve.
Leaks, yo? No leaks?
My mouth is shut for now with the picks, but I'm very excited. I think it's a new patch. There's also going to be new mid lane champions probably going to be in the meta. We're going to have to find out. We didn't scrim on that patch yet. We're going to be scrimming on that, I think, on Wednesday. So very excited. I think there's a lot of strong teams going into this playoffs, especially teams that I didn't expect would be so good.
Yeah.
Like SK, I think SK was a strong opponent today. I think we just had a very big advantage in draft. And I think Hans played really well on Aphelios, and yeah, he played really well on Lilia as well. So I'm very proud of you guys as well. If you guys are watching, you know I'm proud of you. Yike and Hans.
All right. But no, look, the fans are proud too, right? You're a real showman. I got to give you that. You know, I got to give respect where it's due. I have one more question, though. This is like a really important one. It actually comes from your biggest fan. He's on the analyst desk today, Aragon, and he's, you know, a guest here. So if you want to, he asked you if you could give him the best build for Renekton top.
For Renekton top?
Yeah.
I think you should just not play the champ. It's just a bit too bad right now.
Okay.
Irrelevant plays it. You can ask Irrelevant. From my advice to you, ask Irrelevant. He seems to be playing Renekton. He won, I think, every game on Renekton. If you can correct me, I don't know. But
I'm not keeping score, but
I think he won every game. He looked quite strong on the Renekton Irrelevant. If you're seeing this, maybe you can shoot a little DM on Renekton builds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Well, we have Mickey X over with the analyst desk. So before we throw it over, is there anything you want to say to them?
Mickey X, great performance on Renata. Great save on the top lane with your W. Hope you save the broadcast with your insane skills as well.
Wow. That's very kind. Thank you so much. Well, Laura, please.
Not like the broadcast needs saving.
Take it over.
What can I even say? That was definitely a Broken Blade moment of all time. I want interview review of Broken Blade answers, Mickey X, please. What an ego on this guy.
Yeah, I don't know. He's very good at waffling.
Who can take him down? Like,
I don't know.
He's unstoppable.
Way too much.
Oh my, yeah, he was feeling it. He was feeling it for sure. But so was the rest of G2, honestly. We've been criticizing you guys a lot, repeatedly after every interview, after game, because there's a certain standard that's expected when you're G2 esports, I feel. But yeah, this game was really, really clean. From beginning to the end, I feel. We're going to skip the pause, of course. We don't care about this. But what did you think?
Yeah, everything just kind of went according to plan. They also drafted a little bit weird, or at least like it felt like they gave us just like a very simple, easy draft. So yeah, we didn't really, I feel like we didn't have to do much. We just kind of played the game and we just capitalized well on their mistakes and answered their plays pretty well. And yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy, yeah. I mean, it looked like from kind of the first play that happened on bot on the slow stack into dive, and then obviously you going top as well, I felt like you guys just got the ball rolling and never stopped. Sometimes you guys have gotten like a 2v2 kill or something like that and then messed up after, but this game it just felt like every kind of piece landed where it should, and it was just kind of smooth sailing. So starting from this dive on the bot lane here, extra kick got you with the E-flash. Unfortunate, you take the death as support.
I was ready to just take a base real fast.
It was a good death though, right? Because of tempo now. BB is crying, obviously top laners, you know, how they are.
Unfortunately, I got the kill though for the first blood, so that was not optimal. But yeah, here we just wanted to push out when she's in, okay. But then I don't know why they wanted to go for the kill.
They really wanted to, yeah.
Stronger. I kind of messed up here. I think I missed my shield on the Cassante, but fortunately it worked out.
Yeah, nice Q there as well.
That was nice. Yeah, then I came back bot and they were on grubs, I believe. So they just got like we got a free dive off. Didn't have to die this time around, so that was a bonus. I didn't want to base that early. And yeah, after that we just kind of like swapped top again. I mean, and that was like a little bit awkward there, but overall we just got the Drakes, we stacked them, and then we just kind of won, yeah.
Yeah, kind of easy. I mean, I talked to you about this as well. I think right now grubs are kind of more of a bait than anything.
Oh no.
It feels like every time there's a slow stacked wave bot into dive, you lose 2 people. Oh, great, you got 3 grubs. Like, what is that? Yeah. The trade is not really even. Do you agree that grubs are a bit overrated, especially when bot lane is in such a a critical state?
Yeah, I think they're like could be a bit overrated, but also I think it's just game dependent when you actually want to get them.
Yeah.
Like if you have strong side laners for split push, I think it's quite valuable. But yeah, you have to make sure that bot lane can actually live.
Breathe, yeah.
So yeah.
Mickey, you guys luck first place again. I feel like the LEC is the story of G2 having fun and grabbing first place in the end every time. Congratulations on this, though. We'll see what happens in the rest of playoffs. But I asked Dylan last time I've talked to him, what is the biggest improvement on the side of G2? What do you think it has been for you guys?
Well, yeah, I guess as we kept mentioning throughout this play, the mid game I think is much better. I think, I mean, early games, I feel like we've always been pretty good at that. And even throughout this split, I think we were still fine, just sometimes a little bit unlucky if things happened.
Well.
Today you guys were just insane, I guess.
Yeah, but at least whenever we got into mid game or like kind of an even game or even draft, I felt like we just had like so much better knowledge that it didn't feel like we could actually lose. So that's a way better feeling than just like praying for like a miracle of a, like outplay or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, the games feel a lot better to play now than last year.
And I think also it doesn't always show in the stats, right? Like sometimes when you play the game, you have a different feel of the game. You feel like you kind of can't lose no matter what.
In control for them.
Yeah, exactly. And then it doesn't really translate into stats. So I think sometimes as well, to give you credit, you guys have been in those game states where it's like, oh, no, someone could win. Like it's up to anyone. But you guys kind of clutch out in the end. And I think that kind of comes to the field. And if you have that confidence, it will be fun to see what you guys can cook up in playoffs as well.
We have the Kia player of the game. I wish you wouldn't see the prompter. Okay, too late. It is Hansama, of course. And let's... sorry.
Supports never get credit, man. Like,
I know.
it's always the carries. Yeah,
fine.
Unbelievable.
You have to steal more kills. We've talked about this with Caps. But last time I talked with Hans, he told me that he wanted to shut up the haters, show people that he's actually gonna be even better than what he was last year. And what do you think of this and his improvement maybe over the course of the past week and in general?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's been putting a lot of extra work behind the scenes as well, of just like trying to get better in just like how we think about the game, how we move around the map, including the whole team in all the plays. Because maybe like last year we would only talk about between like jungle bot lane what we want to do, but now we include everyone in every play. So it feels a lot more structured and the games feel a lot easier when everyone's involved. And Johan is a very big part of that. So yeah, keep it up.
Keep it up. Keep the pentakill.
I've noticed as well, I feel like before you guys, as you said, you were kind of jungle bot. Oh, you guys get a big lead, great. But I feel like now you guys are kind of, even after 1 or 2 kills, moving around a bit more on the map, like kind of helping out the team a bit more and not just playing for individual leads, but as like a team. You guys are trying to create bigger leads yourself. So I think that's also kind of a different G2 from what we saw last year, just even in that small thing.
I'm excited to see what these flex picks that Bibi was talking about on the next patch. We'll see about this next week, of course. We have one last game. In regular season here, it's going to be Vitality versus MDK. Any thoughts on this game, Mickey? You can say no, but no.
Yeah, I mean, I assume Mad Lions will win.
Yes, okay.
They're like pretty solid, and yeah. Hey, does this game determine like who's like 5 or 6 or something?
It does have implications on seeding.
It has playoff
yeah.
implications, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Whoever wins that's a slightly easier road for sure.
Mad Lions solid, but Mad Lions taking risks in the draft that they play. Honestly, Treats, when you look at the last 2 days, yesterday was a lot of dive, a lot relying on execution, actually maybe not a lot of backup options if the composition falls apart. Do you think they're going to stay on this style, and do you think it's the style that's going to define Mad Lions' score here?
I mean, I like that they try things because they are locked in playoffs, so I think this is kind of the time to try stuff and maybe find a comp that you really like that you can actually keep for playoffs. So yesterday they had the Fiddle Nocturne Nico. What do you think of that, Mickey? I thought it was a fun comp. I think it's kind of hard to execute, as we saw. But
I really liked it. It was like
kind of
one of my favorites. Like
Dylan's nightmare.
Yeah,
Dylan would never. Yeah.
I'm really trying to make it happen, but yeah, my fiddle is like in the freezer so far.
Oh no, you don't have the license yet.
That's like the MSI fiddle sticks when you guys were cooking. Was it you and Perks back then?
Oh,
you guys were playing like fiddle sticks and Zoe and everything.
In 2019 Worlds, we were playing Fiddle Nocturne bot lane against Zyrokan and against Team Liquid and Scrims.
You guys were crazy, yeah.
They got smashed. But yeah, I was trying some fiddle recently after we got reworked, and it was like not too bad. I just went full tank.
Okay.
Didn't try my new patch yet, so I have to see how that goes. But yeah, I think the Fiddle Nocturne was pretty OP. I think if they were a bit better, they would probably win that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Kind of a hard draft for a rookie squad, I feel like. They have to be very like clean on their execution.
Yeah.
And the game became kind of like who can find fiddle sticks.
He was an amateur fiddles player. I would like, my fiddle mechanics are like, yeah.
Shout out,
he needs to like watch some videos about
we'll have to show
mechanics.
them now.
But anyway.
Yeah, the draft is open.
Anyway.
A lot of AD carry bans as well. I mean, standard, although the Ivern ban, but we saw that Yoya, I think he played it on day 1. The conversation with triple AD carry won't be able to flex it today. First pick Varus.
That champ's really OP.
Yeah.
Ivern?
Yeah, I think Ivern is really strong right now. I think it's kind of hard and competitive to make it work because I feel like you don't really have a lot of explosiveness in the early game, but if you can get to that late game kind of dream scenario with a bunch of AD carriers, you're shielding everyone for 500, kind of nice.
I'm not sure about the Xayah so early, especially into Varus, because if it's a poke Varus, I feel like it might be a bit hard for Xayah to play until she gets some lifesteal in her build, and they're kind of locking themselves.
This is kind of similar to your draft already, to be honest.
It is very similar, yeah. It looks like they scrimmed each other. So I assume that Vitality just goes like some kind of long range stuff on the
disengage, yeah.
That would be nice. Like they could maybe go like Ash Varus, that's what some people do, or like just Renata even, just like we did Renata on 3.
I'm curious why everyone has started blind picking Xayah into Varus, or picking even Xayah into Varus or long range comps, because that was kind of a big no-no in the past. But I feel like now Zyrokan, I guess maybe in scrims also has been popping up more. It is kind of a solid duo, but I feel like when you see Varus as the only pick, it doesn't really tell me that I want to go Xayah, you know?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I don't know the answer to that one. I think people got bored and wanted to play Zyrokan, because Zyrokan is pretty fun. I want to play it as well.
That's the angle. Just play fun champs.
Yeah. Like usually Comfort does like give you better odds of winning sometimes. So yeah, I can definitely see that angle. And right now they have to take away the Rakan, because Orianna-Rakan combo is completely OP, so they have to take it away right now. Oh, they did not take it away, in fact.
Well, now Vitality is definitely going to ban Rakan, right? That's the obvious pick.
So, yeah.
Support, top lane bans expected, maybe?
I think it's hard to pair stuff with Xayah. What do you think, Mickey? Because if I'm support here and I see Varus on enemy team, I mean, I'm asking for a counter pick, otherwise I think it's unplayable.
Yeah, I think
if they force Alvaro to pick support on 4 here, I think it's a bit reportable, so they probably have to save it to 5.
I mean, at least they already showed both solo lanes on Vitality, so they can just pick top and 4, and then he has counter pick, so it should be fine. Not actually sure why they decided to just pick. I guess they just want to secure Cassante. Yeah, the banned Nocturne, I guess. The Orianna Nocturne combo has been popping up here and there.
Yep. I would expect the Rakan to get banned here.
Yeah.
It's kind of risky even for Alvaro to pick Rakan if it's open here on 4. Because Varus plus counter pick I think is kind of dangerous.
It's true.
This is just removing comfort. It's completely fine.
Yeah.
Now you just pick top lane as MDK and then see what Vitality does.
Soraka's eye lane was open. Oh my god.
Oh no, not Soraka. No way it's open. Gnar.
Big Gnar.
Okay.
Fair enough.
This matchup hasn't been looking too hot for the Gnar, I feel like. I feel like Cassante is just kind of broken, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, but it's always this champion that comes back at the end of the regular season when top laners are like, it used to be good.
They're just bored, I think.
Yeah, they're just bored, honestly.
They want to bring back their fun champs.
Maybe he just has to blind like Renata here or something. Yeah. I think Renata would make some sense.
Yeah, Blitzcrank is not super insane for Alvaro here. I think Xayah Blitzcrank is fine combo, but not insane.
Actually,
oh my god.
Yeah, I guess. Spike Brand,
wow.
that didn't expect that one, but it works, I guess.
That came out of left field.
Spike is pretty nice into Xayah, I would say. I like playing that. And Brand...
What would you pick now then? It's kind of hard, no?
Ooh. Maybe like Nautilus.
I'm thinking Naut or Alistar in my head, personally.
Yeah.
Maybe you int as Alistar this game, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think no matter what, this game, as the support, you're the inter. So just pick the champ that'll be the most useful in team fights.
Oh, wow. I guess
Okay, Pike Blitzcrank, wow,
yeah, I
this
don't
is
know,
spicy.
like, Blitz is like flavor of the month. Everyone is like blind picking it and picking
Yeah,
it like,
it's
all over the
crazy.
place. I'm still saving mine for playoffs. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Putting that in there. Listen, guys, Mickey does play Blitzcrank.
I do play Blitzcrank.
Giving
If
up
you look at my
shots
solo queue, I don't have the
on
best
air.
success, but it's there.
But it's solo queue, yeah. It's okay.
Treats, any words on not to interrupt your conversation, I love it, but how do you think these compositions are going to play into each other?
I mean, I would rather have Vitality's draft, personally. I feel like they have a bit easier angles. I think also Brand is very good into enemy comp.
Yeah.
Mad Lions Koi is kind of close range comp, I would say. They have to fight into you, and if you're fighting into Orianna, Brand, Cassante, it's gonna be kind of spicy. So I would rather have Vitality's draft, a bit easier to execute and a bit more scaling, I would say.
Oh, I hope Pike gets the ball on him and just ease in and flashes in. That'll be fun.
Spike Enjoyer, Vitality Enjoyer.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
sure Healy can do it.
Well, the stage is set. Let's go to the casters for our last game of the regular season. Over to you.
Enjoy.
Thanks, guys. It's our last game in the regular season with Vitality versus Mad Koi, with a fight to lock in top 4 as well. Dagda, you've done so much research, you've done so much stake setting. Would you care to explain to our lovely audience and the people at home what's on the line for this one?
So, if Vitality win this game, we will be seeing Fnatic lock in top 4. If Mad Lions Koi win, though, they own the head-to-head against Vitality, so they will be the ones that secure top 4. So if you're a Fnatic fan, you are cheering for Vitality. If you're a Mad Lions Koi fan, you just cheer for them anyway.
Which would
They're
be
a good
crazy.
team. They're fun.
The fact that Mad can secure top 4 when this team was completely remade around Elyoya is kind of crazy. Now, there is just a slight delay getting into game. We are just fixing out an audio issue. But once that is done, we'll be getting into this one and starting our last game of the night. Thank you for being patient with us as well. And while we are waiting, I can give you some fun stats from our stats teams, because Hylissang's Pike has 38 games on it historically with a 68% win rate.
That's not bad.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, I will say it kind of fits how I expect Tilly to play, which is you go very aggressive, and then you're kind of like, oh, well, I can, W and just skedaddle on out of here when things go wrong. Very slippery, very difficult to lock down, but we'll say Blitzcrank on the opposite side makes it a little bit more difficult for him to try and escape, because you are still very squishy. And that's a lot of burst damage that's on Mad Lions Koi. So I am curious how this one's going to pan out, because it feels like when you're trying to pressure that 4v4 as Vitality, no one really wants to tank Alvaro's hook. So I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of running away here, and already Mad Lions Koi are like, cool. Yous are all squishy, apart from Photon. So let's see who we can try and grab out of this one.
Well, if you hook Photon this early on, I mean, he's still going to die. Mad Koi versus 2 of their former members. Kazi and Hylissang on the other side of the rift this time. Vitality in the offseason, they took some pieces away, Dagda, and as you said as well, was also taking some of the coaching staff away.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of those pieces that were on Mad Lions last year now moving across to Vitality. I mean, you got Mad, you got Pad, you got Mac, Mad, yeah. And then also Karzi and Hylissang coming across as well. So would be, even we got the tweet from Mac earlier on. I think it was actually Ginny who put it into our Slack channels to say that it was Mac saying, hey, be very nice to expletive Mad Lions Koi today from getting the top 4. So definitely some rivalry still existing, and it'll be interesting to see now if Vitality can play upset here to Mad Lions Koi and keep them from reaching that top 4 spot.
Especially when, this is part of the Worlds team as well. Kazi, Hylissang alongside Elyoya. They were big names. Didn't go the best, let's be real. But still, it was a Worlds team nonetheless. On that bot side, the Pike was talked about before with Halo Blades, with the Varus. A lot of power in the 2v2, depending on the Bone Skewer, which lands. And look at this, Alvaro just going to take a massive chunk, but as he gets the hook in, it won't matter, because with the Ignite down, that Blitzcrank is practically almost dead.
And that's the power of the Halo Blades Pike. This is something that you always see highly trying to go for, is that level 1. I set up for Douglas to go for Invade. Yoya spotted Alvaro. Can he go for the hook? Not going to even fish for it.
It's a cheeky invade. The start was purely just blue. Gromp gets away. Now go to the bot side of his jungle. Elyoya is here. But how does this play out?
You have to be very careful because Frescowi got a ward level 1, so he's actually hit 2 off the first wave. Now has push where you traditionally wouldn't, so Ayoya going to respond on the invade here. Does see that red is still up, so I'm not sure. Does he just stick around and look for Douglas? Like, Douglas going to red would be so dangerous here. But no, Ayoya just going to back away. Afraid of the pressure coming in from bot side. Maybe didn't realize how low Douglas was, but with flash available and the push and bot, and with the bounce back coming in from Frescowi in mid, just doesn't feel comfortable going for it.
I mean, you get information, but Dagda, as he goes back, the tempo is down. You've got walls to take. You have to walk all the way back to your side of the jungle. Look at the CS difference already. But Douglas is a great start as Merwin, at least getting some information of his own up towards this top side. See if that affects how Mad can get this pathing around and how Ayoya can get some speed himself.
It was pinged out though, so I think they know that Merwin would have popped a ward onto that top side, so Douglas will be aware when he moves up there that he will be spotted. Video hits the level 4, but takes a bit of damage. We'll still be able to back it on up. Alvaro!
Oh, hook out. Alvaro has to flash. Good hook from Hylissang. Kazi layers with the damage. This 2v2 set up. I mean, Alvaro has to back away, and there's a CS lead here brewing.
And the fact that now Flash is gone means that Alvaro's going to be very much stuck in this bottom side of the map if he ends up getting hooked. Didn't manage to stick around to hit the level 3 as well. Same as Supa, so they are a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to the experience. So curious to see how that one's going to play out as Mirren. Takes a couple of love taps from Photon.
You know, Dagda, going to get the pronunciation right. I keep calling him Merwin, like he's Steve Irwin's cousin or something. Merwin. Proper pronunciation, important enough. Getting poked out a little bit. In melee, of course, by Photon. I'm sure that'll change, as Nah, we know, can be quite oppressive in this lane.
Yeah, it is only fair, since we're Australian, that we let you away with that one. He's like a national hero, right? So.
Yeah, Merwin is. Yeah.
Yeah. He's been
People
promoted.
from OC sitting at home like, this is our guy. You know, if we need a player to attach to in the LEC at 4 AM in the morning, it's him.
I don't look, he's been doing a fantastic job bringing in some of the funky picks. We got to see the fiddle. Didn't quite work out yesterday.
But it could have.
Oh, the hook!
Oh my god, it lands? Wait, Hilly's dead!
The tower shot!
No way! Alvaro gets first blood! That guy's like John Wick!
Combo coming in! Super! Manages to get the blade call, roots up Hilly, and then the hook was perfect from Alvaro. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, I love this Mad Lions Quad duo. They are so much fun to watch.
I mean, Alvaro has been a great support as well. We talk about all these new members debuting in the LEC. This bottom lane's been a damn exciting one as well. Stabilizes a bit, Dagda, because we've got to remember, with that bot side hook, with Alvaro getting caught out, with him almost dying early, Kazi and Hilly had a bit of a lead. We'll see how that stabilizes after the play. Hilly's already made his move, though, towards mid. Frescowi has to be careful, but he is in his ear with shifting sands. Hilly isn't able to find anything and is now spotted out.
One of the things, though, that has been pointed out is that with Ayoya trying to do a lot of invades, seeing if he can get vision, and not really having his own jungle to farm, he's fallen quite far behind. You look at the CS in the jungle.
Wow,
like 550 gold going across towards Douglas, and Ayoya now only hitting level 4, whereas you look at Douglas 5.5. Like, Ayoya is very far behind when it comes into this game, and that's going to be a major issue if you're looking for Mad Lions Koi to try and play aggressive. Ayoya going to try and go towards the grubs, but I don't think this is the best of calls. I mean, it'll slow you down. You can get some of the experience off them, but actually with Brand, looks like he's going to move towards that bot side instead and look to punish Alvaro without that flash.
I mean, just talking about it on the desk for the grubs, how valuable are they? Again, we've come to this realization that it's very game dependent, as Mickey said. And in this game, when you're looking at a lethality virus, when you're looking at dominating this laning phase, makes sense that Douglas goes down there, sets up for the early Cloud Dragon. Again, the bonus stats are going to be great. For the cost of 3 grubs, you still think in early game, the jungle difference is going to matter more and more, as now Douglas is already level 6. As you pointed out, that's just such a big lead.
And I'm kind of surprised that Ayoya is not going in towards the topside jungle here for Douglas to try and steal away some camps. You've decent push in mid, you got control over top, and you know the Dragon was just taken. Could have tried to steal away Gromp before you go back into your own jungle and just even out that goal difference, but Alvaro pushing forward. But yeah, I think it's just, it's tough at the moment for Ayoya because he is behind, and Douglas is very much power farming.
Waiting for the bone skewer. Alvaro is not going to dodge out. Ignite's down as well. He needs to get the hook near the turret. Doesn't matter. Onto Kazi. Delays maybe the inevitable, but the root back. Super with the flash. Makes it an even trade. He gets to stay in lane. He gets to push this out. Meanwhile, we look at the top side, because getting bloody up there as well. Maybe he continues on. Merwin's going to be pushed into the river. Excuse me, Merwin as Douglas comes through. Pyroclasm gets the range. Douglas used the minion wave so well as Hilly now tries to take on Super, but won't get the stun. Hilly. This guy's about to die, isn't he, Dagda? And Super picks up the kill. Ambitious of the support of Vitality. But now Super's huge.
Had the Hail of Blades back up, thought maybe if he could get the stun, he could finish off Super. But now that's just another kill going across to Super. He'll be able to reset and have a fantastic back for himself. And this control now in the bottom side with the 2 kills to Super means they should be able to get a good amount of push. They can start to play for more of these dragons and set up for these team fights as well. Vitality, they're starting to see this slip away. Alvaro again!
Well, he comes on in now to stop Douglas. He flushes in a straight line, though, and taken by Alvaro. The shockwave won't help him out. There's good burn damage, but down he goes. Douglas halted by Frescow. He also gets the shove back onto Video. The ulti comes out from Elyoya as well. Video takes him, absorbs shock damage, but as the ultimate wears off, Elyoya dead by his former AD carry. Vitality making a messy show.
They went too deep. Super just gone for reset, whereas Karzi got back to lane, so numbers advantage for Vitality. They got the pick, but it cost them more.
Always going in, shifting sands, waiting for the attack speed. The soldiers are out, but here comes Hilly. He's not level 6 though. Ulti launch out, Video only survives, but guess who doesn't? Hilly is dead again. I'm getting some deja vu from what we know about the best actor is Super is large again.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Super coming in to get the kill. Mad Lions Koi, they go wait. It's like, again, this isn't bad here to go for. We have a 3-man unit, we get the kill on Douglas, but it's the follow-up after that ends up being very messy. Elyoya probably didn't need to flash there. Could have trusted Alvaro to just go for the hook. And then here, I think Elyoya should have just ran for mid lane, right? You don't need to try and follow up on this. But once Karzi arrives, you just don't have the damage to follow up on it. Video's able to play safe, tucked in behind his AD carry. And from that point forward, you're just outnumbered on the play. So a little bit of a fumble there, but after that, Super roaming towards the mid lane and just being able to barely finish off Hilly with the ultimate here as well. There's just nowhere to go for him.
And again, he almost took out Video with that as well. But we've seen what happens today when AD carries take over the rift as the hook comes in. Hilly is going to get rooted up. He can't go anywhere. Close to dying yet again. He won't burn down. Thanks to the Ghost Water dive, he heals up a little bit with a pot in hand as well, but now there's a threat of getting dove with Hilly's health bar so low.
Frescowi starting to lean to the spot side to try and protect him as well, but Douglas is on the top end.
Oh, we're just fighting all over. It's the last game of the season. They're like, why not Merwin? In trouble of getting solo killed. Cassante might be a tank, but he does so much damage. I hate this champion from Photon. Missing out means the trade. Oh my God, that hurts. Oh, Dagda.
I mean, for Photon, he didn't want to fall down. But even if he does, there's a wave that's falling to that tower as well. So we still come out, actually. Yeah, Mira not having that TP, going back to hurt him a little bit. But this has been such a barn burner of a game. Everyone is just fighting everywhere.
Yeah, something is on fire. I don't know what it is.
Brand.
It's not that well. I mean, technically, still 40 CS. Let's do math properly. 30 CS.
Mate, we're not here for math. It's
no,
the last.
Not.
It's
what
late on a Monday,
this?
right?
This is. I mean, there's been a lot of games this season. Elyoya, are you ready to burn himself as Zombie Brand? Not going to find the bottom here.
Hook. Oh.
Close. Okay, gets away in the nick of time. So, where do you want to start? What do you want to? Where should we talk? What should we talk about?
Let's take stock, all right? Because 3 for 3 when it comes to Void Grubs, Douglas is going to be able to pick this up. Mirren definitely losing control over that top lane matchup to Photon, not out in the best spots. But the real winners are going to be the Mad Lions Koi carries. Frescowi has a lead, Super's got a lead, you got pushed there, you can start to play for loss. The Void Grub is going to just wander away, but
That's out of the way. Yeah, thumbs in the air, absolutely. Last grub going to be taken, as you said. Won't be 3 for 3, but it will be 4 for 2.
Just going to back away. There was no... If Mad Lions Koi got the play, cool, you got a kill, would be nice, but getting the grubs is fine. You're going to go collect waves with Super. The real point is going to be looking towards Dragon in just a moment's time. I think Mad Lions Koi want to try and get these Dragons to prevent Vitality from being able to stack. There's a... Oh, hang on.
Yeah, we do have to wait, don't we? Hook onto Hilly again. Elyoya is there, knocks him up, but Pyke still has his way to get out. With the Ghost Water dive as well, holds on, but the Ignite spots him out. Frescowi is flashed on the Shockwave in the back as well. It was a nice attempt, but he's punished as Hilly gets his first kill, and he's reset on X, marking the spot. big one for Vitality, as you said, Dagda, in front of the Dragon. That opens things up.
Ankle's broken on Frescowi. Vitality managing to just escape away from that. Great flash from Video. And now Vitality will be able to get the Dragon. Huge amount of what you want from Mad Lions Koi is to keep your tower so you can always contest Vitality on these objectives. Try and use the fact you've got the Blitzcrank, but they're just not getting a chance. Alvaro.
Okay. Some poke. Might find a hook onto Kazi instead, looking for Hilly saying again, let's get another kill on this support. But Douglas has made himself known. Chain of Corruption there, hook doesn't connect. And look at the range, the burn, the ignite. Alvaro might just die, he's healed up, still burning. Leandri's almost ticks over, he's at like 25 HP. That's the problem with Brand. You get the passive, you get the burn.
You get the snipe from downtown.
Dead. No, can't see him. Kazi gonna look for what he can see.
Still though, that's now Mad Lions Koi bot lane pushed away. Vitality going to be able to get a turret play for themselves here. I mean, you look at the goals. Even though it's 3 kills across the Super, thanks to the turret plates and also the fact that they've managed to keep this massive CS lead for themselves, goal is even. Super does have to be careful underneath this tower as well, because Hilly will definitely go for this.
He will indeed. I mean, Super flashes away, gets the root actually. Hilly's not tanking it up though. Kazi channels. Hang on a minute. Super is 1 Q away. Waltz in the nick of time. He survives. But man, Kazi is dominating. Or is he? I'm not sure. I don't know, Dagda.
This is the thing though, Kazi's going to be able to push in the wave again, reset. You can start to rotate Hillistang up for Riptail, which is just a big spawn to Douglas, trying to make a play towards Mirror and topside right before that happens.
But again, he gets the sear, the charge out. Pyroclasm comes, and remember, it can bounce between the enemy and Brand now. He's burning down Mirror instead. Another sear on the grill. The Gnar goes.
All right, Oriana is what Alvaro is fishing for here. Can he find Video? Will be spotted.
Air flash. Good sidestep. Gonna have to video that Blitzcrank in a second. Alvaro has had some really good attempts though. In all seriousness, Herald's sitting there waiting. No Brand ulti, no all out. Mad still have the priority in this river, Dagda, but for how long? Should you be running?
10 seconds on Mirren. You're gonna have to TP back in with Photon. He went for the reset.
Of course we're fighting again, aren't we? We just don't
Elyoya,
stop.
Though. They don't see Elyoya. He can come in over the blast cone and get in behind Vitality here. This could be very dangerous. Vitality needs to back away.
But just remember, there's a 2-level disadvantage, so how threatening is Elyoya with no first item? Douglas even without ult, I'd still taking this fight. Mirwin without his Mega Nava, and Elyoya is soloed out, isolated, flip back, Douglas. Look at the damage! Video finds a Blitzcrank as Elyoya is running for his life. Mirwin, no Mega Gnar, no problem, they say. The Pillar of Flame not needed. Douglas running up into melee range. Mega comes, but it's too late. Vitality's Douglas is smurfing on him this game. Hilly even picks up Elyoya. It's nothing personal, he says to his old jungler. It's Vitality are working for Fnatic for this game.
They make it look easy on that topside play. Mad Lions Koi very spread out. Super not really able to get into position to follow up on any of the damage, and massive leads now with Riptail taking the gold advantages as well. All blue, all in favor of Vitality down the center of your screen. Mad Lions Koi, they need to find some way to get these picks with Alvaro to shut this down.
I feel like from watching Saturday, you know, it's personal. For what Isma did to Douglas is just crazy. As Video is pushing this turret, Alvaro's going to come in with a hook. Now Video is going to die here. Shockwave almost trades it off, but at least they get another kill. But the problem is, Dagda, it's a 4K gold lead. There's 2 dragons in the back pocket. And this jungle difference is just huge. Watch this again.
Yeah, Elyoya getting spotted here by Hilly means that Vitality just get to completely turn in onto Elyoya. The route onto Alvaro from Karzi as well means that it spreads to Mirwin, so he's not able to get in. And Super's just kind of sitting there for a Frescowi going, can you see anyone to hit, buddy? Because I can't, and you're kind of just chilling. Lawn chairs out, hoping that the things go well. And as they see the rest of their team come running back through the gate that they went through, they're going to just leg it on themselves.
Elyoya getting bodied, especially when it's coming from Hilly. Man, it's rough. You can see, Pad's having a great time. And this is the old roster.
That's
Douglas.
damage.
That hurts, that hurts. It's burning again. Alvaro trying to get out. X not marking the spot, but Douglas still gets the kill. Number 5. 3,000 gold, the difference. It's good when you see some of these pocket picks and some of the rarer picks like Brand Jungle, and you go, well, would like to see more of it, because it is owning the Xin Zhao right now.
And there's very little that you can do now as Mad Lions Koi. You need that hook from Alvaro to hit, but it's Alvaro who's getting pinpointed down every single time. And this could have been a disastrous composition for Vitality. If you actually lose out in the 4v4 on the bottom side of the map, how do you try and contest objectives? How do you contest vision? You don't have anyone who can really do it. But now that they're ahead, the damage that they have, the burst, the setup for Hilly is absolutely obscene. And Hilly now just constantly fishing with Douglas. That ultimate up from Douglas will be enough to burst people down. You can even see there, like, look at the damage that can just be put out from long range.
The only hope I see for Mad here, Dagda, is what you kind of set up at the start. Alvaro with a pick. You know, Brand is an immobile jungler. Doesn't have his flash up and available as well. A pick to give some gold back to Mad Koi, to give them some priority where they need it most. The Blitzcrank hooks have been good, but we just see as good dodge from Hilly. The Douglas's poke is also meaningful. Kazi, as you were talking about before, Hilly's just standing in the way. He's such a nuisance.
It does interrupt a lot of the tempo, though, because Alvaro would have liked to back, move towards topside, and see if he could link up with Mirwin on this push, but now that isn't really the case, so Photon can try and defend that. So nicely done. Just to be a nuisance. Now you got this in towards the mid lane. Probably isn't needed, but all right.
Oh, well. Go again. Who's getting in this time? Douglas, want to? Somebody, surely? No, never mind. We're just going to let it crash by itself. Herald will go down, but Inner gets Chains of Corruption at max range. Kazi fires out. Super ult for good measure. Oh, Yoya was setting up for a flank, but now he's 80 carries at half health.
Yeah, and now there's not very much that you can do, especially now that you don't have the Featherstorm available as well. Damage coming through from Vitality is going to be very scary.
Kazi does have flash. He has heal. Alvaro's there. They burn the flash away. Alvaro had his own summoner to threaten too. That's nice. You'll take that, especially since heal came along. But you still need more as Mad Koi. They're still fishing here.
Douglas
hooked in. There you go. You need it. You need it so badly, Mad. And the shutdown goes to El Yoya. You'd want it on Super, but still. Revenge.
And unfortunately, just a misstep from Douglas. All that vision control had been invested into the bot side for Vitality. That was where they wanted to push. They wanted Video to have safety. They wanted to threaten the mid tower. But when their time is over and Dragon's gone, that's where they need to take it safe, push out the lanes again, and slowly but surely establish the vision on that top side. They weren't sure if Photon was going to be the point of aggression for Mad Lions Koi. They tried to get vision, and Douglas pays for it in the end.
Ewan's been very cheeky. The 1-in-4 Nah, he's picked up Trinity Force. A bit of a sleeper, he says. But against Cassante, I guess that's the way it's got to be. Quick note on timers here. Baron's going to be spawning in 20 seconds. And Mad Koi is still behind 4,000 gold, but you can see, as we alluded to before, the Blitzcrank has a lot of merit. You said at the start, a lot of merit in this comp. We'll see how it plays out. We are getting to the point of 2 items as well across the rift. Just pay attention to the brand here. We've got an Icy Rod in hand.
Gotta run.
Also a Rabadons. Who's running right now, Dagda?
I mean, Mad Lions Koi are going to take mid lane tower, which is going to be a big win for them, because I'll show you here. What we've been looking at is, where's my football?
Where are your buttons at?
So what we've kind of seen is like a lot of control in this area coming through for Vitality, where they've been set up and able to set up.
It's all right. Your map time has to go on pause for the time being. It's only Hilly. El Yoya's been half health as well. Video feeling strong even without the Rabadon's death cap. Do you want to open up the map again, Dagda? Do you reckon you have the time?
Definitely don't.
No, we'll hold on that. Kazi, his ulti is avoided, but a good attempt nonetheless. They back away. Dagda, I reckon you have about 15 seconds.
Yeah, so this is all the vision that has been invested into this top side, coming through for Vitality, right? But the problem is that now you've got the push coming through. You can actually start to clear this vision out on both sides, coming in from Mad Lions Koi, and make it very difficult for Vitality to actually contest these side waves anymore, which then opens up opportunities for Mirwin to take top tower. It opens up opportunities for Alvaro to look for picks. So a huge amount of this game based for Vitality is getting this deep vision down and making sure they're all fine, which is why you see like double blue wards picked up for Vitality to try and set that up and make sure they always have the opportunity to not walk in blind. But because Mad Lions Koi now have the opportunity to push in off of mid lane pressure, it becomes much more difficult for Vitality to hold on to that vision and know they're safe on these plays.
I mean, again, doing the due diligence from Mad, I think, has to be overstated a bit here, that it has to be set up for Alvaro, has to give them some control back into this game, especially around this Baron pit, when we are going to be getting the neutral that spawns alongside it. I guess the issue is having more information is so important here, because Vitality are going for Soul Point in a minute as well. It's a Mountain Salt that makes the game harder when you're going up against something like the Cassante, right? That's going to give so much bonus stats. Matt Coy, as you talked about, vision being cleared out now. It's great to see it happen, but we need that step 2 as well, where it then turns into a pick, gives them options, and continues giving them a way back into this game that helps them set up the top 4.
Hilly just trying to be a nuisance and prevent the resets from Madeline's Koi. They want to try and delay them so they have the tempo lead. Look at topside. Video already got that reset, got the Rabadon's death cap. He's pushing out top, trying to make sure that's a point of pressure. And as well, then you kind of need someone to go and fix bot lane in a moment as well. But Vitality still getting control of this mid lane because Madeline's Koi want to reset. Now means with 20 seconds into the Dragon, Madeline's Koi don't have control of the area. And with Photon now being able to tank it.
Oh, found another one. Guess who it's on to? Hilly can't move and is shut down over to Super. Alvaro does it again, but he's separated from the team. That'll be the cost. Excuse me, it was Elyoya actually, who dies as Photon's on Frescowi. Cassante things, I think so is Shockwave. Misses, it's because Frescowi flashes away the hook again. Again, it's Video this time. Alvaro doesn't miss, but Merlin does for some reason. His ulti flashed away from and he flashes in advance. It's a messy fight. Vitality picking it up because Douglas is still alive, but Alvaro's still in the picture. Hits Kazi at point blank range. Just give him the MVP already.
You needed to avoid the hooks, but Alvaro finds it, and it's Hilly who falls. And now Super can turn with Frescowi to pick off the Dragon, prevent the Mountain Soul for Vitality.
You went from Hilly to Alvaro, and a lot of people are looking in and saying, well, okay, he's looking good. At the moment, maybe not. Alvaro's gonna die now. X marks the spot, but Hilly flashes on the spot. Dragon goes down to Mad Koi. And in this 27 kill game, we're gonna watch mid happen again.
And Hilly just didn't need to be that far forward. They had Photon there, who's gonna be in a position to tank a lot of those hooks. I could even try and make a play like that, but because Hilly ends up falling down, Madeline's Koi feel far more likely to go aggressive, even getting access to Karzi and Video here. Video had flash! Karzi flashed away, Video thought the Karzi was going to be the one who tanked it, so didn't end up burning it. And ends up costing Video his life, and now, with the Shockwave gone, with the Orianna gone, there's just not enough consistent damage. Yes, Douglas can try and get some burn, but Poke Karzi is not where you want to be relying on DPS for.
This is a strange game. This is a strange way to end the split, but a nice one, isn't it? Elyoya caught out again. Douglas going to be rooted up. In fact, Frescowi's ult hits at the end of range. This Brand in the middle of everyone, he's just going to die. A double over to Elyoya, who's been suffering all game long in this mini grudge match between former teammates. It's getting messy. Video's ulti hits, but it doesn't do too much. And now Mad Koi, all of a sudden, they have numbers advantage, but no Azir. Can they really Baron?
No TP for Photon though, so he can't come in. It's Hilly and Video with no Shockwave to try and stop this. There's some damage there, but this is going to get risky. Video walking into the pit.
Oh,
I think they've got it. It should be all right.
If Hilly gets any kind of reset here, it's big, but you're right. It should feel right. Alvaro with the hook doesn't land. Hilly on the hunt, but he needs quite a lot here to find success with that ulti. Bone Skewer doesn't connect. Hilly's still searching, trying to stop the backs. Photon's on his way. That's why Alvaro gets the hook. Oh my God. You know what? I just accept it at this point. Game is off the chart.
It's got a little bit off track here from Vitality, but again, it's losing tempo. It's giving control back to Madeline's Koi, and great ultimate from Frescowi to pull Douglas into this fight as well. He'll end up giving his life for it, but ends up getting Photon off the back of it with Alvaro finding that hook. And Vitality, this was what we were saying, is if you lose out on the 4v4, it becomes so much easier for Madeline's Koi to take space with Alvaro. And with that one misstep from Douglas, giving that tempo advantage back over to Madeline's Koi, giving them the opportunity to take mid lane tower. It's now Madeline's Koi firmly in the driver's seat.
How firmly, Dagda? How much you want to say it?
Very good. Alvaro, oof.
Bench foul on Douglas as well. So if the hook does connect on this Brand, he's got a lifeline for the time being, but Mad Koi making short work of that bottom side turret, opening up the map further. The gold lead going into their pockets for what feels like, well, I say the first time this game, I'm not sure at this point, but still 1,000. Baron power play looking good. Just a quick side note, after this game, we do have our draw show, which will run into our playoffs. And we get to find out who is going with who.
Just be careful, Alvaro and Hilly go wide.
Yes.
But now Baron of Creeps pushing in the spot lane. Everyone's got control in mid. Shockwave dodged by Super, nicely done.
Yep.
And that was Vitality kind of needed to get that done. They were already losing out on mid push as well. Now Hilly trying to move back over towards that top side, which is why Mirren's backing away. Vitality will hold on to that bot lane tier 2, but they lose it in mid.
It's a 2K gold lead now. Dragon up in 1 minute 20. This feels reminiscent. I think you and I, you know, doing a bit of like old IGRA. The flashback for anyone out there. I always put RA in the mix because that team is strange. But it's been interesting because a lot of Vitality games you could say the same thing, right? A lot of Vitality games this split have been a bit unhinged.
Yeah,
I mean, nicely.
Week 1, 0-3. Week 2, 3-0.
Oh, unhinged up
Mirren,
top.
maybe going 2-6.
He is a Meganar shortly, but I mean, how much time can he buy? Meganar about to come through. An ulti, I'm sure. The brand ulti used as well. Now remember, Baron was already taken. It's a buff that's going to expire in 5 seconds, so there's nothing in the top side. You can see Madder trying to use his time and push in some waves.
I mean, 30 seconds until Dragon, though. Still, you don't want to try and face check this blind, but Mirren dead as Dragon spawns means that Photon can kind of be the one to push in, so they will lose bot lane Terra, but just nice timing window by Vitality, and they invested the brand ultimate, which does suck a little bit, but you still got most of your ultimates available. And again, it comes back to, can Alvaro find a hook onto a key target before Photon gets in position? They need Photon to be the one face checking.
I'm gonna ask a question later on, ladies and gentlemen. How is there a bounty on El Yoya, who's 2 levels down and 60 CS down? Not too sure. Hook dodged, Hilly playing it close. Is this Dragon gonna be the be-all, end-all? I'm not sure. It's not stolen though, that's for sure, by Vitality, who would have made it a soul. Photon trying to run at them, Hilly trying to do the same. Mad Koi have split apart as it teleports towards the top side. That's trying to get the job done in a different lane. That's Mirwin coming in, but Vitality trying to find the fight. Photon has just pressed the ghost button onto the level 13 Xin Zhao. He spins a circle, the no-no circle, and El Yoya gets out while Mirwin did commit the teleport.
The threat of the engage from Photon, though, does mean that the teleport from Mirren on the top side does get cancelled out. Doesn't get to tier 2, so it ends up working out somewhat, but Vitality just a bit slow to get to Dragon. It means it's a bit unfortunate for them where they had the play, but just not out on the map quick enough to contest the objective afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah. We just wait for the next Baron, minute 30, right? Next Baron to come through. You want to do some item talk? Because we got a blighting jewel on Douglas, almost 4th item there. Brutalizer, good to see back in the game on Kazi, who's actually already doing quite a lot of damage. Don't look at Mirwin, that's different. He gets over, hops out, but it's a damage on Super that I've noticed. That is actually hurting a lot. Because we haven't really seen Super free fighting. All those early kills that came up before, he's held onto that lead. He hasn't died. Super's just the one clearing out waves, holding his gold lead. Making sure he doesn't give too much over to Vitality every time it's that ult used out, but better than him dying, better than him giving an advantage over Mirwin. Can we say the same? There's the bone skew. He's not going to be stunned up. He hops out, but he's about to go Meganar. Vitality are fighting into a Meganar. Alvaro flashes, but the static field doesn't open up the Blitzcrank hook. Kazi now setting up. Look at that Q, hit Super, but the damage not as significant as before. We are fighting cross mid right now. Mirwin, though, is about to run out of Meganar. Baron side achieved by Vitality, but they got 30 seconds to wait. They've just lost control of mid.
You have the creeps, though. That's why Madeline's core just continue to push. Super can look for the base to crack open, and resets coming through for Vitality to try and defend this. They can now fall back over towards the Baron afterwards and get all the vision they need. Hilly, where are you, buddy?
Where are we going? Hilly's hit at max range. El Yoya not able to follow it, but Mad are now in front of the Baron that's got 5 seconds to spawn. Clearing out vision as they go. We are yakety-saxing over the map. Let's go and have a look at Baron again and see what time it is. Are we going to get a 50-50 Dagda? You tell me now.
We're going to have to see if it's going to be the case. TP coming through from Photon. It's gone. But what can they get? They're in the pit. This is the moment.
As well. Baron down. Photon's there, though, but it's a brand. It's a brand in the pit. You've got to be careful. But in the meantime, Frescowi has done his job. He's got an instant double kill. Video on the backside's hit hard as well. He has done his job.
Oh, Super!
Flashes away as well. Video going to get out in the nick of time. Mad have found themselves 3 quick kills. It looked bad, it looked dicey, but the hook in from Alvaro, again, I feel like did so much.
Frescowi gave his life to deny Carzzy the ultimate, deny Video the ultimate, and deny Fnatic their opportunity at taking top 4 away from Mad Lions Koi as they step into the base.
A brand new roster built around Elyoya. I mean, this game has been messy, it's been crazy, it's been spicy, but mad as the death time is almost there as Hylissang tries to bring it back. Will take down the last Nexus turret, will hit their way into the top 4. Elyoya and the 4 boys are showing us that they were least expected. What a way to end the split.
It has been loco entirely, but what a performance from Mad Lions Koi. Again, rookies coming in with the Elyoya. A phenomenal opening split for these guys, putting on a magnificent performance. And 3 of them on your screen at the moment for player of the game. You can vote now at LEC on X. It's going to be Elyoya, Super, and Alvaro for your Kia player of the game. And honestly, there was so much work put in by all of them.
Elyoya's out there. I mean, it was jungle dip from the early game, but he held on. I mean, props to him. That was a really hard early game to get past. But Mad locking in top 4. An impressive feat when this team had to rebuild from the ground up. Elyoya, the only surviving member. Everyone else dispersed, but Mad still beat expectations.
And honestly, the most exciting bot lane that we have in the LEC right now is the Mad Lions Koi bot lane.
True.
Coming in, both rookies, looking for plays, hyper-aggressive flashes like we saw yesterday going for these mad plays. Like, it is insane to see how confident these 2 guys are playing. Alvaro coming in on the Blitzcrank, finding these magnificent hooks. It is so sick to see this new talent coming up in the LEC.
It really is. And again, I mean, Super's already picked up a pentakill. Alvaro, again, not only on the hook supports, but we've seen on the Renato specifically that he's been great all season long. You know, some consolidation there for Elyoya. After that game, I'd be a little bit tattered as well because it was crazy. It was spooky, and especially with Douglas controlling the early game on the brand, it was hard to have as much impact. But I think when you get all these good picks on Alvaro, the combination of him and his jungler set it up for success.
Yeah, I think they just kind of understood how to play. It was like, look, we can see that we're winning out on the 4v4. As long as we can then give room for Alvaro to look for hooks, we're going to be in a great spot. Yep. And once they found that initial pick onto Douglas, they got tempo. They're like, cool, get mid tower, get the vision control, get the opportunity to pick. But I think for Mad Lions Koi, I think this has got to show that this experiment has worked for them, right? Bring up all these guys from the LVP. Make sure that you're getting a lot of those guys from Movistar Riders coming across, working together to try and play this hyper-aggressive style. And it's looked absolutely fantastic. And we get to see some of the early game here that was a little bit messy from Mad Lions Koi. They didn't quite get the success that they wanted in the early stages, but it was Alvaro getting these picks that really started to turn this game around.
I mean, it's the picks specifically onto Douglas, holding the control of the gold. And we're looking at the Mad Koi success story in this game. And it feels sad for Vitality because it felt like that game just through jungle alone probably should have been theirs, Dagda, but as you said, this Blitzcrank jungle, if he doesn't get MVP, guys, I don't think you watched the same game. If he doesn't get MVP, you did not watch the same game we did. Alvaro hit rate must have been 80% that game.
Also, fantastic play from Frescowi on this one.
That too,
this was sick. So the whole point was, this is Carzzy, everyone's in the pit, try and go for this big chains of corruption, follow up with the video ultimate, just making it impossible for anyone in Mad Lions Koi to survive. But the fact that Frescowi was just like, no, if I die, it doesn't matter, we get out, we win the game. Beautiful stuff from him.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, again, please just vote for Alvaro.
You love giving your 2 cents on this.
I have to, because honestly, like, it's not just as a support player, it's also, you know, they said it on the desk, and Trees was saying it before, like, support's underwhelming, you know, not underwhelming, undervalued.
Sorry, you're a support player, and who's on your arm? What tattoo do you have?
It's Oriana, that's different.
Yeah, because you mained her.
You can actually play as the board. No joke. That's different as a bit. I change my mind every 2 seconds. Maybe the tattoo was a bit early, but it was a bit premature.
What, you getting Jana on the other one now? Is that it?
Yeah. Reckless played it today. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll put it
Player
on.
of the game, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Has to be done.
Now, if you're wondering what we're doing here and why we're still chatting, we are leading up to the draw show as soon as it's ready. We get to find out who's going up against who. We start our BO3s, we start into playoffs. Remember, no groups, straight into playoffs, all one big bubble now. And if you missed out earlier on, just a quick update too, G2 locked in first. A lot of people wouldn't expect that, especially with BDS's run, but BDS losing to KC, G2 winning before as well. and in very convincing fashion, I should add, against SK. Is my brain on? Yes, thank you very much.
I think, G2 finally showing what we expected from G2, which was to have strong early games, great mid games, and kind of have that pressure down towards Hansam in the bot lane. But I think G2 now locking in first, it feels like finally we're getting to see what people expected coming in the early stages. And I think BDS taking second still probably a bit surprising for a lot of people, but they've had a fantastic split where individual performances stepped up massively. Nuke looking absolutely exceptional on things like the Azir. And then unfortunately, could have been well, it's SK, but then it could have been Fnatic taking that spot. But Mad Lions Koi now coming in, not only taking down Vitality and some of the ex-players and ex-coaching staff that were part of their organization, but also kicking Fnatic out of that 4th place spot as well.
That's crazy.
The amount of upsets that they just had off of this one game is insane.
I mean, it's nuts again. Just a quick reminisce. G2, BDS, SK, and now Mad. Fnatic sitting at 5th.
Yeah.
And when you're in that 5th to 8th position, I mean, you lose power. You get chosen. And it's like, well, you know, maybe if you look at Fnatic. Are Fnatic the strongest team in that lower bubble?
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like, how do you try and decide who you want to play against? Like, I do feel, look, out of everything, well, actually, I don't need to ask, because we're going to find out. We're going to toss it over to the draw show with Laura. She's going to tell me everything that the players are thinking.
Let's go.
Welcome everyone and welcome to the 2024 Winter Split Draw Show. Carmine Corp and Rogue have been eliminated and we will find out the 8 teams and how they will be spread in the 2 brackets that we have in the hope of winning the title and a spot at MSI 2024. As seeds 1 and 2, G2 Esports and Team BDS have been placed into their respective sides of the bracket, G2 in the upper half and BDS in the lower half. And in the draw show, we will place all 8 teams into their respective sides of the brackets in the respective order. The upper half will have 4 teams and the lower half will have 4 teams as well. And our head referee will now bring the envelopes to the stage for pools 2, 3, and 4, separate from the teams and the broadcast. Malu has shuffled all the envelopes containing 2 things, upper half and lower half. I will let you finish this. We had a head referee at Worlds. It did not end well for the West. Hopefully, it's just the LEC here tonight. In a few moments, we will invite the representative from the pools to draw the side of the bracket in which they will be seated into. The higher seeded team within the pool will select an envelope, with the other envelope going to the lower seeded team. Malu, thank you so much, and we can now welcome to the stage the representative from Pool 1, G2, and BDS. Adam, Caps, are you ready?
Yeah.
Do you think you have a good mojo for
Hopefully.
the teams that you will be deciding? Who would you like to face off against?
Am I allowed to say now?
You said who you would want to face off against.
Personally, maybe Giant X.
Maybe Giant X. Caps?
Maybe Heretics.
All right, we'll see. Well, I will ask you guys to swap. Caps, you will go on this side.
Okay.
Adam, you will go on this side. And we will now find... You can position on the edges of the stage. As we will now find out the other teams on your sides of the bracket, as we welcome to the stage the representatives we have from Pool 2, SK Gaming and Mad Lions Koi. So SK Niski, on this side please. As the highest seeded team within the Pool 2, you can stick around, it's fine. You get to pick an envelope between these 2. All right? I will let you take the second one. And you guys will open simultaneously. 3, 2, 1. Let's reveal. All right, guys, upper half, so you go on this side, and Niski, you go on the other. All right. Next up, we have the teams from Pool 3, Fnatic and Team Vitality. Please join the stage. Marek, Fnatic, you're the highest seeded team. I will let you choose an envelope in this row between these two. Photon, you wait. Simultaneously, 3, 2, 1, open. Lower half, upper half for Fnatic. I will let you go here on the side of the stage. You can go Photon. 감사합니다. All right. Finally, our teams from Pool 4, Team Heretics and Giant X. Wonder, being the highest seed, I will let you choose between these two envelopes. Making it easy. Jackies, I will let you grab the second one. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's fine. Let's do it. Open. Lower half, you will go on this side, Wonder, and Jackies, you will swap. And this concludes the LEC Winter Split draw show, and now we will have our teams for each side of the bracket. The upper half being G2, Inskoy, Fnatic and Giant X, and the lower part of the bracket being BDS, SK Gaming, Vitality and Team Heretics. BDS, G2, I will let you guys know, go backstage with your team. You have 5 minutes, not now, in a few minutes. You will have 5 minutes to decide your opponents in your side of the bracket between the pools 2, 3 and 4. You guys can return backstage, all of you. Thank you. All right, and this concludes the draw show for the Winter Split 2024, and I'm gonna send it over to Gennaro for her very first PGL. Take it away, dear.
Thank you so much, lovely. All right, PGL, first one in my career, but I think let's start discussing what we've just seen. Thanks both, Aragon, as well as Streets for Drink. Wait, it's also your first PGL.
It is my first PGL, actually.
Oh, welcome.
Yes. Yeah,
welcome to us both.
I should say welcome now.
Yeah,
welcome,
actually, that's
guys.
your job. You're slacking.
I'm the PGLer. Welcome, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Didn't know you were chill like that. All right, let's jump straight into things. We have the upper as well as the lower. How are we expecting this to go? What matchup are you personally looking forward to?
I mean, I saw the upper half and my mind instantly went to G2 picking Giant X as their opponent. Yeah. I think that's kind of the obvious choice, I would say. I think for the lower half, it was a bit harder for BDS. I think, who was it? It was Fnatic, it was SK Gaming, and it was Vitality, right?
Yep.
Maybe they would pick Vitality in my head, that I think this may be the easiest opponent. Pretty tricky, I would say. I think the G2 choice is a bit more obvious, at least to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you go for the easiest opponent yourself?
I think I wanted to hop on the Vitality choice. I feel like that might be a little bit of a trap. You know, Vitality coaching staff being pretty good as the split scales. You know, maybe better preparing for, you know, if they have some time. I think they could be a bit of a trap to pick.
I think as well something to take into consideration here is the fact that it's moving from a BO1 format to a best of 3.
For sure.
And that is also going to have a different approach from these players.
Yeah, it is very different, best of 3 and best of 1. There are some teams which kind of excel in the best of 3 format and some which kind of excel in the best of 1. So now coming into playoffs, best of 3, it's going to be very interesting. I do think that the lower half is kind of more evenly matched overall. I think the upper half, at least to me, there are kind of the clear winners in G2 and Fnatic, and then obviously Giant X being, I think, the team that G2 will pick. But very interesting to see who they will pick when they get here. Yeah, will be very interesting to see this playoff.
I just think the lower half is full of teams that were kind of shaky coming into week 3 or like in week 3. You know what I mean? So it's really hard to gauge their level, and I think the teams will have to get over that too. Whereas I think if you looked at week 2 and when you kind of knew who was good and who was not so great, I think it's much harder now.
It's been a bumpy road for all the teams in the lower half. I think, honestly, now as well with BDS losing as well, and obviously SK as well, I think those were kind of considered the top 2 teams. Heretics also having a 0-3 week, right? So I think the lower half teams are all kind of in the pool and kind of have their chance to show it now in playoffs and kind of pop off. So I think especially for the lower half, it will be interesting to see.
It feels in general with how the games have gone, especially this week, it's kind of gone for grabs for anyone. I think BDS, particularly that team that when we were looking at Aragon was the quote-unquote strongest team that we had, and then them ending up losing to Carmine Corps, who had a great performance today, giving G2 that top slot. I don't know, man. You can't call it these days.
Yeah, no. I mean, I do think that the loss today, they were trying a really quite hard draft from memory. It was a draft that gets outscaled really quickly, right? So maybe it was just a one-off. I think BDS is still a safe choice to potentially win whoever they come up against, you know, because they are really solid. And they have been solid for the past 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. Like, how much do you want to read into this last week of games, right? Because it is different, best of 1, best of 3. I think a team like BDS has shown a lot in regular season, and even though they ended second now instead of first, which I think obviously they would have wanted, it's going to be interesting to see their best of 3 approach. As you said, I think the first series, in theory, shouldn't be a problem for them, whoever they end up choosing. But yeah, best of 3 is a different beast, so they have to come in prepared on the new patch.
What if for the memes, you actually just pick like the strongest opponent, just to like establish dominance? Would
That
you?
is kind of Giga Chad, yeah.
Right?
I would respect it, to be honest.
Yeah. I think one of the matchups is going, because if G2 take Giant X, then it's going to be Fnatic versus Mad. Who do you think is going to take that?
Ooh, that is a pretty tricky one. I mean, MDK, I think they looked pretty good today, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Alvaro, especially on the Blitzcrank, he looked very solid. I think that's kind of a toss-up, because in my eyes, Fnatic have gone down a bit. Obviously today had a good game, but the past few games before that has been a bit of a struggle, so that's kind of a close game, I would say.
Yeah, looking at the best of 3 format, though, it's not just that, it's also that we're going to be in a different patch.
Yep.
So you mentioned, Aragon, the draft, particularly from the side of MDK and how that's been looking really strong. But when you're in that best of 3, you have a new patch. What can you expect them to throw at you, if anything?
I think it's going to be so hard to answer any of that. There's so many weird changes that are coming out, and I think you know what I mean, with like the HP shards, right? Loads of different champs. You see dominating solo queue right now, there's a bunch of tanks top lane, so pretty weird. I think it's pretty hard to call.
From a top laner perspective, though, because I know you love to play Renekton, a champion that BB literally told you to just like bin it. But from a top laner perspective and the new changes that are coming in, is there any champ or any item in particular that you're looking forward to being played?
Keep an eye on Zac. Zac has climbed to such a high win rate and has received such huge buffs to his early sustain.
We're going to have to cut you off mid-sentence. I'm so sorry. But, you know what?
Welcome.
You guys can give us an input. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome, Adam and Caps. Top laner, Adam, we were discussing the new patch, and Aragon was telling us about Zac. Your opinions on Zac top?
Put you on the spot there.
Yeah, put you on the spot. I'm so sorry.
Can I be honest?
Yeah, absolutely. We would love that.
Looks really bad.
Looks really bad?
Okay,
I've been called out.
Yeah.
Okay, hear my pitch, right? Hear my pitch.
Oh.
The new HP shards, right? This is next patch.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus, have you seen the buffs he just received to his healing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. None of that convinces you? Highest win rate top laner?
Pretty sure Adam and Olaf runs that, no?
Yeah.
True.
But pretty much like all top laners can just go like double Rinsley, so the HP doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
I did play the segment last year though, so maybe that's...
So you, on the other hand, you've been looking at the
You're
changes.
a Zac believer? Okay. Well, I guess in that regards then, I'm sorry if you were a salesman, you're not very successful at it. But both of you are joining us here, so thank you so much for doing that. You are in the upper half, you're in the lower half. I'm going to start with you, Caps. You said yourself you would love to play Heretics, kind of looking forward to that? Is that what you want to go for?
I would have loved to pick that, but apparently we picked wait, actually, should I say who we picked that? Or is it that?
I'm asking you, well, they're not in the same pool, so. They're in the lower.
Wait, we're picking between Heretics and GX, right?
But if you want to say it, just got confirmation.
You can
give the leaks.
Yeah.
Okay, I can give the leaks.
You can leak it now for free.
Yeah, it's okay.
We picked GX.
Okay.
Apparently. I would have loved to pick Heretics, but I think the logic is that they have a lot of previous MSI champions on that team. So I guess my team got a bit scared.
Okay.
I predicted you would pick GX.
Yeah, they called
I respect
it. Particular reason for GX? Besides the MSI champs on the other team?
I mean, I guess we played against them this week, so it definitely felt like a good game for us. So maybe that's why we hope for a similar series in the best of 3.
As in a 2-0 or 2-1?
I mean, hope for that 2-0, yeah.
Okay, fair.
No content game?
No content game? Just sprinkle
Just
it in
one.
a little, you know,
Content is
a little
Monday, right?
spicy. Okay, fair. Adam, it's your turn for the leaks, if you would like to do us the honors.
So we decided to pick Heretics.
Okay. Interesting.
Because, I mean, I think they're like the weakest team in our group, low-key.
All right, low-key?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think our gameplay kind of counters them, and I cannot see us losing to them, so...
2-0?
To them.
Yeah, no.
2-0?
Oh, yeah,
2-0?
Yeah, I think pretty quick as well.
So
Okay. Okay, well, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, let's just see what happens then.
All right. Well, we have the matchup against Heretics. How are we feeling about that?
I mean, I predicted you guys would pick Vitality.
Okay.
I think it's kind of up between them, obviously, who would choose. I understand the Heretics, though. I think especially this week, they didn't look particularly in form. And I think you, like you said, I think your gameplay kind of matches them well. You guys have a good kind of solid foundation. I think they struggled to find a lot of early leads, so I could see you guys having a very good mid-game against them and kind of easy team fights. Especially Perks, I think, struggled a lot this week. He didn't really find his footing.
Wow, you should be a motivational speaker. That was really inspiring.
I think that was kind of uninspiring for Perks now.
I was trying to be nice. All right, we have the brackets ready, so it's filled out. G2 are going to be going up against Giant X, MDK up against Fnatic, and then we have BDS against Team Heretics and SK against Vitality. Besides the game that you're playing, Adam, is there any matchup particularly that you're really looking forward to?
Well,
it's behind you as well if you would like a reminder.
That's really cool, yeah.
Technology.
Well, naturally, I would also like to be facing SK because I do believe they're like a strong teams, and it's also going to be a good test for us to see what we can do against such team in best of 3. So really looking forward, and I also can play Niski, so if I can destroy him, you know, I'm a bit happy. So.
Is it like personal or like
no,
banter?
we're like friends, so every time we meet each other, you know, it's always funny. So
what's the banger top lane matchup there? If you could pick any top laner.
Of course, it's top laner ass.
Yeah.
There's none.
None?
Oh,
none.
You're the GOAT.
Okay.
No, like not banger. Like what I mean by banger is like nothing that will just like, oh, I really need like to do something special, you know, for example. So yeah.
Caps, I'm going to have to ask you the same question. Besides your own game, which game do you think is going to be the most exciting?
Well, I'm looking forward for the BDS Heretics game. I think that will be fun. Yeah, and I mean, I guess also MDK Fnatic, because it looks like if we win, we will play the winner of that, right?
Yeah.
So I guess that's definitely a match to look out for.
Do you have a specific person you would like to go up against?
Maybe Fnatic. I think we had a fun game yesterday, and it always ends up being some crazy games.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
And that was a fun game, yeah.
Yeah. You have a favorite yourself?
Oof, I mean, they all look pretty good. I think there are a lot of close games. I would say the most one-sided one might be the G2 versus Giant X. I think for myself, I'm kind of interested in the MDK Fnatic because Fnatic ended this week on a high as well, and MDK with the win today. I think both of them will come in with a lot of new tactics on the patch, and I think it will be interesting to see the new patch. There's a lot of new champs. Maybe you guys obviously can't leak any champions, but maybe you already started cooking even though your week wasn't finished. And maybe that's the case. Maybe some Twisted Fate perhaps, a little Karma Flex perhaps.
Whoa.
Any leaks that you guys want to share or not?
And 14.2 looks a bit juicy, so we're looking forward to it, yeah.
Juicy for what lane? Top lane, mid lane, bot,
I would
jungle?
say kind of everything at this point, because the meta is pretty versatile, so I think you can have a lot of fun right now if you cook.
If you cook.
If you cook.
You guys have been cooking, like nothing's burnt yet, so impressive. Looking at lanes, particularly when we're looking at drafts, especially the pick and ban stage caps, it's always very heavy focused on banning out bot laners as quickly as possible. Is that something you're expecting to carry into next patch? Is that something that just all teams are going to keep prioritizing?
I mean, probably. I think I don't know if anything necessarily changed with bot lane meta, so it's probably still going to be like very volatile down there. But we will see if there's some power picks coming up. I mean, you guys mentioned a few that got buffed, and there's definitely a lot of mid laners that got changed. So it looks like it might even be a bigger change than like the preseason patch, because we saw a lot of the.
Do you like that? Do you like how it's changing every month? It's like a new game. What do you guys think?
I mean, for me, I think it's nice because I like to try out different things, and especially when it's not the same champions getting buffed. Like, it's very different champions getting buffed right now. You even mentioned the sack, right? Like, that might be something that can come out in some matchups. So I like having like these very niche picks, I guess, when they get buffed, because that's always fun to try out.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like the same. Like, every time there's something new, of course, like, you always tend to have like more fun all of a sudden. So just the little downside is just you have only like kind of 3 days to practice.
Yeah.
So naturally, you know, it's not in terms of cooking for competitive, you know, you cannot maybe cook a bit too much, but it's always good to see new things because just more natural.
When we're looking at plays, not for competitive then, more like solo queue or champs that you guys really enjoy playing, is there anything in particular in top lane that you think if you get the chance, just for funsies game, what would be a champion that you would pick top?
Karma.
Karma top?
Oh, Karma top.
Wait, would you go AP, like tanky?
I'm just leaking everything.
It's on the table now,
yeah. You can even go AD, I don't know, like this champ is a bit...
I've seen that in solo queue. It kind of hurts.
No? Really? You already played it into Rumble?
I used to play in Champions League, so.
Yeah. What about you, Caps? Anything particular in mid that you would love to play?
I mean, I always wanted to play some Astro mid.
Okay.
Vega used to pop up on that.
It also got buffed this patch,
It got
Caps,
buffed
so
too.
you never
Perks
know.
has been spamming it as well.
Might
We've
have to
seen,
try it out.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess we're not going to potentially see that. No leaks. I know you guys can't tell us anything. But in general, looking at the season and how it went, has there been any team, Adam, that you thought, wow, they really stepped up to the plate, and any team that has potentially missed the mark a little in terms of what you expected from them?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit sad, for like A-Corp, obviously, because I do believe they were like a strong team. Just looking at their names and how they were like performing in scrims as well.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit unfortunate that they didn't manage to get through for like this playoff, but also think it can be a good lesson for them, like coming into the spring split. I do believe they must have been learning a lot. So, and regarding Rogue, I'm not that surprised.
All right.
Yeah, to be fair, because I mean, when I look at their team, I don't see like really who can carry intensively, kinda. So they kind of lack of the guy, like we need the guy in Rogue, and so far we haven't seen him. So yeah, I'm a bit sad for them as well.
When you talk about that guy, do you mean the person who like steps up and is
Yes,
more vocal,
exactly,
calling the shots? Okay, so more of like an IGL kind of. All right. Treats, when you're looking at the teams that have made it through, but also potentially the teams that are not with us anymore, moving into the BO3s, is there any team that has exceeded your expectations?
I think,
you can't
honestly,
see BDS.
I mean, BDS, of course, has not too high on my power rankings. I think you guys kind of clicked faster than what I expected. I think changing AD carry, though, is kind of the easiest role to change. Obviously, Crowny is a very talkative guy, so I think from that perspective it's different. But AD carry, at least it's someone you can slot in and kind of just let him do his thing. So I think maybe I underestimated you guys a bit. I think some other team that I kind of didn't expect was Vitality, because they had a very rocky start and coming in kind of after the 0-3 start and then making it now to playoffs and looking a bit better, obviously, now with the loss, unfortunately. But I think they also surprised me a bit positively, to be honest.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Caps, from your perspective, the teams that have actually made it through, is there anyone in particular that you really think are a very strong opponent, whether it's from your pool or from the lower pool?
I mean, I think the meta will change probably a lot, so it's like it's hard to predict who will do strongest. I mean, definitely BDS was looking very strong, like I guess this regular season, right? Yeah. So definitely, I think they're the team to look out for. But it will always be different on new patch, right?
Yeah. And BO3 as well. And BO3 as well.
Yes.
So there will be a lot of changes in this kind of series as well.
I think, I like going into the split, I was probably thinking Fnatic would be a challenge, right? They finished second as well last year, so maybe BDS or Fnatic.
All right, BDS or Fnatic. And in terms of adaptability, Adam, is there any team that has been surprisingly adaptive that you think coming into the BO3s with the changes are going to be a monster? You can't say BDS.
Well, in terms of adaptability, usually you just look at teams which have, some players that can have, crazy gameplay. So naturally, I think we would be pretty good at adapting. I would say G2 as well, because they like cook a lot, for example.
They do, yeah.
You do like your cooking. Like,
yeah,
are you hungry?
I do believe cooking is like a great thing at League, right? So we just leave like the boringness of everything that can be happening in game and just try to have a bit more fun. I could see as well Mad Lions stepping up a little bit, because best of 3 is also a way like you can more focus on your opponent and try to build like a strategy around it. And I do believe Mad with their players can adapt pretty well. So I'm really looking forward to them actually.
All right.
When it comes to adaptability, this is something I wanted to ask anyone on BDS. You guys have really changed since Worlds, like a lot, right? It feels like it at least. You're willing to more pick lanes that will go down 30 CS, right? For the sake of the team, and you'll play through other lanes other than just Shio sitting top for 3 minutes on Rel, whilst you play Renekton into whatever. Is this something you actively sat down and talked about, saying, guys, we need to be more flexible? Or did it just sort of happen because of the meta?
I mean, I think not really. It's just Xante is just too broken.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
That's why I said too.
So the moment I started to pick him up, we from outside perspective, we might think that we like change a lot, but no, the champion is just too broken.
So it's just Xante.
We're just the same actually.
Right,
we're just the same.
And then we get the Vlad top here and there, and that was exciting. So thank you guys for that. Thank you so much as well for joining, and thank you to those at home as well for making sure that you guys have tuned in. A little bit of an update in terms of the games of next week. Saturday, first game will be BDS up against Team Heretics, and the second game will be G2 G2 against Giant X. Sunday, we're going to be starting off with the banger of SK against Vitality and finishing off with another one with Mad Lions Koi against Fnatic. Our match of the week. Winner of each side of the bracket play on Monday, so you definitely don't want to miss out on that one. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to be back on Saturday for the opening series of the Winter Playoffs. Please check out the LEC on X or watch.lolesports.com for the full schedule. Have an incredible evening. See you next week.
Bye. See ya.
Look at Ignar. I'm watching, nothing yet. I can go. Laka. Look me. Zeri. Yeah. Together. Look at this. Watch out, LeBlanc, guys. It's okay. Go. It's okay, go. Nice, good job, guys. Big. My bad, you griefed early, but...
Ends up being one grub for one grub. Still one up for the taking.
LeBron. Nice stun coming in from Targamas. LeBron is dead here. Ooh, clean play from KC bottom lane.
I'm behind them.
Keep. Just keep. Going.
I need one kill, okay, Savannah? Go forward.
Now Razork is behind enemy live onto Perks. Flashes, who expected? He runs back in. Perks running away though, but he doesn't want to go over the flames. Instead, pops them back. Flashes. Nice to get out of a humanoid under the turret.
I'm tipping.
Kill Udyr. Okay.
No flash.
Nice.
Okay, it's a stop.
Well, but we made it so hard for no reason. Before start game, Wonder said to me, "Every game come bot," and he's
Oh my god.
Up in the top side, he's going to get a revive. He gets this, but he does. Mickey's roam is now beautiful.
Back on a W.
Jax. Look, Azia.
Yeah, we kill him.
Take him out.
Let's get that.
No.
But Mickey's hostile takeover sets it up. The lilting lullaby. Yike is sending him to bed. And to bed SK will go. No hope, no chance. G2 can't lose this one.
Giving 5.
Varus no flash. Brando flash.
I can go.
0 flashes.
Look, Varus.
Okay, do the trick.
That one?
You're gonna get 5 seconds.
Nice.
Oi!
Hailey-san, brother.
Oh, GG, guys.
GG.
Look here. Look, Ash, no flash, okay?
Woo!
Get away, what?
Combo!
That's it!
Get
Get in!
I'm proud of you guys. Well played. Good job. Thank you.